Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to the beginning of the stream. Hope you guys are having a nice holiday here in America. Or if you're not in America, then your holiday is you're not in America. So I hope you're enjoying that as well. Thanks for tuning in. We're gonna start Diablo 3 today. And we've got a limited amount of time in order to finish this. So hopefully we've planned far enough in advance here, because we got T-minus 3 days, including today. I'm running a little bit late today because there was some other stuff to take care of. Setting up a new fan, and doing some dishes, and taking Midas out. Next thing you know, it's 2:30. Sometimes it wears on you, you know? You spend every ounce of energy you have trying to send Diablo back where he came from, to the pits of hell, and somehow he just keeps coming back. You dive under 16 floors of the cathedral in order to put him in the ground even deeper. You watch Tristram burn, rescuing the one sole survivor. Everyone else you knew and loved is gone. And just when you're one day off of retirement, you start to get an inkling that evil's stirring again. And you're the only one who can do anything about it. So here we are, back today. The demons respawn. They have a respawn timer. Diablo 3 is our chance to make things right for just a little bit. We'll have the briefest of reprieves between the world-ending evils of Diablo 3 and the universe-ending evils of Diablo 4. So let's earn ourselves a little peace and quiet. Maybe a vacation to the beaches. Whatever beaches are left after all the demons are done with them. I'm getting too old for this. But no, I'm really excited to start a new campaign today, because this is going to sound weird. Well, there's two things. The obvious reason I'm excited is because I have been obsessed with Diablo, right? That's the obvious reason. The less obvious reason is, apparently my listening comprehension is just terrible, okay? Because nobody's asked this, but I feel like it's an implied question. It's like, well, why are you playing the Diablo games again for the lore when you're recently telling us how you've been playing them so much off stream? Like, what? Is this just for us? Are you just doing this for chat? It's actually also for me. I played Diablo 2. When we first played with Alice, like, it was just the two of us, I did every single dialogue again. We listened to every dialogue, just like we did on stream. Tried to hear all the bits and pieces, but it didn't stick. Like, it was good, I enjoyed it, I had fun, but there was so much stuff that when we just finished this playthrough a couple days ago, I was like, oh, okay, no, I know what that's a reference to now. I think Diablo 1 was the missing puzzle piece to that. There's a lot of stuff that without Diablo 1 and subsequently 2, like, okay, without 1, 2 seems incredibly random and full of out of left field characters. Old man in cage, Deckard Cain, where'd he come from? Who cares about it? Like, why is he special? What is the significance of this burning town? Who are these characters? Like, why doesn't it? Why are the cutscenes doing what they're doing? Right? Like, there's a wanderer. Like, they're just, the characters seem completely randomized, I guess. without having that Diablo 1 puzzle piece. So playing it again the second time was really fun for me because I felt like it just contextualized. Why is everything Herodric? So, we actually just finished our own off-stream campaign of Diablo 3 last night. Saw the ending of Diablo 3. So I played it before, back in 2012, I guess, is when it came out. And played it off and on throughout the updates. Didn't really take to it very fast, I think, like most people. There was a rough launch. But then, even though I played it, we were kind of playing it yesterday, and there was, even then, there was stuff I was like, oh, huh, I've probably seen this area 5 times before, but never quite placed it. So, I'm actually looking forward to playing it through again, starting today, because having just finished D1 and D2, like, all of the contextual details are fresh on my mind, so I can appreciate the... I'm not saying that the plot is an onion layer, but the amount of references and inspiration from the previous games in terms of returning NPCs and areas that you'll fight in that you just seem like random areas unless you've played one or both of the previous games. Like, that kind of stuff is going to be cool. And also, I'm just going to play a character that I've been wanting to play. We're going to play D3 Necromancer. And I've never played the Necro. And I think it's going to have some interesting twists on the things I've already gotten to see. So we're going to be Bone Boys. Skeletons are getting down. Dabble 3. What's up, Pluto is a Planet? Thanks for the 26 months. The game definitely grew on me. Yeah, I think D3 did have that effect on a lot of people. There was a number from the Diablo 2 streams I saw that were kind of like, yeah, I played this at launch and really bounced off of Diablo 3 and have no idea about how many updates it's undergone. There's a lot of content in the game now, and a lot of it opens up once you get to level 70, like to max level, which is very different from Diablo 2 especially. What's up, Talk About Extremist? Jerk says Diablo 3 is my favorite Diablo. Yeah, I think there's actually a not insubstantial number of people who are just like, so, I don't know how to admit this, but I like Diablo 3. Is that okay? Like, I feel like even 11 years later, there's still this hesitation and this reticence to admit that you like Diablo 3, even though it has been a very good experience since 2014, roughly, is, I think, when, the huge overhauls to how loot was handled. I think that's loot 2.0, I believe, was in 2014, as they called it, which is just a funny name. That'll probably live in infamy. And that's also when they shut down, around when they shut down the auction house, which was one of the worst bits of Diablo 3. So they really kind of tightened it up less than 2 years after launch. Am I misremembering, or did Etal at some point mention summoning as a witch doctor in D3? Yeah, that was my character I was playing off stream. So, we just did a run, me as witch doctor, Alice as a barbarian. That auction house paid for my copy of D3. We got some item scalpers in chat. I hadn't played it after all the updated content, but I do remember feeling bored by Act 3 already. It's, just a lot different now. The campaign and the story is largely the same, but I think that the actual gameplay and the item progression has been streamlined in many respects to make the actual campaign more fun for that. The launch version of Diablo 3 was just incredibly stingy with loot. Like, worse than Diablo 2 in many respects, where you just couldn't get anything. And you were stuck playing through the entire campaign on normal difficulty and struggling kind of throughout it. Like, it was pretty boring, yeah. This is an important detail. They've since changed it ages ago, where you can change the difficulty as you play through the same campaign, which we're going to be doing extensively. So you're supposed to start on, if you have no other characters, you're supposed to start on like normal, hard if you like, suffering. So we're probably going to start on hard, and if it's too much suffering, then we'll tone it down. We're going to do all self-found loot. So I'm going to start a seasoned character, so I don't have any loot to share with. So we're just going to work our way up as if we never played Diablo 3 before, and see what we end up with and see what we get. We're not going to be taking anything from stashes. Nothing that is going to give us like a enhanced playthrough. Now, what's interesting about that is even with those restrictions, we're going to be bumping the difficulty up frequently, which will do a number of things. I'll be able to show this in a little bit more detail, but short version is whenever the game gets too easy, we crank the difficulty up because it gives us tangible rewards in the form of gold and also increased drop rates. So it makes the game harder, but it gives you XP as well. So you get more XP, more gold, more drops. So every time it starts getting like, oh, this is too easy, boom, bump up the difficulty again, which is very different from Diablo 2. 2 is like, you don't need to bump up the difficulty because you have a pretty good escalation, just a steady increase in difficulty act to act. And because it's just undergone so many changes over the years, 3 is kind of a mess in terms of balance. Like, you can't just play through the whole game on one difficulty. It's not going to work. They sort of just pivoted hard and decided to make the entire game predicated on you customizing the difficulty to your exact liking, which is good. Like, that, it's just a nice change of pace. I don't think it's better. It's just fun for a different reason. Also, what's up, Mad Dog Mac? Hello, Dizzy Puka. Gina, Shuddy, Uzu's subbing for 25 months. Thanks, Uz. Welcome back for over 2 years. Pluto's a Planet, thanks for the sub as well. Moludo Kilo was 14 hours ago. That was off stream. Hi, Moludo Kilo, if you're out there. And Ev Billiams sneaking in with the Prime sub. Also, Mad Dog subbing. Hey, thanks for dropping the Prime. Welcome aboard. Okay, chat, before we do any gameplay, before we do any character creator, we are going to be watching some videos. This is going to be your 1990s, mid-2000s class. I'm rolling out the wheeled TV set with the VCR, and we're going to be popping in some VHS because teacher didn't do his prep work today, and we need to eat. No, I'm just kidding. I actually did do a decent amount of sort of research on different things. That'll be fun to talk about. But yeah, we've got some fun history to go through. We're gonna go all the way back first to over 12 years ago. This is a video from September 25th, 2009, so 13 and a half years ago, and we're gonna see what I think is the first Diablo 3 teaser that was put out ahead of the launch. So, for context, this would have been close to 3 years ahead of launch. Diablo 3's exact launch date was May 15th, 2012, so it's about 2.5 years ahead of launch. And this is just a... I don't know if this was the first thing that we saw about Diablo 3. I don't remember that far back, but if it wasn't the first, it was basically among the first. So let's start there, shall we? Okay. First, you're gonna get a... Let's see. Let's close this. Hi. And away we go. Yeah, get your popcorn ready, because we got a few things to check out. So, the Diablo 3 teaser, May, it was probably shown at E3. I imagine this was E3 2009. I, for context, had just gotten to college. I was a couple years in. It would have been in September. I was a junior. I guess I was a junior in college. Yeah, because it's 2007 to 8 to 9. No, yeah, I had just started my junior year in college when this came out. I saw this on G4. Oh, G4 takes me back too. Are you just gonna keep that transition forever? It makes me laugh every time. At this point, I'm just too lazy to change it, Dorito. And if it works, it works. Also, what's up, Papa Joe? You're here just in time for the movies. We got the movies. Thanks for the tier 1 sub, by the way. Get cozy. All right. The first thing we saw about Diablo 3. Let's roll it. I'll need to adjust the volume.
It has been said. That in the end of all things, we would find a new beginning. But as the shadow once again crawls across our world, and the stench of terror drifts on a bitter wind, the people pray for strength and guidance. They should pray for the mercy of a swift death. For I have seen what the darkness hides. I don't think it's safe here.
There's something funny to me about, like, seeing Diablo's face breathe fire from his throat, his guttural roar, like a Balrog in The Lord of the Rings. And then the very next thing you say is, I don't think it's safe here. What gave you that idea? Was it the visions of all the demons and... Oh wait, hold on. I don't think it's safe here. Wait a second. I think that was a message. Perhaps that was a cry for help from the original Diablo 3 dev team and game directors. They could sense the angry nerds amassing. They just knew something was wrong. They weren't sure what. And then Diablo 3 would release to a cacophony of violent reactions. Yeah, that must have been why it didn't feel safe here. Anyway, I think that was the E3 trailer 2009 for Diablo 3. It kind of just borrows a number of the cinematics from the actual game, but it's still fun to look at. Get a little piece of history just to get started. It was cool to see the chapel from Diablo 1 in the trailer, which I would never have recognized without these streams. Exactly the dark. I missed all the other streams. I hope I didn't miss anything too important. Yeah, just, 2/3 of the entire franchise. No problem. About to be 50%, so the amount that you've missed is going down with each decade, leading to a new Diablo releasing. Can you catch us up? Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Some catch up and some recap just before we start. I'm gonna try not to spend hours on it because we have a lot of game to get through in just 3 days, and I can't extend it. It's coming out whether I want it to or not. So we're just watching that was the teaser. Now let's watch. These are a couple 3-minute promotional trailers that they did for the different character classes. I'll save what I think is the best one for last. These are kind of funny to watch, just because it contextualizes where we were on YouTube, even not just in terms of the This is fun to watch from a YouTube content creation standpoint, because these videos are from 2010. Again, a couple of years before Diablo 3 would originally launch. And I hadn't even started making YouTube videos at that point. My actual partnered channel, which I don't even think is partnered anymore, because YouTube is stupid, is like mine started in 2011, about a year after these trailers came out. And that'll kind of paint a picture, like before even my first YouTube video with a commentary behind it. This is what we were watching and considered to be cutting edge. Like this was the pinnacle of game release hype. So let's take a look at that next, shall we? These are class trailers. I could only find 3 of them. I found one for the wizard, one for the monk, and one for the demon hunter. And I think the demon hunter is the best one, if I remember correctly. So this is going to be kind of funny to watch, just for historical content creation's sake. Old YouTube.
You think you're so powerful. You're not welcome here. If you go in there, you'll be eaten alive. Mark my words, wizard.
I'm allergic to official Diablo Machinima animated trailers. They even used gameplay for the trailer? Okay. You killed them off screen? Outplay.
You dare to bring the warmth of life into my tomb? Prepare yourself, mortal, to serve me for all eternity.
Okay, anyway, we're not going to watch the actual gameplay portion of this. I'm just watching it for the, like, you'll see the gameplay. And it is funny, though, because the gameplay in their original trailers is so tame. It's so mild. It's just like, oh, look, I'm killing 2 guys. They just did, like, an ultimate ability where they become, like, 6 shadow people to kill 1 regular enemy. Like, that was considered a gameplay trailer for Diablo way back when, and it's just funny to see. Okay, next. That was probably one of the worst. The wizard's probably one of the worst ones. I think the monk is also pretty bad. The demon hunter one's actually good. Okay, so here is the monk trailer. This has that World of Warcraft level machinima. Yeah, that's why I wanted to watch this. 2010 teasers. It feels like a different team worked on each one, also.
Please, are you heading to Alcarnus? The city's been overrun by the cultists. I barely escaped with my life. But you, hero, you must go. You must help. I will show you. There it is.
I can't see it. It's all sandy.
Can't you hear their screams on the wind? Welcome to the city of your dead, hero.
It was a trap! Hell yeah! Get those guys, Monk! That was amazing.
You're alive. But that's not possible.
Reveal yourself, deceiver.
Stomach fireball. Reflect it. Look at that dodge. I am one with the Force. This is so good. Kick that guy. Hell yeah. That was class. That was so good. I remember this seeming a lot cooler when it first came out. That's okay. If you joined in the middle of this is from 2010, before Diablo 3 even came out. These were our hype trailers. These were the things that were getting us excited for the Diablo 3 release. And also, this was peak YouTube. Like 2010 YouTube, machinima style content was so popular and omnipresent that there was a whole company called Machinima that was the biggest MCN on YouTube for a while. I was part of it before that. That went hard in 2010. It's hard to put that into context now, but yeah, that was considered like top animation for YouTube advertising. All right, we have one more. Are you planning on following a build again? No, we don't really need to follow a build guide for Diablo 3. Diablo 3 is much more forgiving, and I think it's much more focused on experimentation and just kind of feeling things out. You can't... Diablo 3 really took Diablo 2's limited respecs personally in some interesting ways. It very much feels like a game designed by people who were annoyed with very particular isms of the Diablo franchise. So we'll be able to take a look at all of that. But we got one more trailer. And this one's arguably the best, at least in terms of like how it is put together in terms of story. Let me blow my nose real quick and cue up the Demon Hunter trailer. Okay, let's do this. Demon Hunter character class. I could only find these three. I don't remember if there were more than these, but these are the ones I could find. This is also August 2010.
Someone survived.
Flammable blood.
Don't come any closer.
You probably ran until you couldn't take another step. I remember that feeling.
I had no choice.
You always have a choice.
We're going to die here, aren't we?
No. As long as I'm here, they are the prey. And I am the hunter.
Pew, 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 pew. Pull a shotgun! Head explosion! Pew! Alright, we don't have to watch the gameplay. Hold on.
You have a choice. Hunted or hunter.
Okay, that NPC needs to be a character. There needs to be, like, who is this person on the left? She's about to become like a new main character. I'm gonna laugh when she's the new rogue in D4. Like the lady on the left is the rogue on D4 or something. Anyway, I like the Demon Hunter trailer the best personally. Like the Monk trailer is the best in terms of silly 2010 fight choreography that's hilarious to watch. I think that the Witch Hunter or the Demon Hunter one is probably the most cinematic of the cinematics. Monk was top meme material. Yeah. So those are the 2010s trailers pre-release that I could find. Since we're going to play the Necro, I figure we'll watch just the intro for the Necro when they did the announcement at BlizzCon 2016. So fast forward, let's see how much of a difference 6 years makes. I don't want to watch the gameplay because I want to do the gameplay. But let's see how much difference 6 years makes in terms of like cinematic cutscene quality. We're gonna play Necro today. So this is gonna be us.
Death has ravaged our world. And the balance that sustained us has been lost. We feared this day would come when the lands are ruined and the champions of the light can no longer save those in need. But I will. For I wield the power they cannot. And a new army of the dead shall rise at my command.
All right, I don't want to watch the gameplay because I just want to play it, but there you go. Some good voice acting, yeah. That's going to be our hero. Okay. So, we got a couple more interesting things to watch. This is movie day to get started. I'm trying to set the stage so we can have the feeling at least that Diablo 3 is the game that's about to release and not Diablo 4. We gotta get in the spirit. If you thought things couldn't get any edgier. If you're playing Diablo and you're not expecting edge, you're playing the wrong game series, I think. It's part of the fun. Diablo is the kind of place where we're all allowed to embrace the edgiest versions of ourselves without fear of being judged. So, this is the game we've been waiting 10 plus years for. D3, baby. Hell yeah. What's up, Dr. Squeaks? Thanks for 29 months. Has been loving the nostalgia marathon. Keeps reminding me why I've been pulled back to these games for decades now. Hey, I'm glad you're having fun too, and enjoying the vibes. I've had a ton of fun. This has just been something I've looked forward to basically every day since we started it. I'll be a little sad when it's over, but we'll just keep trucking, you know? You can't... I can't start thinking about it being over and it hasn't even begun. Like, we got a whole game to get through and the Diablo 4 launch. But I think it's not like I'm sad that it's gonna be over at some point. It's more like self-awareness in my own hyperfixation. Like, I think I dread the in-between points where I'm not excited about something, I guess. Like, I'm really overly aware right now that I have something special because it actually has captured my attention for 2 months now and ongoing with the release of D4, and I'm kind of like, but what am I going to do after that? And it's like, don't worry about that. Just enjoy the moment, you know? For example, Chad, I haven't played my Marvel Snap dailies in 2 days. This is the longest I've gone cold turkey. Without this is day 2 and I haven't even opened the app. I didn't even look yesterday. Diablo is fixing you. My first ever Diablo character was named Boner's Zone, and I will never regret it. It formed me, for better or worse. D3 had a DLC, right? Yeah, Diablo 3 had a DLC called Reaper of Souls, which was very good, and the arrival of which basically harkened in the fixing of Diablo 3 into a fun game. Which we'll talk about that some more once we get into the game too. But it was a very meaningful and impactful DLC. And it does come with D3 if you end up getting the Primeval collection or whatever their D3 collection is called now when it goes on sale for like $15. It has all the DLCs. Necromancer was its own character pack. So we'll talk about all that stuff. But yeah, Necromancer was separate. Reaper of Souls added the Crusader and was preempted by a free update to Diablo 3 called Loot 2.0, which changed the dynamics of how the moment-to-moment game played in terms of the loot cycle. And it was very, very big deal. Talix, obviously the choice for D3 or 4 is yours. I just want to try to bring some rationale. Lore Marathon into Demon Hunter if available. That's our goal after all, right? If not, then Sorcerer. I just hope for magic graphics. That's prettier. Sorcerers probably will be the prettiest particle effect class to play in Diablo 4 for sure. And I think I've actually seen that reflected. Even the people writing the Icy Veins like hardcore guides are like, yeah, I think Sorcerer is my third favorite class because it's the prettiest to play. Like, it just has the nicest animations. It may not be the most powerful, but it is like fun to look at. But my plans right now, I want to play Necromancer. That's locked in for Diablo 3. And the Demon Hunter would also be fun, but I think that the Necro will be more fun to watch. And also, I think that it has some good lore. I think that the Necromancer has some nice lore with D3. It has a lot of relevance. You can imagine that an expansion, we have an Act 5, much like in Diablo 2, where the expansion added an Act 5. In that Act 5, it was Baal. I don't want to do any spoilers for bosses or anything in Diablo 3, so no story spoilers, no boss spoilers for Diablo 3 are on. But you can imagine that if an Act 5 comes out in an expansion called Reaper of Souls, that the Necromancer probably has some impact on that kind of lore. So it'll be fun to kind of see how those two things interact, because I haven't actually played Necro before. This will be my first ever Necro in all of Diablo. So looking forward to that too. But D4 is still undecided. I still haven't really picked one. Okay, so the briefest of lores for D1 and D2. We watched a whole D1 lore video. You're not going to be able to pay attention while this song comes up. So we're just going to pause. We're going to hit the floor in a second, okay? Otherwise, that's going to sneak up on us. Let's put that. Okay, Diablo 1. We played as a warrior, arriving at the town of Tristram because we knew that there was trouble. The trouble was that the King Leoric's son, Prince Albrecht, had gone missing, apparently in the town. So we were tasked with finding and retrieving Leoric's son, Prince Albrecht, before anything bad could happen to him, because there were just crazy things happening in the town. Turns out that one of the bishop of the town was in cahoots with the demons and had lured a bunch of the townspeople, especially children, into the pits of hell in order to make sacrifices to the demons. So they were trying to find a vessel that Diablo, the demon, could inhabit. That was the whole premise. So a bunch of the town's children were basically sacrificed under the cathedral in order to try to find the proper host. So Wirt was a character who's a pretty infamous Diablo character who was taken but rescued. A group of townspeople tried to stage a rescue and go in and fight in order to bring them back. They were able to rescue Wirt, but not after he was only after he was tortured. He lost a leg and basically became a little shit. He's dead as of Diablo 2, and that's where you pick up Wirt's leg. And at the end of the game, it's an Easter egg. That's actually a very important place to grind for different types of loot in Diablo 2, and you can combine it in the Heraldric Cube to open the secret cow level. That was just like a fun Easter egg place, but it's actually a nice place to farm. Farming cows? Couldn't be. So anyway, you go in as the warrior, and you start fighting all the demons, digging deeper in the cathedral. You end up coming across some very strong opponents in the form of the demon known as the Butcher, who's kind of a mainstay of the Diablo franchise now. And we didn't get to see him in our playthrough, but we got the background lore on him. And you also come across the Skeleton King, who I believe the Skeleton King in Diablo 1 is the spirit of King Leoric, basically. Is that correct, chat? I'm trying to make sure I get all this right. So King Leoric's dead down there, and there's all of these other knights. You end up fighting a lot of demons who are also knights, and I'm really paraphrasing just to keep this simple, but essentially those are the demon form of the knights that King Leoric's company took down there in order to try to rescue his son, and who were subsequently turned or killed or resurrected. I don't know. Anyway, it's those guys. So they didn't win, right? That didn't go very well. So as the warrior, you get all the way down. You end up finding a boy who has just been sacrificed. It's not Prince Albrecht. And after defeating the bishop's in there making the sacrifice. You kill the bishop, and then, of course, you end up going to the final floors and defeating Diablo himself. When you defeat Diablo himself, the main character, the warrior, who you've been playing as this entire time, rips a soul stone, which was basically a container, like a genie in a bottle type situation for Diablo, and rips it out of the head of Diablo. Diablo's demon form then turns into a human form, and it's revealed that Prince Albrecht was actually the host of Diablo. You were too late. He had already been sacrificed, and he was the new host for Diablo, whom you just defeated and killed. So now Warrior has to see dead Prince Albrecht on the ground, and it's revealed that the Warrior isn't just anybody. He is the other son of King Leoric. He is one of the other princes. So he just finished an entire campaign where he saw his father dead as a skeleton and had to kill him, and his brother hosting a demon and having to kill his own brother, seeing his mangled form with a hole in his head from this giant gemstone, and his mind shatters and breaks, and he decides that this demon can only be potentially contained within himself. If he's strong enough to defeat Diablo, maybe he's strong enough to contain Diablo as well, because they don't know how to destroy the soul stones. So he just jams this sharp stone directly into his head and absorbs the soul or whatever of Diablo, and tries to contain the ethereal demon form inside the stone. So that's Diablo 1. Okay, you got the whole recap in like 5 minutes. In Diablo 2, that one's a little harder to just explain. But effectively, you rescue Deckard Cain. He was in Tristram from the original game. He's the only survivor after the town is ravaged and put ablaze by demons. They leave Deckard for dead inside of a cage where he was supposed to just suffer in torment, but you rescue him. Unfortunately, the rest of the town is dead and burned, including all the townspeople. You have to kill the armorer from the first game who has become a demon in the second game, and it's very tragic. So with Deckard's help, and he's a secret, knowledgeable, mystic. I don't know. He's a Haradrim, but the Haradrim themselves are kind of like a secret order of forbidden knowledge to fight against the demons, right? That's the easiest way to explain that. Can you explain Metal Gear next? So with Deckard's help, you end up taking the fight back to the demons. You're chasing them because there has been this mysterious wanderer who is traveling across the lands, and in his wake, this is Diablo 2, in the wake of this mysterious wanderer, demons are cropping up in every city behind him. And it's revealed that the wanderer is actually Diablo / the warrior from the first game. He's being corrupted completely by Diablo, and his shattered mind is basically losing the fight against the demon, and his human form is sort of deteriorating. So you give chase to him because it's like, oh, Diablo's back. You're on the heels of the warrior. You find out that Diablo is attempting to reunite with his brothers, who are the other evils. There's 7 total evils, 4 prime evils and 3 lesser evils. And typically in Diablo lore, the evils are constantly at each other's throats and are sabotaging each other, and their inability to work together is the reason why they have been unsuccessful so far. 3 prime, 4 other. Okay, sorry. 3 prime evils, 4 lesser evils. The 3 prime evils are Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal. And the lesser evils are Endariel, Duriel, and Asmodan, and Belial. Did I get those off the top of my head? I'm loring right now, chat. I'm Diablo loring. And italics. Yeah, I'm one of the lesser evils. I never really understood Marius' arc. Marius is just a hapless man who got caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time. So the premise of Diablo 2 is that Diablo was trying to reunite and actually forge an alliance of sorts with the other evils and kind of work together. So you follow in his footsteps and try and stop him from accomplishing those goals. You're frequently too late, and you end up having to kill Endariel in Act 1, one of the lesser evils, Duriel in Act 2, another one of the lesser evils. Act 3, they're able to release Mephisto, which is a whole thing, and then you have to kill Mephisto. So Prime Evil is dead. Then you take Mephisto's Soul Stone and destroy it on the Hellforge in Act 4. So Mephisto should be canonically gone. If he comes, I wouldn't mind if he comes back in 4. They're gonna have to like do some mental gymnastics to bring him back. But he's effectively ultra dead. And then in Act 4, the end of the vanilla game, you end up fighting Diablo himself in a cathedral in the pit of hell. It's a pretty cool battlefield. And that was the end of the vanilla game. Then they added Lord of Destruction to continue and finish the story, and that's where Baal comes in. And you end up defeating Baal too. So, Marius is just a guy who sort of enabled the evils. He's manipulated by demons the entire time. It has some cool cutscenes. In my mind, Marius represents the curiosity of humanity and how they're able to be manipulated by these higher powers. Whoa, whoa, what about the World Stone? All right, we're gonna watch a lore video for that. We're gonna watch a lore video. All the evils are named in the Diablo 1 manual, by the way. Ahead of the other games. Yeah, they're not, the names are not spoilers. They're in the first manual. So, we'll watch a brief D2 lore video. But anyway, let's watch, we just watched the Monk trailer. Holly was in the stream a couple days ago and mentioned this video that I didn't know existed. So of course we're gonna watch the Diablo 3 anime. Okay? Hopefully there's no copyright music in this, but there was a Diablo 3 anime that was put out May 8th, 2012. So I think this was just before the game came out. I don't think I've seen this. If I have, it's been a very long time. So this was like the release trailer hype video for D3. Sorry, VOD watchers.
Since the first spark of creation, angels have waged the eternal conflict to defeat the forces of darkness and corruption. Led by the Angira's council, their unity made them an indomitable force for light and righteousness. Stand fast! Oriel, Archangel of Hope.
So loud.
Malthael, Archangel of Wisdom. Ethereal, Archangel of Fate. Tyrael, Archangel of Justice.
Jesus!
You're coming.
And Imperious, the Archangel of Valor.
There's a kaiju, yeah.
Hold, Imperious. We must regroup our forces.
Hold! Victory is within our grasp. We press on, brother!
This is actually good lore. And relevant.
Diablo. Are you prepared to face me alone, Imperious? your brethren.
He cut off a horn! All of this.
You fear them seeing you for what you truly are.
For a drop of blood.
I fear nothing!
This was your trap, Diablo. Pitiful.
Yet, here you all are.
At last, we have captured one of the prime evils. Holding him will surely turn the tide of war in our favor.
Take your vengeance, Imperius. Seal your victory.
This is not justice, brother. Nor does this decision lie with you alone. If you slay him, he will simply return in time. But if we imprison him... Against his kind, there could only be blood for blood!
Sacrilege.
So much for your unity. The trap, at last, is sprung.
That's disgusting. The good guys won!
Angels, demons. I fear their conflict will soon engulf the world of men. And when it does, what hope will there be when even the wrath of angels cannot be quenched?
There we go. The Diablo 3 anime. The trap was my own death, you fools! What a good episode of the Diablo anime. All the way back from 2012. What's interesting about that is that style of animation has become very popular for gameplay trailers. I've been seeing it. I remember the Dead Cells team uses a similar looking style. That they're not the animators, but they employed. There's that one animation team that's done like Hades 2. So they were a little ahead of their time, I think, with this being a full animated, like 6-7 minute. That's actually important lore. That will be all of everything in that video is very relevant in Diablo 3. And I have never seen it, I don't think. At least I don't remember it. So we're getting started with some important bits. Now, chat, we have... I think we should probably get... There's one more video. I just don't know if it's worth... I want to watch it, but I also want to play. It does look super cool. It does look super cool. I feel like it wouldn't be a bad thing to have like a D2 lore refresher, because this is basically like the story so far from Diablo 2 right into Diablo 3. Why start now? This is a watch party stream. E-Town, we're forgetting Diablo Immortal. Winky face. Here's the thing. The funny part about Diablo Immortal is I don't think that we could even do a playthrough of it, because I'd probably just be able to play X amount and then have to stop because I can't progress the story without doing X dailies, and then my dailies are up for the day or something like that. I'm sure that that's a mechanic. Like, I'm saying that completely baselessly, but I'm almost certain you can't just marathon through the Diablo Immortal story in like 1 or 2 days without some time-gated free-to-play stuff. But also, I just don't think any of it is necessary to know, but I could be completely wrong. Like, you can go straight up to from D2 to D3, and there really aren't any gaps that... There's gaps, but it doesn't... I don't feel like it hurts not to know. I don't count Immortal as canon. That's fair. All right, let's do the D2 summary. By the way, thanks for the subs. I appreciate it. Trolls, thanks for the 16 months. Appreciate it, Prime. Welcome back. Chief Sheepo for 8 months, priming. Howdy, Sheepo. And Crather gifting us up the hypothetical fluff. Hey, how you doing? Twitch is so twitchy today. Hopefully everything's working all right. But thanks for the gift subs. D4 was already in development before Immortal started. Yeah, that's how I feel. Like, you don't have to... You might enjoy watching Rogue One, but you don't need to watch Rogue One to just continue from episode 3 to episode 4. You can watch it, except in that case, it was a good movie. Like, I liked watching it. It's just not lore integral, I don't think. Okay, chat. Let's watch the D2 lore video. We've already put this much work into the lore franchise run, so why take a shortcut now? I'm gonna watch that. I really enjoyed this content creator, Dark Lore Dash. I'll post the video that we're gonna watch. I've already subscribed to them. Recommend that you do too. They got a bunch of things in prep for D4 that we're not gonna watch yet, but seems like a really good content creator and consolidates an entire game in Diablo 2. We're going to watch it right now. The video I just linked. There we go. So let's do it.
Since the first spark of creation.
Okay, some of the game... There will be some gameplay from Diablo 4, because I think this was made like 9 months ago or something. So they have some... For B-roll, they use gameplay and stuff from different games, so don't get confused. This is the story of Diablo 2 Resurrected.
Angels have waged the eternal conflict to defeat the forces of darkness and corruption.
The eternal conflict.
And the anime.
Since the beginning, light and darkness engaged in an eternal war called the eternal conflict, each vying for the power to hold sway over all creation. On one side of this conflict were the angels of the high heavens, warriors led by the Angiris Council of Archangels, who believed that only absolute order could govern the realms. On the other, the demonic denizens of the burning hells, led by the prime evils, Diablo, Baal, and Mephisto, who claimed that darkness and chaos were at the center of all things. Yet, despite the length and sheer magnitude of the battles between these factions, neither could gain dominion over the other for long. The Archangel Inarius, exhausted by the endless conflict between the heavens and hells, sought to create a peaceful world devoid of the strife that had consumed both realms for so long. To this end, he joined forces with the demoness Lilith, daughter of hatred, and renegade angels and demons sympathetic to their cause to create the mortal realm of Sanctuary. Inarius utilized the World Stone, a powerful artifact that had long been fought over by both factions, to conceal Sanctuary from the prying eyes of heaven and hell. The dissident angels and demons of Sanctuary gave birth to the forebears of humanity, the Nephilim. When it was found that the power of these entities could eclipse that of their progenitors, some were concerned that their strength might draw the attention of the high heavens and burning hells. When Inarius left to contemplate this revelation in solitude, Lilith, fearing for the safety of her children, rampaged through Sanctuary and butchered every angel and demon residing in the realm. Inarius was forced to banish her to the void and tampered with the World Stone to curtail the power of the Nephilim. Each generation grew weaker, their lifespans diminishing over time until they fully transformed into a race of mortals who possessed little knowledge of their forebears.
Angels, demons. I fear their conflict will soon engulf the world of men.
Did we see Sanctuary in D2? Okay, Sanctuary is just the name for the place that Diablo takes place on. Sanctuary just is the world for all intents and purposes of Diablo 2 and Diablo 1 and Diablo 3. Where can I watch this? Right there.
And when it does, what hope will there be when even the wrath of angels cannot be quenched?
The Sin War. For a time, mankind led a peaceful existence in Sanctuary, but as with all good things, such was not to last. The Lords of the Burning Hells unearthed the mortal realm that had been hidden from them, enkindling the great Sin War. This struggle saw Inarius pitted against the forces of Hell, each attempting to subtly coerce and manipulate the humans to their respective sides. Both vied for control over mankind, the demons seeking to brandish the mortal denizens of Sanctuary as weapons in the eternal conflict, while Inarius sought to keep control of the perfect world he had created. To influence humanity, the prime evils of the Burning Hells founded the Triune Temple. This cult was comprised of 3 branches devoted, unbeknownst to the mortals, to alter egos of the prime evils themselves, Mephis, Dialon, and Bala. The Triune slowly and subtly seduced humanity to the side of sin, growing in number as the decades passed, and the influence of the prime evils went unchecked. In an attempt to offset the Triune's growing power, Inarius adopted the guise of the Prophet and created the Cathedral of Light to preach the tenets of the high heavens. The stalemate between light and dark continued in Sanctuary as it had in heaven and hell. Both the Triune and the Cathedral of Light spread their respective gospels throughout the lands and amassed swaths of believers until their game of chess was upset by the return of humanity's first mother, Lilith. Lilith weakened the inhibitions put upon the Worldstone by Inarius, allowing the Nephilim to regain their former powers. She then manipulated a farmer, Uldician Uldiomed, into weaponizing his reawakened Nephilim abilities. Uldician led his fellow Nephilim in a revolt against the Triune and the Cathedral of Light, further manipulating the Worldstone to amplify the Nephilim's otherworldly powers and drawing the attention of the high heavens to Sanctuary in doing so. A triplicate war broke out, ending only when Inarius banished Lilith to the void once more, and Uldician realized that the unchecked Nephilim could spell the doom for all of Sanctuary. He sacrificed himself to once more suppress the power of the Worldstone, divesting his fellow Nephilim of the regained abilities in the process. Following Uldician's sacrifice, the Angiras Council and Mephisto convened to decide the fate of Sanctuary. Both sides of
I didn't learn any of this from D2, or maybe I'm dumb. A lot of this is from the novels that were put out. There's like a 4-book series that is like a really cool illustrated Diablo lore book. That's like Book of Cain, Book of Tyrael, Sin Wars, and something else. So a lot of this is just consolidating that information because, yeah, I think the novels are canon. So this is none of the stuff they just said is from Diablo 2. This is just stuff that's helpful to know going into 3 and 4. And this is just Diablo 2 resurrected the story so far. So actually now I'm curious. I picked this video because I thought it was going to summarize Diablo 2 resurrected story. But now I'm wondering, was this... We'll see. This is still like useful information to have, especially because a lot of it is related to Diablo 4. So I want to know it anyways, but I'm curious.
The Sin War came to an eventual agreement in exchange for Inarius' eternal imprisonment in the Burning Hells by Mephisto. Heaven and Hell would refrain from interfering in the affairs of Sanctuary and would instead allow humanity's future generations to walk the paths of light or dark of their own unbiased accord. Thus, mankind's memories of the Sin War and of the demons and angels that had once walked amongst them were erased, and the entire affair faded quietly into history. The Dark Exile and the Herodrum. The agreement Mephisto had made with the Angiras Council drew the ire of the 4 lesser evils of the Burning Hells, who had begun to question the authority of the prime evils. They believed the three to be unfit to continue to fight against the high heavens and began an uprising that consumed all of hell. The lesser evil.
No spoilers. This is just from the trailer. Shh, chat. We're just gonna listen. We're gonna be on listen mode for this
Emerged
part.
victorious and exiled the prime evils of the mortal realm. Mephisto, Diablo, and Baal swept through Sanctuary, ravaging its eastern lands for decades and leaving immense suffering and chaos in their wake. Their presence was eventually noticed by Tyrael, the Archangel of Justice. To combat the prime evils, Tyrael formed the Horodrim, a faction of powerful mages who devoted themselves to the destruction of the demon lords. The Horodrim pursued the three throughout Sanctuary, armed with soul stones fashioned out of the Worldstone shards by Tyrael that were capable of imprisoning the prime evils. The Horodrim succeeded in capturing 2 of the 3.
Okay, I want to listen to this because what they're showing stuff that doesn't happen until later in Diablo 3, but they're talking about stuff that happened before Diablo 3. So how do we reconcile this? We can. It's almost actually. I think they're about done with that section. Okay.
Demon lords within soul stones and locked them away.
All right, I want to hear that
After
part again.
3 demon lords to the prime evil stone shards, the destruction of the demon lord.
Okay, I was doing the stupid mouth thing and not actually listening. All right, this section's only 60 seconds, and then we can switch back to the video.
To combat the prime evils, Tyrael formed the Horodrim, a faction of powerful mages who devoted themselves to the destruction of the demon lords. The Horodrim pursued the 3 throughout Sanctuary, armed with soul stones fashioned out of the Worldstone shards by Tyrael that were capable of imprisoning the prime evils. The Horodrim.
Okay, so Tyrael formed the Horodrim, a group of mages, and he used shards from the World Stone to fashion soul stones in order to capture and contain the prime evils, and basically provided a faction to try and pursue the 3, as they're called, the 3 prime evils, and hopefully capture them. Tyrael, of course, is intervening in doing this after there was a truce between the angels and the demons to not interfere and let mankind be either good or evil of their own free will. Okay? So there's the summary.
Succeeded in capturing 2 of the 3 demon lords within soul stones and locked them away. After a lengthy pursuit, Jared Kane and his fellow Horodrim sealed the last of the 3 prime evils, Diablo, and hid his soul stone beneath Tristram Cathedral. With the evil of the prime evils no longer looming over the land and the duty entrusted to them by Tyrael accomplished, the Horodrim slowly faded away.
So, that's the origin of Diablo 1. They got Diablo's soul stone, they captured Diablo, put him under the cathedral in Tristram, and there he stayed. And that's why Deckard Cain is in the town at the beginning. He's probably just the last Horodrim who's in charge of making sure nothing happens there.
Once more, the people of Sanctuary knew peace.
Okay, we can change it back now because there's no more Diablo 3 video. Chat, the is this gonna be on the test is the are you winning son of chat. It's like the 2010 it's like a 2010 Penny Arcade comic of a good joke, you mean. Are you Lauren's son? I am, yeah. Let's see. It's not the part. It's not the fact that one person says it. It's the fact that like everyone says it, but like 45 seconds apart, and you don't know that you're like the 12th person. It's one of the original memes. I was first. Archery first. Immediately derails the stream. Are we going to go through meme history next? Yes. Okay, so Diablo 1. Diablo is contained under the cathedral by the Herodrum. And there he is.
The Darkening of Tristram. Years later, a well-liked monarch named Leoric came to Tristram and named the town his seat of power. Unbeknownst to Leoric, the Soul Stone had been sealed beneath the cathedral long ago and had become corrupted by Diablo's power over time. Leoric's advisor, the Archbishop Lazarus, found himself drawn to the Soul Stone and the energy emanating from it. Diablo corrupted Lazarus and compelled him to free the demon's weakened spirit. To manifest himself once more, Diablo sought a mortal body to house his ephemeral soul. He tried, first, to possess Leoric, but was unable to fully dominate him, leaving the king a maddened and senseless husk of his former self. Diablo turned then to Leoric's son, Prince Ulbricht. The demon forced Lazarus to embed the Soul Stone into Ulbricht's forehead, thereby allowing Diablo to seize control of the prince's body. Leoric, driven mad by Diablo's failed possession, accused the people of Tristram of masterminding his son's disappearance and began executing those he deemed guilty. Leoric's knights were forced to slay their king, leaving Tristram with neither ruler nor heir to guide them through the encroaching darkness. Lazarus took advantage of this uncertainty and united the people of Tristram to rescue Prince Ulbricht, luring them into the catacombs neath the cathedral. Townsfolk rallied en masse, but the lies of Lazarus led them only to their gruesome deaths at the hands of the monstrous butcher. Diablo, fed by these sacrifices, grew in power and began summoning demons to terrorize the countryside as he continued to regain his strength in preparation to free his brothers Baal and Mephisto from their own prisons. From the darkness emerged an unlikely hero, one of many drawn to Tristram seeking to put an end to the plague of demons. He delved deep into the labyrinth bowels of the cathedral, slaughtering fiends and uncovering Diablo's nefarious plot before coming face to face with the prime evil himself. The hero succeeded in besting Diablo, but was forced to embed the Soul Stone within his own forehead to contain the Lord of Terror once more.
Close your eyes. Yeah! Okay. That was not the Diablo 2 backstory at all, but there was a lot there was a lot of good extra lore there nonetheless.
What was the...
Hold on. The Untold Fate of Diablo 2 Resurrected's character classes. There are so many cool videos on this channel.
Who just...
Okay. And not watch this for D2 lore summary. Yeah, that was a watch this before you play Diablo 2 lore summary. Diablo, okay, the canon account of Diablo 2 is somewhat harder to pin down just because you don't have a single character as the lore character. But essentially, we defeated the three primevals and destroyed the soul stone of one of them, and then defeated two of the lesser evils. And then between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3, there is a lore jump. There's a time jump. So I feel like I understand Diablo lore more, at least. Yeah, that's sort of the step in the right direction, yeah. Is Baal a primeval? Yeah. I believe that's why the Diablo 1 and 2 collection is called the Primeval Collection, actually. So if you were wondering what that is for, that's what it is. I still think there has to be a better anti-demon technique other than forehead piercing. I think the canon of D2 is that all the heroes ganged up. Yes, the canon of D2 is that the heroes worked together to vanquish evil. Because you could play it, you played it in co-op, up to 8-player co-op. All the classes were represented. So all of the classes in Diablo 2 was the group of heroes who defeated evil, whether you did it by yourself or not. Right? And that's where we're going to jump in. Let's do it. It's game time, chat. We all banded together for Act 4 Nightmare Rush. Please go, go, go. The rest of the lore, I'll just help you piece. We'll help each other piece together as it comes up in Diablo 3. How about that? Because it's actually, like, I've played the Diablo 2 storyline not once but twice. Like, I've played through listening to every bit of dialogue. And I've played through just to play through also 2 more times on top of that. And it's still a difficult game to summarize succinctly. Like the game 1 storyline, I think, is very simple, but it's very tight as a narrative. Diablo 2's story is a little bit more of a, and Diablo 3. Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 have very much a, we need you to go get this artifact, which you didn't know existed, but I just told you about. Like, I do think it's funny in Diablo 2 how it's like, we need to defend the World Stone. They're going to corrupt the World Stone. It's like, bro, you haven't mentioned the World Stone until Act 5. I didn't even know it existed, but I'm ready to go save it. This is the first time I'm hearing about the World Stone and the Mountain of Barbarians, but I'm on my way. Let's go get them. So there's a lot of sort of just injected stuff. Haradrim keep all the secrets. Way too many. All right, here we go, gamers. Behold, we're not playing as the Crusader, but this was my main Diablo character back when Reaper of Souls came out. This was my OG. Let's see, how much did I, we got Paragon 282. And 152 hours played on this character. 152 hours or so. Decent amount of time. I've known about this World Stone for 5 minutes, but I would give my life to protect it. Now, this was a fun tune. I really like the Crusader quite a lot. Super fun. We are going to choose a new hero. This is not the Witch Doctor I'm playing off stream. This was just one that I played till like level 26. The Switch characters are not interchangeable with the PC, so I have a level 70 Witch Doctor that I just started building a set for. Me and Alice just finished Diablo 3 for our fun playthrough off stream yesterday. So coming off of that, I'm actually super looking forward to jumping back in today, because half the stuff in Diablo 3 I was not able to contextualize because I hadn't played D1 or D2 recently. I didn't know you could name your characters the same name. I think I always name my character Italics because I was always playing in co-op. I never really played by myself, so when you're playing with like 4-player co-op and you want to go, hey guys, come over here, then they need to know who to follow because they know my voice, you know? So naming it like Berguffin or something would have just been like, which one of you is the... These are all stupid names I'm reading, like, haha, so funny. Very funny names, but who am I supposed to be listening to right now? So I just, for simplicity's sake, kept it Italics. I think co-op just shows your account name anyway, so character name didn't matter much. I demand this playthrough be named Berguffin. But I did get a wizard to level 70. But what's funny is you can see how old my account is, because I think wizard was my first character, and you can see that I played through 25 hours and I was just on expert difficulty, which is not going to be the case for this playthrough. We're going to be way higher than expert difficulty after 25 gameplay hours for sure. So this was back when loot was very thin, and the auction house was still in the game. I think that the wizard was probably the first character that I played. And I had a level 65 monk that I never even finished, and that one's just on normal difficulty campaign. So things changed a lot. By the time we get to level 65, we're going to be playing on like Torment 1 or Torment 2, which is a much higher difficulty. The difficulty system has changed entirely top to bottom. And then my main was the Crusader, where I actually have a decent like set build, I think. Let me see. Can I look at my profile? Yeah, I had Roland's Visage, full set. Golden Flins for some this was a self-heal build, where I would just go in and tank and try to like blind enemies with shield glare, and then use sweep attack with Golden Flins and try to like spam a bunch of wrath abilities and just sit in there, tank, lose health, and then try to gain it back. Just a self-heal build. It was really fun. Talix, do you want to explain that gem stuck in your monk's head? Oh man, the demon hunters are gonna come after me. I'm Diablo Reborn. When was this one released? 2012, and it's changed a lot since then. It has changed a lot. So the vanilla characters were Barb, Demon Hunter, Monk, Witch Doctor, and Wizard. Witch Doctor off-stream has been super fun. Like, I have really been enjoying Witch Doctor. I don't really care for the Diablo 3 Wizard that much, actually. I think Monk is really nice. Monk has a really fun sort of holy martial arts playstyle. Crusader is just your super armor, giant shield, has a passive that allows them to wield two-handed weapons in their main hand as a one-handed weapon. So this is your just big armor, big weapons. Barbarian is a barbarian. They do barbarian things. We're going to be playing as a Necro. Also, it's worth noting that Diablo 3 is the first time in the franchise that you can choose different male or female characters that will have different voice acting. And this is the first time customization really became part of... Like, it's going to be funny to see the difference between the customization here in D3 versus, like, the insane amounts of customization in D4, where you can even change their facial features, their hair, like, specifically zoom into what they look like, and have that be something more than just, like, a basic A or B choice. By the way, chat, if you decide to play Diablo 3, it looks a lot better and ages a lot better with Bloom disabled. I'll have to look and see if we have Bloom enabled or disabled. I didn't notice it. It seems fine to me. I think that Diablo 3 gets a lot of shit for, like, I don't think the graphics aged well. And I disagree. Like, I think that the art style was really derided unfairly, especially at launch, as being, like... their competition at the time was Torchlight 2, which is far more cartoony and was made by the Diablo 2 devs. So it was really sort of an unfair comparison, I think, for people to kind of call it out for not looking like Diablo 2 did, which we saw what Diablo 1 and 2 look like, not including Resurrected, obviously. And graphics in 2010, 2011, 2012 that tried to be hyper-realistic would age even more poorly. Like, that's just a facet of being a game developed in 2010. So I personally happen to like the art style and the small cosmetic changes that they've added to it over time to make it a little bit, like, especially with Reaper of Souls coming out, which again, Reaper of Souls only came out 2 years later, I think, like really not that far after release. Realistic graphics always age bad. They do, yeah. Why didn't they just make it look like how D4 looks? Path of Exile looked like D2. All right, rose-tinted glasses. I'm sorry, but it didn't. And Path of Exile doesn't really look that good. That's just my opinion, though. I have played a little bit of Path of Exile, and I have played Diablo 3, and I would pick the D3 art style. You don't play Path of Exile for the graphics. You play Path of Exile because you can aura your way through 1,000 on-screen enemies who all blow up into gibbets simultaneously. But either way, it's all just personal preference. You don't have to like every art style. It is a choice that they made to take things in a different direction. But I just think that the irony is, my only point was, the actual developers of Diablo 2 also made an ARPG that came out concurrently with Diablo 3. And what's really fascinating about that is, in all the interviews with the Diablo 3 devs, they're asked about Torchlight 2, and they have to like comment on the existence of their competition, Torchlight 2. So Torchlight 2 was actually considered direct competition with Diablo 3 when it came out. And for all intents and purposes, I like the Torchlight graphics. Yeah, that's my point. Like, I think that the art style for Torchlight 2 was quite nice as well, but it's even more cartoony than this one and was made by the visionary developers of Diablo 2. So it was just this, my point was that it was a weird, arbitrary expectation that was leveraged on Diablo 3 and not any of the other games, even the ones made by the original devs. Torchlight 3 was the bad one. Yeah, Torchlight 2 was fantastic. 3 was the bad one, yeah. They hated him because he spoke the truth. It's more or less comparable to Sacred 2 2012 graphics. I loved Sacred 2. But, yeah, it's not going to be the kind of game that ages well. I put a couple hundred hours into Sacred 2 for sure, chat, and this is a screenshot from Sacred 2. So, I'm just saying, the 2010s were just a different time frame, and I think that that Diablo 3 did the absolute best that was possible, given what was also coming out concurrently at the time. Also in the genre. So, we're going to make a Necromancer. We're going to make this a season hero. Start fresh and compete with friends to reap exclusive rewards. I see what you did there. So, our Necromancer's primary attribute is going to be intelligence, as we're going to derive a lot of our damage from. Never played Necro, so this is going to be fun. This dark priest can summon a fearsome army or call upon the powers of blood and bone to achieve victory. Formidable opponents to even the most experienced warriors. We manipulate corpses, summon the dead, or curse enemies to drain their life. Use our minions to absorb attacks, rely on spells and speed to obliterate foes. And necromancers naturally sense the essence within each life form, and their magic draws from this very source. Like never ever? Nope, never ever. The only time I played Necro was I did the tutorial in D4 as a Necro, and that's it. Got to the town and then stopped playing because I didn't want to play any more D4, so I didn't kind of spoil myself. So we'll come up with a unique name for this character, but we're playing Season because this is going to have a completely different stash. We're going to do an entirely self-found run where all of the loot that we equip is going to be loot that we have gotten from the campaign that we're in and not from any of the characters or from, like, we're not going to have legendary rings waiting for us or amulets or anything like that. We're just going to see what we find and use that. and try to make a cool build out of it. I'm going to experiment with every ability in the game because Diablo 3 is very much a game of trying a bunch of... They're going to throw new powers at us where it's just going to be constant like, oh my god, I leveled up. 5 minutes later, oh my god, I leveled up. What is all this going to be? And we're just going to like play around with it. So there's also a lore run, and I'm intending to talk to most of the NPCs. I really want to get the side characters and the companions have some great stories. The townspeople have some really great stories, and I think that they took it up a notch as far as how much polish and detail could be given to all of the extraneous characters and giving them a bunch of like good depth and some interesting backstories to go with it. So we're gonna do a lot of talking, not 100%, but there's a lot of lore in Diablo 3. That being said, this is your reminder that we are doing this as a series from Diablo 1 that we started last week to Diablo 2, and now we're on 3. So even though you may have played this game and the others hundreds of times, please don't give any spoilers. Please don't complain about things that I know some of you don't like from this story, and let those things just happen without snide, backhanded comments that anticipate the things that are going to happen in this game, and just let the people who've been sticking it out through this series experience those things for the first time too, and then have whatever reaction you want after the events happen, please. Otherwise, we'll just be timing people out who try and get out ahead. I know that there are some very passionate opinions out there, especially for the Diablo 3 story. I've never played a Diablo game. Well, you just missed the entire lore recap VOD watch, or maybe you didn't. What is the current cow level lore at? We did go to the cow level in Diablo 2 and clear the cow level as part of our lore run. I need to get this out of my system. Diablo 3 boo. Okay, now I'm good. All right, let's name our character and enjoy the intro cutscene and get this ball rolling. Hero name. In chat, if you're wondering why I'm still in the character creator, if you jumped in, that's because we just did an hour and a half of just chatting, and we watched all the pre-release stuff for Diablo 3. The E3 trailers, the announcements, the teasers, we watched the Diablo anime, everything. Chat, give me a letter. Give me a letter for our Necro. You. Okay, did we not just do a U? Didn't we do like a Olrind for Diablo 1 or something? We just did a U. Unzel. Unzelato. No, I can't. How do I finish this? Unzulk. Why'd you pick you? How about Unzlock? How about Unfrick? No, just no. Unzlock is a rogue. Undrick. How about Undrick? I liked Unfrick better. Oh, okay. You guys picked you. Undrick with an E. Undrick with an E. Okay, we're going in. Let's create our hero. Participating in a season gives you opportunity to reap exclusive rewards. Seasonal heroes start completely fresh and can only play with other season heroes. You will not be able to use non-season items in your stash, and you will start at 0 gold, and you will have to retrain your artisans. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Undrick, where did all of your cool armor go? It's gone. So, Diablo 3, back in the olden days, did not have an adventure mode. Adventure mode sidesteps the story entirely, and you had to play through the campaign multiple times to level up characters. And then challenge rifts were added even later, which we're not even going to try. I've been here since 2015, and I think this is the most I've ever contributed to the chat, KekW. Wow, that's not true. You were actually here in January 2nd, 2022. And you said, hold the apocalypse, and you said thick Edos, like thick Cheetos, thick Edos. 2 C's. So, for us, we're actually going to do the campaign, obviously, and not the adventure mode, because that's where we get the lore. Diablo, over the years, has added many difficulty settings, all the way up to Torment 16, which is the maximum difficulty that Diablo 3 provides. And it's very different from the other Diablo games in this sense. So, the way that we're going to play is I'm going to start on hard mode, where it's going to feel like we can't really kill things at all. And then as we get a little bit of gear, we're going to start to kill things quite easily, in fact. And then at that point, we're going to up the difficulty to expert. And then when that starts to get easy, we're going to up the difficulty to master. And then when that starts to get easy, we're going to up the difficulty to torment. The reason why you do that is because you'll notice with each increased difficulty, we're getting extra gold and extra XP. And as a result, we're getting higher difficulty mobs and therefore better loot as a result. To the point where on higher difficulty levels, it increases the type of gems that can drop from monsters, and new legendary items become available at level 70 when you hit Torment and above. So, we're going to try hard to start out with, which I think is going to be a little too tough for a literally naked character, and just see how it goes. In Diablo 2 and Diablo 4, there's not really going to be this level of granular difficulty changing. So if there were a couple people who were like, Diablo 3 feels really easy, who were on the last couple streams, and I was like, that's because you have to be in charge of your own difficulty. If you play normal, which I feel like is a typical way to approach a game. You're like, I've never played this before, maybe I've never played an ARPG before, I'm just gonna do a full campaign on normal. Huge mistake. You start on normal, and then when it becomes trivial, like if you stay on normal, you will literally get to like the final boss, and they will go, you feeble mortals, you stinky Nephilim, and then you go, yeah, and then they die. Like you will instantly kill all the bosses if you stay on normal difficulty, and it will be incredibly anticlimactic. So you really have to like keep fine-tuning the difficulty up as you go, because you will just get better loot, and it's very worth it. Italics, you are not able to change the difficulty unless you start a new game. Ron doesn't care. You are actually allowed to change the difficulty down at any time that you want in Diablo 3. If you would like to increase the difficulty, you simply start a new lobby. I know this because that's what I've been doing. I literally just finished Diablo 3 with Alice yesterday on Switch. So I don't know if they've just changed it since the last time you played, but thank you for being the first Jeff of the day. Yeah, Diablo 4 has world tier settings, but it's still much different from this. I started on Torment 1, my last co-op playthrough, had to turn it down to expert for a bit. Yeah, Torment is too hard to start out with. You can't kill anything. And every fight will take 8 minutes. Some people like this style of difficulty, jerk, and some people don't. I'm sort of neutral on it. I don't mind having that extra level of finesse. All right, we're gonna start Act 1, Fallen Star, hard difficulty with extra gold and XP, and we're gonna start private game. Here we go. Remember, no story spoilers, please. That includes complaint spoilers.
All that grows must also wither and die. What dies and rots will then nourish the living. This is the great cycle of being, and we, the priests of Rathma, use our dark art to protect it. Though most do not understand us, we go where we are needed. My master has learned that a star fell in the west, drawing the dead from their graves. He commands me to journey to Tristram and return them to their rest. For if the cycle is not upheld, it would mean the end of all things.
Chat, where's the intro cinematic? Where's the intro cinematic? Like, we're missing an entire animated cinematic. Hold on. YouTube, save us. Just pretend like this is transitioned into this video.
And at the end of days, the first sign shall appear in the heavens. Justice shall fall upon the world of men. The armies of light and shadow will clash across the fields of eternity. Leah, are you all right, my girl?
It was nothing, Uncle. Just a bad dream. We should be getting you home.
But there's still work to be done. If these translations are correct, the powers of hell could already be on the move. The world must be told of the coming darkness.
Ah, Leah.
You do believe me, don't you, Leah? It has begun.
Leave it, Uncle. It's not important.
You gotta stay for the Witcher 3 soundtrack. No, Which came first, the Diablo soundtrack or the Witch? I'm just kidding. He got meteored by the Sim City mayor. Oh. Vodwatch says, how's Diablo 2 and 3 on Switch? Been thinking about getting a Switch for New Zelda. They're honestly fantastic. I think that they play really well with the controller. The downside is you have to manipulate the UI with the controller thumbstick. Like the inventory management is harder than keyboard, but combat is actually easier with controller. So I would recommend. They go on sale for $20 for the combo pack. So if you see it on sale for $20, I would highly recommend getting it for Switch. They did a lot of work to make them extremely smooth on the Switch. Like Diablo 3 is a different game on Switch. It's the same game, but every UI element from the inventory to the skill tree to the quests and journals is made with a thumbstick in mind, so it's certainly like there from the ground up.
I am near the fallen star, and the dead it raised.
So the fallen star was the big old meteor that we saw in the intro cutscene. Before we continue, let me double check my video options real quick. So I think everything is as high as it can go. SSAO. Let's do max FPS 60 for the purpose of this stream. That's what I want to change. Toggle the display of why is reflections turned off? See, this is why I had to double check myself. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that would be the case. Cinematic we got subtitles on. That's what I need to check. Chat, playing at 60... Is this 60 FPS or are my eyes adjusted to 144 FPS? Hold on, let me do it. Something feels strange. What happens if we do 15 FPS? Okay, that's it's doing stuff. Perfect, yeah. 30? Sure, that's 30 FPS. I feel like the 60 FPS cap is not... actually 60 FPS though. If I do 144, I'll see 144 and you guys will see 60, but maybe it'll look smoother on your end as well. How does that look by comparison? Do you see any difference on your end, chat? Much better, much smoother. Okay, we're just gonna go with that. I don't understand why that's the case. He's moving so fast! Okay, yeah, that's super odd. Welcome to New Tristram. I also have D3 open, and yeah, when I set the cap to 60, it's not 60. Okay. How strange. Look at those abs. I like that I gotta show off the open necro jacket. I got a little scythe. What's my ability? Bone spikes. Generate essence. Summon bone spikes for 120% weapon damage. Okay, let's turn the volume down. First Diablo 3 kill. This man is edgy. This man is spiky. The gore. So I don't have a spender yet, do I? Nope, I just generate essence. I like how I just roll in, see some zombies, heads are rolling down the hill right now. And no comment from me. This is just all in a day's work for the necromancer, I think. Nothing out of the ordinary here.
I have come to aid these lands. Where is the fallen star?
Undrick.
It fell on the old cathedral. There was only one survivor, Leah. You should speak with her.
Captain Rumford, more dead are coming.
We can't open the gates until we drive them back.
So, already, massive differences from Diablo 2. Already level 2. Hell yeah. All right. I've got an active skill category. We are going to be getting so many levels and so many powers in this game.
Guards, open the gates. You'll find Leah at the slaughtered calf.
I need to turn the volume up for the voices. All right. Let me turn the voice volume up. Oh, I love when games do this. This is pretty commonplace now, but having like the master volume be 100, but the other volumes default to 80, so you can always just crank one of them up without having to do the awkward, like, turn all down except for one type of thing. Hopefully that's enough, but I'll tweak it as needed. Yeah, the kill sounds seem a little loud, like the effects, so maybe we turn that down to 60? And see if we can find the right balance here. Okay, what do we got? Bone Spear. Skill runes begin unlocking at level 6. Summon a piercing projectile that causes 500% weapon damage as physical to all enemies it passes through. So Diablo 3 compared to 2. 2, we are leveling up and we get character points to put into things like vitality, dexterity, strength. We get a skill point that we can put into a skill tree and kind of choose what build on the skill tree we want to work towards, and the amount of points that you put into it directly correlates with how powerful that becomes. You could put points up to 20 skill points in a single skill without loot in Diablo 2. Diablo 3 turns that upside down, and the way that we progress now, every single ability that the Necromancer is going to get, can get, will be something that we have access to. So every one of these skills, we got what, 3, 6, 10, 14, 17, 21. I think we have 21 skills. All of them become unlocked. And then there are runes for every skill as well, all of which will become unlocked. So Diablo 2 is sort of about picking the build that you want and making a conscious decision as to what type of character you want to be. Whereas Diablo 3 is very much the opposite, where you will have access to every skill and every possible skill combination, and you will be picking your ability sets based on the loot that you are finding in the game. Diametrically opposed philosophies with regard to the loot and level up system. So we're going to be getting dozens and dozens of powers to test out. So it's going to be a very different experience both to stream and I think to watch on stream, because in Diablo 2, I had a great time with the Amazon. I thought it was super fun, and I actually played it a little bit off stream afterward because I was like, damn, this is good. I got to get a little bit more. Like, I'm really close to respecking. I'm like level 34. But I'm sure from a viewing experience, it was like, he's using exploding arrow. Wow. Those guys really did blow up, didn't they? And Diablo 3 is, I think, maybe just visually going to be a little more stimulating on account of we're going to have like a bar of 6 total abilities that we can mix and match, and we're going to be switching them out frequently, and we'll maybe find a couple legendaries, and they're going to be able to tweak our build, turn up the difficulty, and it's probably just going to be slightly more, like, particle effects to look at, for lack of a better term. God, I love those ragdolls. Honestly, a bit sad they toned it down in D4. I do like the ragdolls. Someone said, which one do you prefer? I like both of them. I know that that's a very both sides answer. I like the Diablo 2 system in Diablo 2, and I like the Diablo 3 system in Diablo 3. I don't know that I would pick one to be like, I want that system in every Diablo game. Like, I think I would get bored of both of them if they were in every Diablo game, and I don't mind that they change things up game to game, because it helps with my ADHD. What's up, Tristram Militia?
The dead have been a bane on our existence since that cursed fire fell. We have to burn them, just to make sure they don't rise from the grave.
No, you're doing a great job.
I came here to study the fall of old Tristram. This is closer to the town's history than I want to be.
Chat, we're in New Tristram right now. We saw what happened.
Has fallen to disgrace. What faith can save us now? It is the end of the world. Can't you see that?
Old Tristram didn't fare so well. Maybe New Tristram will be luckier.
I worked my hands to the bone to bring you these fine
I have
goods.
no money, sir. Literally 0 gold.
I promised Marco I'd protect him, and now he's dead.
You didn't fulfill your promise, it sounds like.
Don't you dare lift a finger to help our mayor fix his wagon. My brother died defending this town, while that bloated coward tried to run away.
Hello, Neck the Brawler.
Some heroes are fighting each other in an area near here. Wanna go? Oh, and you didn't hear about it from me.
Chat, is this PvP? Are we just gonna go level 1 PvP?
Afraid of damaging your armor or weapons? That won't happen.
It seems like I'm getting ahead of myself.
No one even dies. Disappointing, really.
Level 1 PvP. I can do this, and I can do this. Oh, what is my new move? Yeah, the 500% weapon damage is physical. Oh, we shoot bone spears. Also, we're gonna turn the effects down more. Let's go this. I'll keep still a bit loud. If I could find like the perfect... Is that better? Well, I'll keep adjusting it.
Your cart is in the way.
How dare you speak to me like that? I am the mayor of this town.
Then why are you standing here idle?
Are you mad? This town is doomed. Anyone with a grain of sense should be trying to get out. Will you help me or not?
No.
They told me not to.
The dead, rising from their graves. This must be the end of the world.
Yeah, the Necromancer VA is really good. It's already, like, I've just heard it for the first time, and it's already growing on me. Hey, what's this? Dude, my flag! I can customize my banner? This is the gameplay that chat came here for, I think. They wanted to see me customize my sweet banner. We'll get to it. The Slaughtered Calf Inn.
Tristram used to be such a wonderful place to live. My family has been here since the town grew out of the ruins of old Tristram. But now, it's horrible. The loved ones we've buried and grieved over now threaten our lives.
How do I hide? Okay, there. Will this just fade away, hopefully? What's up, everybody? Hello, Petey Boy. Please turn off mature language, Etal. I'm 12. What's going on in here, gang?
Have you come to help us? The other adventurers who came through here didn't look so deadly.
I don't care what anyone says. That thing that fell from the sky was no rock. A rock doesn't cause the dead to leave their graves.
The townspeople are in bad shape.
Are you Lear? Did you survive the fallen star?
I did, but it blasted my uncle Deckard Cain into the depths of the old cathedral. I tried to search for him, but the dead were already rising. I came back here to rally the militia, but... Watch out! The wounded are turning!
Ah! Why?
This is killing business.
Who the hell just said that?
The dead will overwhelm us all, unless something is done.
Yes. That is why I am here.
Thank you. You should speak with Captain Rumford at the gate. He can tell you what to do.
Okay. Hi, Leah. I had to kill the poor turned...
Welcome to the slaughtered caffeine.
You're...
Bring me whatever treasures you have no use for. I'll give you a bit of coin to save up for your casket.
The townspeople here have seen some shit. Like, this guy just watched me murder 4 or 5 people who turned into zombies right in front of his eyes, and he's like, yeah, I'll buy whatever you got, man. It's just another day. I don't get paid enough for this. Leah's Tristram Journal.
We've been under siege for 6 days now. Uncle Deckard is still missing. Captain Rumford and the others are losing hope. I tell them not to lose faith, but if help doesn't arrive soon...
Okay, so there is a lot of stuff in Diablo 3. They went overboard in terms of how much lore and polish there is in this. For example, every single monster that you encounter in the game, every single one of them, has at least a paragraph of lore or like some character commenting on it, and it's all voice acted. 100% of it. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of journals that are all voice acted, that are just optional extra lore. There are hundreds and thousands of lines of dialogue just in each town. All of the main side characters in the town have their own storylines. So we're going to have to pick and choose a little bit as to how much of that we consume. I'm determined to at least get the cool side character storylines because they're really good. We're not going to listen to we're not going to listen to the bestiary. I got to draw the line somewhere. And like, we're going to listen to some of the dropped journals as well, but there's so much lore. I only have until Thursday to finish the game. You have a whole 2 days, 23 hours, and 20 minutes, Italics. Yeah, we'll listen to a couple bestiaries just to show you because I think it's damn impressive. Talk to Captain Rumford at the gate. Okay. See, like, there's another one.
For many years, villagers were too afraid to settle near the ruins of the cursed town Tristram. But as time went by, adventurers arrived to loot the old cathedral, and their business was profitable enough that New Tristram sprang up to accommodate them. Fewer travelers visit now, though, and the town is mostly populated by craftsmen and farmers.
Okay, so I will listen to anything that Deckard Cain has to say. Like that if he has something to say, then yes, we're going to listen to any of the Deckard Cain lore, especially because this is related to the cursed town of Tristram. So New Tristram, which we're in now, sprang up because there were so many adventurers that came to loot the old cathedral, aka the people who played Diablo 1. Right? The literal players who played Diablo 1 and played the game looted the cathedral. And it was so profitable that New Tristram sprang up out of that. You guys did that.
16 militiamen went out. Only Rumford came back. How could that help us?
We never should have built on this cursed ground. Maybe Cain was right. Even in death, Diablo torments us.
Cain's house. Cain, don't mind me while I just ransack your house real quick, looking for treasure, possibly a book.
We have come at last to Tristram's old cathedral. This is where Diablo, Lord of Terror, first corrupted mankind. This is where I may finally find the answers I seek. Leah worries after my safety, but I believe information vital to defeating the last lords of the burning hells can be found here.
Okay, people are starting to appear in the town.
May the gods who abandoned us come to your aid one last time.
Brother Malachi is restoring our health.
I came here to study the fall of old Tristram. This is closer to the town's history than I want to
We
be.
also came here to study Old Tristram, as it happens. We are, something of a lore master ourselves, are we not, chat? Hello, Captain.
I will bring peace to the risen dead.
I admire your courage, but Captain Dalton and the militia were slaughtered by those things. Only I survived.
I have experience in these matters.
Well, I have seen you fight. Strike at the wretched mothers and their queen. They're the ones vomiting out these horrors.
They're attacking the barricades!
Okay. Let's test. We have Bone Spear now.
There! That's
Pretty
one
good.
of the wretched mothers. There are more of them in the ruins down the road.
I, Deckard Cain, have spent many years traveling and writing about the strange creatures in our world. But the sight of the wretched mothers still haunts me. They are the remnants of Queen Asilla's slaughtered handmaidens who were twisted by foul magic. Now they feast upon cadavers and regurgitate them as newly formed, risen dead.
So, this is... wretched mothers. Oh my god. So that's the bestiary. Deckard Cain reads a lot of the bestiary. Got our first item. White gloves, 4 armor. Beautiful. But yeah, Diablo 3 has just so much spoken dialogue. I would be curious, we did look up... God, this is tough. Bone Spear is a classic necro ability, so I'm not surprised that we get that first. Where are you crawling from, friend?
I will never forget the first time I saw these horrors shambling out of the misty woods. Our loved ones, buried long ago, rose from their graves and began to attack the living. However, the risen dead were only the beginning.
A damaged short sword. Terrible. I love the Deckard Cain live commentary. But yeah, Bone Spear is an ability that you could basically make an entire build around in Diablo 2. And indeed, playing Diablo 3 will invite many comparisons from various nerds, new and old, from chat. Some of which have said, I've already read, Talix, good choice. Necromancer is the most fun class in Diablo 3. Good job. Glad you picked this one, bud. And I've already read, listen, Diablo 2 Necromancer was just darker, cooler, and I just like it better.
I can no longer deny the true nature of the evil that rises from the depths of the cathedral. It is almost too horrible to admit the truth of it. It is the Dark Lord of Terror, Diablo himself, who plagues us.
Diablo. Reptilian cloth tunic. Alright, so our first goal is just going to be very simple. Take care of all the empty spots inside of our equipment. We need boots, legs, 2 rings, wrists, gloves, necklace, shoulders, helmet, main hand, offhand. You'll notice that there is just a little bit more equipment space in Diablo 3 than Diablo 2. Like, in general, okay, this is really weird because we just played 2 and I want to make sure I don't misspeak. Wrists is new in Diablo 3. And pauldrons. Yeah, shoulders. I was trying to think of the word for shoulders. They do just call them shoulders. Wowheads in chat will call them pauldrons, but they are technically shoulders. We did have pants in Diablo 2, so that was a Diablo 2-ism. We did not have pants in Diablo 1. Have you ever played this 4-player couch co-op? No, but I've played this in 2-player co-op.
These creatures are young. Their nest must be close.
Gorathra. Sarkoth's Mate. Oh, I forgot that I leveled up, actually. Hold on, let's make this a little easier on ourselves. What did I just get? Grim Scythe instead of Bone Spikes. So it's a different primary ability. Generate 12 essence instead of 24. Slash with a scythe dealing 150%, so it's just more damage. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, on console, the UI and the inventory looks completely different. Completely different. They console-ified it in a very good way, though. Like, sometimes...
Get out of the way now.
Sometimes that can be the dumbing down of a game. But in Diablo 3's case, like, I think that the team... destruction. In Diablo 3's case, they did an excellent job making it console playable in a way that feels very smooth. Utilizes the thumbstick. D2R is more one-to-one, where Resurrected, you do have to kind of bring stuff over, drag it from one to the other, like on the PC, but in 3, they just separated all of... Like, you can't even see this on Switch. This doesn't appear. This, like, graphic of the character. You have, like, a radial menu, each with one slot that you select independently. D3 with the controller is a blast. I agree, yeah. They also added a dodge to console D3, which I don't know that it actually dodges anything. I think it doesn't make me go faster. I'm not really sure what it does, other than on PC you can click here and then aim there, right? I feel like the dodge was so that you could move in a direction with the controller without having to face the other way. Because if you run this way with a thumbstick and attack, you'll attack in that direction. So I think that the dodge was so that you could be facing, say, this direction, and then back roll, stay facing this direction, so that you didn't accidentally shoot that, like, oh, I want to move that way and shoot.
My essence
Shit,
is too
the guy's
low.
over here, not over here, and like it messes up your aim. So I feel like the roll is there to kind of maintain your orientation in the direction that you want to shoot in. So the ranged gameplay feels really good with. I've been doing Witch Doctor on the Switch, and it's felt really good. Okay, kill 3 wretched mothers, kill their wretched queen in the old ruins. It was adjusting the volume. I still shoot the wrong way half the time. Sometimes it happens. I'm not going to do every optional dungeon in Diablo 3, however... The optional dungeons in Diablo 3 are generally shorter than the dungeons in Diablo 2. Frequently, they're just going to be little adventure hotspots with maybe a champ pack or elites or something like that. The dodge in Diablo 4 feels so good, I keep hitting space in other ARPGs because of it. That's going to be interesting to get used to. Because the dodge in Diablo 4... Ooh, first chest in Diablo 3. Just money. The dodge in Diablo 4 is actually a true dodge. Like a get out of the way of stuff coming to hit you. Okay, let's do, I don't think we're gonna find any of the wretched mothers in here. I'm here for the loot. So I have a question for chat about Diablo 4.
I need essence.
Oh yeah. In Diablo 3, there's a massive change with regard to how damage is calculated. Because in 2, your character building is predicated on you putting points into your abilities in order to make that ability stronger, right? And your gear can augment those powers even more by giving you skill levels in a given skill and therefore making it more powerful. You're choosing different abilities that synergize with each other to give them extra strength. In Diablo 3, much of the damage that you do in the game, like the overwhelming majority of it, is coming from your primary weapon. So our abilities, for example, like Bone Spear does 500% weapon damage as physical. So the stronger our weapon, the stronger Bone Spear becomes. Same for Grim Scythe. It does 150% weapon damage. So we don't strengthen our ability by putting more points into it. We strengthen it by changing our weapon to something that's better. So first of all, I'm curious, Chad, what you think about that. And second of all, how does weapon or just damage for abilities scale in Diablo 4? One of the D4 things I like playing on console with another person is they can pick up my drops for me. I like that when grouped with friends. So in D4, the loot isn't only available on your screen if you're playing in a group. Talix, your potion belt's a lot smaller. Why are those red globes not labeled as items? Oh, yeah, there's a lot. Okay, that reminds me, from gameplay, do we have a show... We have a health bar, obviously. Is there a show numbers on resources by chance? Zoom when your inventory is open. Skip cutscenes, rarity icons. Display long floating combat numbers. No. I can see it when I mouse over it, but I like having the numbers on the orbs, if possible. Small potion belt. I have one potion belt. Yeah. This game feels like I should have a mouse wheel zoom. I mean, I can zoom in with Z, but...
Ah, an interesting opponent.
I feel like that is something that a necromancer would say, yeah. When seeing Salacious Darkshade. I want skeletons! You can't use those against me.
During the last days of King Leoric's reign, even the skeletons of the ancient dead could not rest. They took up their broken armor and weapons once more, ready to cut down anything that yet drew breath. Though wasted and fragile, these creatures possess a twisted cleverness that makes them quite formidable.
Chat, don't tell Deckard Cain to shut up. I had to... This is why we're playing on the second difficulty and not the third, because right now it's not really about difficulty, it's about how long does it take to kill champions and elites, and I think one step higher than that is gonna be too much. This looks super easy though. Yes, all of the Diablos are super easy at the beginning. Diablo 2 is super easy at the beginning. Running out of rogue encampment, you basically can't die. The difficulty comes from leveling up, getting more gear, and then turning the difficulty up yourself as a choice. We got a belt. Regenerates 4 life per second and +2 life after each kill. Not bad. But yeah, it's not so... You have 2 abilities at this point. They're not trying to kick your ass. You start to believe you're invincible, and then you start getting murdered. Basically that, yeah. I feel like the combat is getting louder somehow. I'm gonna turn the effects down again. Yeah, it's about figuring out what you're comfortable with and going with that. So let's do effect volume down to like 30%, I guess. Ambient is fine. Voice volume is fine. Yeah, the scythe seems particularly loud. D4 weapons also have more of an impact on how you fight, especially if you're barbarian. Yeah, there's some like class-specific effects that kind of change the dynamics of loot class to class in 4, from what I've heard. By the way, Smooch, you're doing a really interesting mixture of both annoying backseating and stirring random shit up for no reason, so might want to put that in check. When you're starting to just annoy random chatters as well, that's when I'm taking notice. And sometimes being a chat member is a lot like being a baseball umpire. When you start to learn their names, they're doing something wrong. Generally speaking. The game said to only pick harder modes when I had better gear, so I just went normal mode. Yeah, that's because that's how it used to be. So, on Diablo 3 launch, you pretty much played a normal playthrough, and that's where you stayed for the entire run. Because the loot tables were incredibly small.
I have long waited for this knowledge.
And more importantly, the difficulty was scaling up alongside of you. But because of the loot tables taking a complete overhaul, what with the release of Loot 2.0, I believe that was in like February of 2014, if I remember correctly. The biggest difference there is they revamped the core gameplay functionality, but the descriptions of the actual difficulty levels remained largely unchanged. So, the difficulty descriptions are kind of outdated, I guess, is the easiest way to say it.
While exploring a cave with hopes of finding hidden treasure, I came upon a most grisly sight. A heap of dead bodies. Unbelievably, as I was searching them for any items of value, they began to rise. I must tell them of this in New Tristram before it's too late.
We got corpse explosion. Target an area exploding up to 5 corpses within 11 yards, dealing 1,050% weapon damage as physical to all enemies within 20 yards. Corpse explosion. The most infamous necromancer move in the Diablo franchise. Diablo 2, Diablo 3, Diablo 4. It seems like it's maintaining relevance. All right, let's give it a try. Yeah, it's pretty good. Chat, believe it or not, I've never used Corpse Explosion until that very moment. That's my first ever Corpse Explosion button push.
Old Tristram. Diablo once walked these lands.
Yes, he did. Corpse Explosion is not overpowered. Everything else is underpowered. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Just balance the rest of the game around Corpse Explosion. It's easy. You might be onto something here. So Corpse Explosion needs a corpse, right? Yep. But it frequently creates more corpses. So you can have this sort of chain reaction. Does it cost resources? Oh, it doesn't cost any resources. Wow. Oh my god. It's free? It doesn't even cost essence? So necromancers have essence, which is kind of like a mana, but we have like a 200 pool. It's free corpses. It's free. It is free corpses. Ooh, a sword. Ah, okay. I haven't really looked at loot in a moment. +1 to 2 arcane damage, reduces the cooldown. Our first magic main hand. We can have not a weapon in the offhand, huh? Monster kills grant XP. Go ahead and equip that. Slowly making our way up.
My
That was
essence
it?
is too low.
Oh, that was the person. Okay, so a few things about all of the there's so many different combat elements.
I need essence.
Compared to Diablo 2, it's kind of ridiculous actually. All right, we're gonna change all this up. Voice volume, you stay where you are. I'm just gonna turn the overall game volume down. There's orbs on the ground. There's like little health globes. We've got Nephilim glory instead. Chat, how do you hide the chat overall? Like how, make it go away. Just make, I just want to make the whole chat disappear. Can you just hide this? Not you. He's trying to erase us. Just move your face cam over it. Put ChatGPT over it. Can you drag to shrink it? No. What if we just change it to that and then I think it'll fade away? Just change it to a channel that isn't going to show any text, and then it'll probably disappear. All right, Captain Rumford, I did it.
Thank you for your help, but could you talk some sense into Leah? She won't give up on the idea of rescuing her uncle.
Interesting. If he lives, his knowledge could prove useful. My master would take pride in this.
Okay. Diablo 3 has quest rewards, which is like not unlike Diablo 1, but they are randomized. Diablo 2's quest rewards came in the form of things like all resist up, giving us skill points, giving us a lot of XP for basically a free level. Diablo 3 brings back the quest rewards, but they are randomized and occasionally useful. Like in the early game, right? They're useful. But as the game progresses, they will begin to become less and less useful. Making me download D3. There you go, Whisper Echoes.
I will help you find your uncle, Leah.
Get it.
We'll need to open the cathedral
it.
first. The guards locked it up before they were ambushed. Rumford told me they fought their way back to Adria's hut. The key must still be there.
I'm sorry. Did you say Adria's hut? We're going full circle from Diablo 1. Use the New Tristram waypoint to go to the old ruins. Will do.
As sad as it is for the girl, for all of us, Leah must accept that the old man is dead. No one's surviving what's out there.
And death may be upon us all.
I interrupted
soon,
you, Brother
but I
Malachi.
shall do what I-
The townspeople are starting to come out of hiding, the ones that aren't dead from inside the Slaughtered Calf Inn, at least. We still have the cart blocking us from the rest. And let me see a couple things. So we have Corpse Explosion. We got a new Bone Spear replacement for our secondary ability, Skeletal Mage. Raises skeleton from the ground to attack your foes, dealing 400% weapon damage, is physical over 2 attacks, lasts for 6 seconds. So it's pretty expensive. I gotta try every single ability at least once. Come with me, little friend. My floating friend is dead. Okay, let's head out.
Here, let me open the gate.
How did you do that, Leah? We got the lock-picking
Adria was my
lawyer
mother,
on our
but I don't know
team.
much about her. She died when I was very young. I was raised by Uncle Deckard.
Did you know your father?
I'm told he was a great warrior who was lost when Tristram fell to the demons.
Oh, damn. Adria is Leah's mom. And her father was a great warrior. who died. Alright, little skeletons. But what about... Tell me more about Jillian! What happened to Jillian? Oh yeah, I have corpse explosion. Of course, yes, I have corpse explosion. Chat, if I were to play Diablo 3 with no prior ARPG experience, except watching Italics play Diablo 1 and 2, what class should I play first? Well, what game are we talking about, Cloudberry? Which game are we talking about? We have to know which game it is to give you a class recommendation. Adria's Hut. They said Diablo 3? Oh. Chat, if I were to play Diablo 3... Oh, okay, yeah, you did say that. Sorry, I'm trying to, like, concentrate on moving towards my objective.
A hidden cellar.
And
Follow
reading.
me.
Reading's hard. The hidden cellar. Okay. One thing I do miss from the Switch is... The Switch makes it so you don't have to click on things like Dead Tristram Militia in order to loot them. They just roll over by extension of you walking past them, which is, at first, actually annoyed me when I started playing it, but then the more I played it, the number of useful things that come from dead corpses in this game, other than the corpses of your enemies, of course, is very, like, the useful percentage is very tiny. So having to click on them, we might get one good item from a corpse in our entire playthrough. This is a grabby hand. It's doing like a little fingy flex. You have to click or you're gonna miss a legendary. Yeah, that's true. Anyway, as far as Diablo 3, it's kind of hard to have a bad choice. I honestly, I don't think that there's an unfun class. Crusader's fantastic if you like armor and tanky with party support. If you want a lot of summons and pets, play Witch Doctor, which the gameplay for that has been fantastic. I've loved having the little fetish army build that I've got. Monk is really fun if you like a bit of kind of almost a martial arts. And I would say Sorcerer, Wizard is Wizard. Like, it's just going to be, if you want to do elemental stuff. The what army build? Fetish army build. Can you make a holy barbarian? They can be a barbarian, but they're not holy. The holy warriors in D3 are Crusader, and which is sort of an offshoot of the Paladin from D2, and the Monk, who's fairly unique, in spite of their previous experience with Hellfire. Which, that's the whole thing.
Dark magic lingers here.
That is the whole
People
thing.
said she was a witch, but I never believed it.
Chat's got some opinions on good builds or good their favorite
Captain
classes
Dalton.
for D3. Kill Captain Dalton, former captain of the guard. Get them, my minions. You can freeze my spirits? That's not fair. Oh yeah, I have corpse explosion. Captain Dalton, how could you? He's betrayed us in death. Yeah! Take that, you witch! Now your cauldron for brewing potions and poisons is over there. My soup! We've got status effects on the ground, like freezing explosions. There's more dynamic combat and dodging and make sure you're standing in particular places on the ground for things like poison, ice, and arcane damage. What?
Here's the key, and my mother's journal. What I've seen of it is disturbing. I want to know more about her, but that can wait. We need to save Uncle Deckard first.
Leave that to me. You'd best stay and learn what you can.
Thank you.
Aiden came to me last night. I suspected what was lurking within his troubled heart. I consoled him as
Aiden?
best I could.
Regardless, wherever he's headed, hell will surely follow in his wake. The shadows close in on Tristram once again, but like Aiden, I'll be gone before they fall.
Leah, tell me about Tristram.
For a long time, Uncle Deckard avoided coming back to this place. There were a lot of ghosts here for him. This is where Diablo drove old King Leoric mad and terrorized the people. I don't know what really happened here, but whatever it was horrible. Nearly everyone who survived went mad.
Adria's death.
How did your mother die?
Well, details are hazy, but I know that Adria was obsessed with chasing the arcane. She knew she could never raise a child. Uncle Deckard believes that the madness and horror of her life finally caught up with her.
Okay. Leah, we need to go to the cathedral, and we need to go find Cain. But first, why is my inventory flashing? Oh, we found our first bracers. I'll be happy when we get a piece of gear in each of these slots. I forgot that I actually do have a grid-based inventory. The Switch simplifies this, and instead of having movable, draggable inventory, you actually get 60 slots. It doesn't matter if it's a gemstone, it doesn't matter if it's a weapon, it doesn't matter if it's a ring. You can carry 60 things. On console, yeah. Console, not just Switch. If you like the Switch so much, why don't you marry it? Tell that to my spirits. Why don't you come over here and talk shit to them? Never mind, they're gone. Okay, wait. Please wait until I have more essence and then come back and talk shit to me when I can summon my spirit guardians. Uh-oh. Oh boy.
I need as my insight grows.
I need as my insight. I need my insight essence. I need ass in my insight. Okay, so we are level 6 now, which is when we unlock the ability to use probably the wildest combat difference between this and any of the other Diablos. The ability to use skill runes. Tells you haven't pressed G yet.
That needs to recharge.
Okay. What about it? My flag. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, don't distract me. Runes are modifiers for your skills. So, every ability that you have can be completely changed. So we don't just have, what, 21 abilities across our skill list. We have 21 abilities times, like, 5 runes each, give or take. And each of those runes is mutually exclusive with the others. So when we pick a skill rune here, obviously we only have one to choose from. Runes are always better than not having runes. So there's rarely any reason to not have a rune. So we start with Bone Spikes. You notice we don't have a rune for our primary skill, Grim Scythe, but we do for the primary skill, Bone Spikes. Bone Spikes will stun enemies for 1 second. It's pretty sweet. The reason why I actually really like this system is incredibly vain, and I stand by it. It is that it changes the visual of the ability. And I like having different graphics for my different moves, because what I do is obsessively equip every single new ability that has a new rune, and I go, ooh, what does that look like? Which way? Hang on. Okay. I gotta see what the stun looks like when it hits them. And then maybe the next one changes it to something completely different, like Bone Spikes becomes Bone Pillars. Instead strikes the target and up to 2 nearby enemies with big bone pillars. And then it's Frost spike patch, and then it's a line of spikes that deals physical damage, and then it's a bleed, and then Grim Scythe becomes a execution. They have a 5% chance to be decapitated and insta-killed. Smash with 2 summon scythes. 15% chance for a random curse and poison. Frost Scythe. Heal for 1% of health per enemy hit. Like, they turn into completely different moves, and you can only use one of the runes, so you have to pick which one you like working with your build. And I just enjoy flipping through all of them as they unlock, because they unlock quite rapidly. And just playing with all of the different abilities. So that's not to say that I don't like Diablo 2, it's just a different experience. Like, I love the progression and gearing and the choosing what ability I personally want for my build in Diablo 2, and I think it's incredibly satisfying to get those maxed at level 20 and then find items that pump it up beyond level 20. You feel like you're cheating the game by becoming significantly more powerful.
The soul is not yet at rest.
And that's a great feeling too. But I also really enjoy having a... Ooh, yeah, that's nice. I also really enjoy having a lot of leveling variety. The trick is that once you hit level cap, you lose that variety because you'll probably settle in on like one build until you can hash out a different set.
Tristram Cathedral.
Tristram Cathedral. Isn't this interesting? There's a chest back there behind this locked gate. I haven't quite found the balance here, chat. Sorry. Let's try that. The sanctity of this place has been found. By the way, what's up, recent subs? What's up, Crazy Cherry says, it's me, I'm back for another one. Thanks for 43 months, Crazy Cherry. Hygiena Prime, who gifted us up to Altered Alice, who's here for the first time ever. And never, ever, ever said anything before, certainly not last year. Cap for 20 Prime and for 19 months, what's up, Capped? Radissom says, yo! Yo, Radissom, how you doing? Tune-up pickup for 51 months, howdy. Shad257 is mooing at chat for a 17th month. Lord Voldemort has the heart eyes for Lilith. I'm not surprised, Lord Voldemort. Feng Shui gifted us up to Diablo Immortal Players 69. Thank you, Feng Shui. Crather also with the gift sub earlier. Hey, thanks a bunch. This is my first day here, actually. Thank you very much. Yeah, no problem. This is where the falling star, quote-unquote, impacted the cathedral. Cain was just doing homework in here, and a whole ass star just fell on his head. It was very rude.
The star fell below.
Okay, we gotta go deeper. Here's the thing, right? I don't think... here's the thing. The star came and impacted in the cathedral. Leah and Deckard were hand in hand running away from it. Leah didn't get hit by the falling star.
Not enough essence.
And therefore, I don't think that Deckard did either.
Decay and rot.
The grotesques may seem slow and senseless, but they hide many dangers within their hideously malformed bodies. A set of spikes lurks beneath the monster's flesh, and foul parasites nest within them. It is said that these horrors themselves are constructed by a greater evil, a darkness that I cannot even fathom.
Decay and rot! Search for signs of Deckard Cain in the cathedral. You got it. These little spirits are only here for a few seconds, but they honestly do pretty good damage.
Your death near.
Okay. All right. Relax a little bit. Am I gonna just... buzz. I drank too much Pepsi earlier. It's bubbling back up in my throat right now. Not very often I drink carbonated beverages. God, okay, corpse explosion is OP. We're gonna be turning the difficulty up sooner rather than later, I think, thanks to corpse explosion. Etal is gonna be audio mixing the whole playthrough. That's because this isn't specific to Blizzard. This is just every video game. Every single video game has a problem with audio mixing. The voices are mixed independently depending on what is being mixed. So the main campaign dialogue is one volume. All of the bestiary lines are another dialogue volume. All the character combat lines are a separate dialogue volume. And all of the main characters speaking to side characters are also a different dialogue volume. So it's like some of it's too loud, some of it's too quiet. I've got a little control here that I can spin up and down as needed. Finding the balance will be a little bit difficult. So I'll work on it. We've got, that's bouncy. Look out below. We've got traps that we can activate in Diablo 3 now. Things are flying. Yeah, they went ham with the physics in this game. They wanted you to, like, use little things that you see on the side. There's a lot more stuff that you can break. There's a lot more to kind of look for loot. Most of the time, frankly, the things that you click on to try to find extra loot are not going to have much in them. But to be honest, they don't really have much in them in Diablo 1 or Diablo 2. So that's not really special here. Did Italics discover the voice lines in Diablo 2 like time to die? They were on the numpad. There were numpad voice lines? That's pretty cool. I missed that entirely. Somehow the D3 art style reminds me of Torchlight. And vice versa. This art style... We've had a lot of conversations about the art style, but they're both. I like both this and Torchlight, and they came out concurrently, and that's very interesting. This was very much in at the time. I still think it looks good. The only people it wasn't in with were Diablo 2 fans, basically, who were and continue to be very outspoken about colors and saturation.
Foul minions, stay back! Back! May this ledge hold. The Skeleton King?
The power of the fallen star awakened me, and soon all will suffer as I have suffered. Gods, bring me his bones!
Gods! There, you can see that he's actually taking damage because his character model is flashing white. If he dies, our game is over and we have... I don't know.
Stay back.
We have to save him or we're gonna have to start a new character. Get him, boys. Head cleaver. Yeah, these little ghosty boys actually do good damage. So chat, we're actually taking some hits. In Diablo 3 compared to Diablo 2, this is not a potion chugging game. This is like a force health globes to spawn and dynamically try and move, pick them up in combat. There are like little wells that will heal you similar to the other Diablo. And you only get the one potion. This is what chat was memeing on earlier with the size of my belt. We literally only get one potion. And once you drink it, well, I'm at full life, so you can't tell. But it actually goes on a cooldown. So we don't buy potions from shops anymore. We don't have to stock up in town. We don't have to load our inventory. There were people who were like, Etal doesn't fill his entire inventory with potions to go fight Diablo and Baal? Like, that was just the norm. Still is, but that was kind of how things were done, and they decided to get rid of that style of gameplay and put a potion that instantly restores life, which is the way it was actually in Diablo 1, but you only get the one potion with a 30-second cooldown. So very different. It feels very different too.
Oh, thank you. But why did you risk yourself for me?
I believe we can aid each other. Your niece told me you were here.
Oh, it is wonderful to hear that Leah is well. I feared the worst. I learned of this secret passage through old maps I found.
So we're in the Tristram Cathedral right now. Yeah, you used to have to pick up potions at launch. I'm just saying that they ultimately decided to take things in a different direction as they updated the game over the first couple of years. So initially there were potions as an item. What's up, Kaibo? How's it going? People right, what happened? This looks pretty good for a 10-year-old game. And it's an 11-year-old game. Now hack it, but hell yeah, I like it quite a bit. I remember Diablo 1 fans complaining about Diablo 2 graphics. Yeah, that happened too. And I know, and you might be like, well, what do you know, Tonks? You didn't even play it then. I watched enough interviews with the developers in anticipation of streaming these games where that was referenced a few times. D1 fans did complain a good amount about the Diablo 2 graphics, yeah. It's just a timeless staple of the franchise. Who just asked? Where are you? Someone said, how far are you into this? Oh, Illard, what's up? How far into the game are we? We're still very, very early on. I've just been talking. We spent the first almost 2 hours of the stream watching pre-release content for Diablo 3. We watched some official Blizzard trailers for Diablo 3 back in 2010 when they were doing literal machinima of Diablo 3 using the in-game engine to create hype trailers for the game. So we watched all those. We watched the Diablo 3 anime. We watched Diablo history lore video, and so we're very early. The game literally just started.
Discuss the fallen star.
This is the first
Follow
dungeon.
me to Tristram.
I will follow you to Tristram, Kane. I still have my D3 characters. Kaibo, I do too. I was Aaron Bright, the deceased bard. Aaron Bright. Give me your loot. This is kind of just a weird name. 20 armor, monster kills grant some XP. We use that. I think that's the only thing that we got that's worth equipping. What was I gonna say? Oh, relevant to still having your Diablo 3 characters. Chad, this is going to take some of you way back. Did you know that in Diablo 2, back in 2000, if you wanted to play online using Battle.net, if you did not play a certain amount at a certain frequency, your character and your Diablo account would get deleted. I think it's funny when we talk about the state of online games in 2023, like Diablo 4 is some special snowflake that's like, oh man, it's always online. Like, one of the reasons, and I'm pulling this out of my ass, that there was a single-player game mode in something like Diablo 2 was because server space was at such a premium in 2000 that they purged accounts in order to maintain their, like, before the cloud, their actual data storage. I can still find, to this day, the original Blizzard support ticket pages for the character expiration. If you want to see that right now, I can show it to you. In fact, check this out. Diablo 2 character expired from the year 2000, still being updated. Multiplayer Diablo 2. This does not apply to Resurrected, by the way. This is just the original. Characters expire if they are inactive for too long. Expired characters cannot be recovered. Single-player characters do not expire. Newly created characters will expire after 10 days of inactivity unless you play them for 2 hours or more, and then they will expire after 90 days of inactivity. To reset the inactivity timer, log into an active game with that character and buy or sell an item or kill a monster. Accounts are also deleted after 90 days of inactivity. Your entire account, if you just forgot to log in for 3 months, your online character was deleted. Your account was deleted. That's how shit used to be for online gaming in 2000s. Imagine this happening now. I cannot fathom the level of outrage that would trail in its wake. But this was the pinnacle of online gaming. Blizzard support Diablo 2 error. This account does not exist. This error means your Diablo 2 2000 account has been deleted for inactivity. It is considered inactive if you haven't logged into Battle.net for the last 90 days. Blizzard customer support cannot restore inactive Diablo 2 accounts. They're gone. They purged them. Completely deleted. So, I say all that to say, maybe we should be a little bit more grateful about the status of online gaming in Diablo 4. Imagine your account just gets deleted for
I have found Lear's
inactivity.
uncle, Deckard Cain. He was pursued by a creature called the Skeleton King, who blocks the path to the Fallen Star.
But yeah, the reason why I say that I don't think it's a far cry to assume that Diablo was always intended as an always online game is because Diablo itself was inspired by rogue and roguelike games, specifically roguelike games that were always online. Where one of the core design philosophies per the developers for the early Diablo games was inspiration from games that every single move you made mattered because every character, whenever you made your moves or decided how you were going to spend those precious items, resources, or fight against that scary boss, were not able to be duplicated, so you didn't get second chances. Like the roguelikes that they were inspired by were hardcore by default. You get the character, if the character dies, game over, too bad. And the only way that you could verify that somebody wasn't cheating is that those saves were uploaded to the online servers to validate that you weren't duping items or creating copies of your save so that you could have multiple attempts, and they wanted to preserve that tension of having every move actually matter. And it took some convincing to get away from not just that, but also the turn-based aspects of the roguelike games that they were inspired by. So it's really not that surprising that I think Diablo was always intended as an online-only game. Now, was it intended as a multiplayer MMO-style online-only game? That's a different conversation. Probably not. But at least in terms of checking to make sure that characters are authenticated by the game service itself, that's pretty much baked into the DNA of Diablo. People still play roguelikes like that. I know. I've seen a bunch of them. I have a YouTube channel where I used to cover a lot of indie games that were offshoots of and inspired by a lot of roguelikes. So I've actively played a lot of them, in fact. Not a lot of the ones that the Diablo 2 devs played, but similar.
Uncle, you're alive!
Thanks to you and your friend here.
Friend? I am not often called that. But I wish to know more about the Fallen Star.
The prophecy of the end days surely points to it as a sign that the end has begun.
Please, Uncle, not more of your stories. All that matters now is that you're back.
I have long waited for this knowledge.
Indeed, I have. We're getting, like, tons of chess pieces. Italics is an online-only experience. That's true, yeah. I am. Leah, tell us about life with Kane.
I've spent most of my life traveling from place to place with Uncle Deckard, while he did his crazy research.
It seems reasonable enough to me.
He's convinced that the forces of hell will invade our world and bring about the end times. All these years, he's still searching for a way to stop this apocalypse.
Hopefully he can help us find one.
What did you learn of Adria?
She wasn't from Tristram originally. She came here during the Troubles. She was in search of something, but I'm not sure what. She reminds me of Uncle Deckard, obsessed with the war between angels and demons.
So, this is going to be fun for me for a couple of reasons. Number one, the Necromancer that we're playing is here. This was not a character that was in Diablo 3 at launch. It was the last character class added to Diablo 3. And I think it was like was it 2017, 2018? Somewhere around there, I think the Necromancer was added. It was a character pack. I think it was $15, and it came out with a bit of contention surrounding it. It wasn't necessarily a controversy, but what's interesting about its release is it was intended to actually be an expansion, like a full expansion, much like Reaper of Souls, and they were planning on releasing the Necromancer inside of that expansion. Except Blizzard ended up canceling the expansion and just releasing the Necromancer as a standalone character DLC, which is a little strange. Apparently, the Necromancer expansion, I don't know if it would have entailed an entirely new act or what, got canned in order so that the developers could start work on the next Diablo game. I'm not sure if that Diablo game was Diablo Immortal or Diablo 4. Porque no los dos. Possibly both. But a little interesting tidbit about the Necro DLC is that there was supposed to be a full expansion and it got canned. So reviews at the time were pretty much positive with a catch where it was like, damn, the Necromancer's actually really fun. Like, everybody generally likes this character class in D3, but I think it was just like well, it's $15 for a single character. So that's only the real caveat. But since then, it's just been lumped into the collection, so if you buy Diablo 3 in most forums, it's going to include Reaper of Souls and the Necromancer now, so it's sort of arbitrary this many years later. Or it's a moot point, I guess I should say. It was D4, but D4 was in dev hell for a bit because they weren't sure where to go with it. Probably, yeah. I'm sure some of the devs went and did Immortal as well. What is that glowing book behind Deckard? That is something that has been rendered completely useless over time. This is the Book of Cain. And the Book of Cain identifies items for you. So, much like we had to have either identification scrolls in Diablo 2 or have Cain identify stuff for us, the Book of Cain is your automatic identification, except in Diablo 3 now, you don't need it. This is a relic of a bygone era. You can now just identify any item by simply right-clicking on it. There's a lot of stuff that's like this interesting holdover from Diablo 2, where you have like teleportation, right? And teleport scrolls, not in the game anymore. You've got identification and identification scrolls, not in the game anymore. Like, there's a lot of streamlining, and some would say quality of life, and some would say dumbing down. I'm in the quality of life camp, personally. I haven't played in so long, I didn't know all that changed. Book of Cain mass ID stuff, though. Okay, Book of Cain is for sweaties who are so numb to Diablo 3 that they don't even look at their legendaries or set pieces when they get them. Okay? They're the people that their dopamine receptors are so dullened by hundreds of hours playing that they're just like, I'm just gonna wait until I have a full inventory of legendaries, to be perfectly honest, and then I'll go use Book of Cain to save time. Instead, me, I'm like, oh shit, what did I get? I need to see it now, while we're out there. There is no identifying at all in D4, which I think is for the best. Yeah, I think that's for the best. I love seeing their reactions in chat right now. This is your brain on loot. Yep, this is your brain on loot. Right-clicking an item? No, I will just wait until I get the full inventory, and then I don't have to just go trash, 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 shit, trash, trash, shit, trash. Salvage it all. Give me resources. What's up, Captain Rumford? You got any rum for me?
When Leah told us the dead were pouring out of the cathedral, we quickly went to put an end to it. At first, it seemed we were succeeding, but they just kept coming. We were overcome. Captain Dalton and the men fought valiantly. They protected me. I am no soldier. I was a farmer. I should not have been out there with them. I do not know how I made it back here. None of the others did. And now, somehow, I'm supposed to lead the militia.
Just being a farmer is no excuse, Captain Rumford. Farmers have a very important role to play in Diablo lore, as we learned before we started Diablo 3.
I volunteered to help because it seemed the right thing to do, but I'm no leader of men.
True, though you have held the town thus far.
That's a simple thing for you to say. You were born to fight monsters like the risen dead. Me? I'm just a farmer.
Tell us of the blacksmith.
These dark events tax us. I worry for Hadrig, our blacksmith, most of all. His wife has been injured, and he is tasked with seeing to those who may turn. His family has suffered under this curse before. His grandfather, the Chancellor to King Leoric, was killed when the evil first spread over Tristram 20 years ago.
Okay, 20 years ago. And that's our clue. I saw a couple people ask how long has passed since Diablo 2. It's 20 years later.
The Skeleton King was once our beloved lord, Leoric. He was driven mad by Diablo's evil.
We know who that is.
He lost both of his sons and his very soul before he was finally defeated. Now it seems he's risen to plague this land once again.
I will find a way to lay him to rest.
The key to defeating him lies in his old crown. Seek out our blacksmith, Hadrig. He knows of its whereabouts. Leah, you should not dismiss the signs so lightly. Do you not believe the evidence of your own eyes?
Horrors have visited Tristram before, and it endured.
But what of the texts? The Zakarum tomes warn of a falling star. The Herodric scroll spoke of the dead rising, and the Lord of Lies. The prophecy of the end days says that at the end of all things, the first sign shall appear in the heavens.
Yes, you've been telling me about the texts since I was 8 years old, Uncle. I just don't think we should read too much into them.
You're telling me not to take the sacred text literally, Leah. I mean, what about the big star that just crushed the cathedral in Tristram and the dead are rising and all that other stuff? Deckard Cain, who are you?
I am the last of the Herodrim. I couldn't always claim this. In fact, If I had turned to the Horodric teachings sooner, Diablo could have been stopped before his reign of terror began.
That seems unlikely.
When the first signs appeared, I did nothing. I had shrugged the old tales off like they were so much fantasy, and Tristram, no, the world, has paid dearly for my arrogance. I have tried to make up for my failings. Leah and I have spent her lifetime scouring the world, collecting pieces of the prophecy of the end days. If I can decipher it, we will have the key to defeating the Lords of Hell.
I thought that was impossible, but Deckard sounds even older now. Well, Deckard is aged 20 years, and yes, it is the same voice actor from Diablo 2 who would have aged 12 years. Well, I don't know when he recorded the lines between the two games, but just downloaded this game, looking forward to the grinding. Hey, enjoy D3 Angry. I've had a great time with it. And it's really nice just getting to enjoy this before Diablo 4 and seeing the entire, like, incremental mainline Diablo series as they change in very dramatic ways game to game. And I think, like, once I do see D4, it's kind of like using like a weighted ball or something like that. You just feel stronger. Like I can just look back and be like, oh damn, like look at all this stuff that's changed. Systems that were here are gone, or systems from this first game, second game, like the callbacks, both in mechanics and also the characters, locations, and all that stuff. It's fun to be able to have all those references fresh in my mind. But yeah, enjoy it. Have fun. We're soaking up all the lore. Chat, if you joined recently or you joined late, we're doing a lore run. So we're not going to listen to 1000% of the dialogue, but I mean, the main characters and the main side characters, I want to know all the details so that, like, for example, there's already been at least a couple things regarding, like, Adria from Diablo 1 that I never knew because I never played Diablo 1. So I'm already getting those meaty bits of lore details that the dialogue is there and the story is there, but it, like, I just didn't care the first time around, and now I really care.
You and Leah depend on each other.
I do not know what my life would have been like had I not raised her. Oh, it must have been difficult for Leah, following an old man on a mad search for the secrets to defeating the lords of the burning hells. But though she has seen her share of mysterious things, she is still unsure of my quest. I can understand. She has never seen anything like Diablo and his brothers.
I'm a real-life Horodrim. I'm studying so that I can learn all of the ancient secrets. Yeah, that sounds accurate.
The prophecy of the end days is contained within the Horodric tomes I inherited from my ancestor, Jared Kane.
Jared Kane.
It is a warning to those who could interpret it regarding Hell's ultimate invasion of our world, written by many different people throughout history, in many different lands. All known versions of the prophecy are incomplete. I have spent a good part of the past 20 years trying to complete it. I am certain it holds the answers to defeating the Lords of Hell.
All the answers are in that book. By the way, Book of Cain is an actual real book you can buy. It's like an illustrated history of a bunch of the Diablo lore. And it's part of a 4-book series that I am unironically very interested in obtaining now. Like, I now have the 4 Diablo lore books on my wish list. Coffee table book? Kinda, yeah. They're just like really nice, full, big illustrations that also have a bunch of the Diablo lore that isn't covered in the games. That kind of puts everything in context. They have a special box set of all 4 of them. Damn. Chat, Christmas is coming up.
What happened to Tristram's king?
Leoric resisted Diablo's attempts to possess him, but the effort left him weak and confused. When his son Albrecht was kidnapped to be a vessel for Diablo, it destroyed any sanity Leoric had left.
And so he became the Skeleton King.
He commanded an army of the dead deep within the cathedral, finally serving the Lord of Terror he had resisted while alive. Many adventurers tried and failed to slay the Skeleton King. It was left to Leoric's eldest son, Aiden, to finally kill the monster his father had become.
See, like, that's another bit. That's another bit that I just wouldn't have... I can't piece it together until now. I'm finally seeing the whole picture.
You're the one who saved Cain. You must help us survive the Skeleton King, too.
I'm working on it.
Brand new goods
I am not interested in your brand new goods. Did we get any new abilities? We got bone spikes. Okay, we got skeletal mage with no runes. Oh, we have the bone spear rune. Damage is increased by 15% for each enemy bone spear passes through. So if you line up the enemies, it does bonus damage and turns to poison. All right, let's give that a try. So, one of the things about the skill system in Diablo 3 is right now at the beginning, we are, I think, stuck. Are we stuck? Oh, no, we can mix and match however we want right now. Okay. On the Switch, I think you have to unlock the ability to mix and match your things. And that's kind of a, I'm going to say noob mistake, is you assume that each ability is locked into its sort of categories. You could only have one primary, only one secondary, only one corpses, only one reanimation, only one curse, only one blood and bone. But you can actually have as many of each one in your 6 ability slots as you want. You have to turn on elective mode, yeah, in the console in order to mix and match from the different categories. So it is highly customizable. For now, we're just going to use what we have.
East shall come a monarch whose rule begins in blood and ends
We don't have
in
much.
bone. In the light of a comet will he die a third and final death at the hands of true men.
The prophecy. I made that mistake when I realized you can mix and match the skills. It blew my mind. Oh, the mayor moved.
So this is how it ends? They dragged my cart from the road, but for what? I can't get it repaired. Might as well dig a hole and die in it.
You would not be alone. Many have died before their time here.
Bless you for saving Deckard Cain. I don't know what Leah would do, what any of us would do if Cain were truly lost.
Chat, it's crazy to me that they continue...
Did you know that King Leoric had his own wife executed? Terrible, terrible things happened when he went mad.
That they still continue the Diablo 2-ism.
Take everyone's mind off their troubles. One of Theodos's great comedies.
I've seen one of them. 2 men dressed as women screeching at each other and tearing their bodices. Huh, a Jimmy Ryder.
This mayor really
Rehearsals
sucks.
in 3 hours.
Everybody in town hates the mayor. The other characters that I played with the Barbarian, I didn't play Barbarian, but Alice played Barbarian, and I think Barbarian threatens to help the mayor into an early grave. Volunteered to facilitate that process.
Was it the Skeleton King meant to be dead? I mean, I know he was dead, but wasn't he supposed to be really dead? He should have the decency to stay dead. Again.
Leah's book?
Uncle Deckard is home, rescued from the clutches of the Skeleton King. I'm so glad. But the Skeleton King, I thought he was a folktale. The idea of Mad King Leoric returning to torture this place. Hasn't Tristram suffered enough?
The bartender should cut that guy off. You can't just read Leah's diary like that. I know. All right, let's cleanse the inventory and then head back out, shall we?
I'm afraid not.
No, I don't want to repair it. I want to sell it, please. I'm afraid not. We're using a stick again? We used a big piece of wood in Diablo 1 for a good chunk of the first quarter of the game. And that stick served us very well. It's nice to see a return to roots. Blizzard understood that the key to Diablo gameplay was predicated on wielding large clubs.
Alongside the blacksmith's wife, tending the wounded.
What? She was out defending the gates this morning. What is driving that woman?
Why, hello there. Miriam, the artisan. Hello, Miriam. Tell us about yourself.
Geldo, how sweet of you to ask. My people, the Vetchin, are nomads, always traveling, looking for the land we might settle. All of us have the sight, but few have it as strong as myself. You know, men have always pursued me for my visions. Well, for things other than my visions. But everyone wants to know what the future holds.
My duty is my future.
So serious. Just because you're fated to save the world doesn't mean you shouldn't have a good time.
Okay, this is one of the artisans that is going to be with us for much of the journey, and we're going to get to know Miriam very well. Not that well, but very well. So, she's definitely one of the side characters that we're going to learn all about.
The world is constantly renewing itself, eternally playing out the same events over and over again. We can merely play our parts.
What are you trying to say?
I speak clearly. Do not blame me for the state of your mind.
Okay, what Miriam can do is enchant things. So, enchantments are things we're not interested in right now because it would be a waste
I'm
of
afraid not.
Yeah, we're not interested because you can only enchant legendaries or rares anyways, but they basically let you reroll properties. So, if this was a rare or legendary, and we wanted to reroll reduce all resource cost by 5%, we could try and get that to be a completely different style of property. It helps you sort of customize the items that you do get, but you can only choose one property per item to reroll. We can also transmog stuff. So Diablo 3 really emphasized the customization of your characters. Transmog was added later. This was not a launch feature. And I think Miriam herself was added later. That's why we just happen to have her in the town right now, and she's not ingratiated into the storyline yet. But she gave us the option to choose exactly how we look. Any item that we get unlocks the look of that item and lets us kind of customize. Right now, my choices are, can look like a stick can look like a sword, stick can look like an axe. So you can not just customize the visual, they have to be the same type of item though. You can also customize the dye, color scheme, your entire... If we wanted to have, for example, a full hot pink necro, we could do that. This dye is incredibly expensive, so I'm not going to do that right now. But we can get fashion, not fashion souls, fashion Diablo. Fashion Dabo. Later on. Are you telling me we can beat Diablo with something disguised as a stick? Yeah.
You are the blacksmith, aren't you? I have a request.
Not now. It's my wife. She's locked in the cellar like all those who've been bitten. I'm to put them all down. But how can I kill my own wife?
Death is a path all must tread. Allow me to help.
Thank you. Follow me.
All right, blacksmith. Hold on. I'll be with you in a moment.
You think you're some type of hero? Here to save us all? The dead will feast on your bones as easily as they will ours.
Very rude.
This gate is locked by order of the captain.
Okay. I'll be back We got business to attend first. Kill the ravenous dead in the cellar of the damned. Necromancer's the kind of guy to say, well, we all die someday. Yeah, I think he'd be pretty chill about it. I think the Necromancer would have no trouble helping Hadric. Oh, they waste no time.
My friends, I'm sorry. Do not apologize. You grant them peace.
Okay, can we kill them a little bit more gracefully? Oh, I'm just saying they're his friends. Friends and loved ones, and I'm doing corpse explosion to use an explosive ejection force to slam their corpse into the ceiling and like leave a human-shaped blood splatter on the ceiling and the pillars and the wall. Like we could handle this with a bit more tact, is all I'm saying. I'm granting them a very violent peace.
Mira, my love, forgive me.
Hadric, help me.
Mira, no! Hadric, stand back! I tried to make it quick, Hadric. I didn't want her to suffer.
I couldn't have done this without you. I'm in your debt. My name is Hadric Aemon.
There is a way you could repay me. I seek the crown of King Leoric.
I can help you there. It's buried with his Chancellor, my grandfather. You'll find his tomb in a cemetery in the Weeping Hollow. And if you see my fool apprentice out there, tell him to get back to town.
Hadric, you have a very odd way of coping with the explosion of your wife's gibbets that are splattered all over your face. Let me use your friends' bodies to kill your turned wife. Ah, it's rough, yeah, it's rough. All right, before we go, I want to go.
Come over here.
No, don't be distracted. There's enough merchants in this game who have literally nothing good to show you. Then there are people on the streets of Las Vegas trying to get you to go to bars and strip clubs.
The rest of the town is down to quarter, including my wife. But you can quit if you want.
Like, chat, what were the random vendors in Diablo 3 for originally? Sometimes they have rings. Is that it? Dye colors? Did they sell dye colors? I actually didn't know that. Yeah, maybe clear your inventory so you can keep going.
I would like to hear more about your grandfather, the Chancellor. Not much to tell. I lived with my father in Chaldeum at the time. We heard that my grandfather stayed in Tristram until the end, trying to save lives. Don't know if he succeeded, but there it is. When the Skeleton King fell, my grandfather was dying from a sword wound. He had the crown sealed with him to keep it safe.
He made his choice then.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie to you, Hadric. I was looking at chat for a second. Hold on.
I would like to hear more about Not much to tell. We heard that my grandfather stayed in Tristram until the end.
Wait.
Trying to save lives. Don't know if he succeeded.
Is his grandfather the blacksmith from Diablo 2 in 1?
My grandfather was dying from a sword wound. He had the crown sealed with him to keep it safe.
He made it.
No. Oh, never mind. He's just another guy from Tristram. Okay, fair enough. But his father had a wound and sealed the crown inside with him to keep it safe. His grandfather, as the Chancellor, died before Diablo 1. Okay, interesting. Find the cemetery of the Forsaken in the Weeping Hollow. Okay, we'll do that, chat. Somehow it's been 3.5 hours already. I don't know how. This is outrageous. We're making great time. Just super good. Almost done with Diablo 3, in fact. Wow, what a fast, speedy, and efficient lore run. I am going to take a BRB. Let you listen to the new Tristram song, because it's actually quite good. And very reminiscent of ye olden ones. And I'll be back. I have to warn you, the voice of the necromancer standing idle may be very loud and surprise you. Okay? You've been warned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes after I take the dog outside. Thank you so much for tagging along with me on this journey, and thanks for hanging out tonight. Hope you guys are having an awesome Memorial Day. Or if you're not in America, just a good regular day. BRB. Actually, I have an idea. I can mute the game. This is a perfect idea. Mute the game. That way it doesn't spook you. And then play this. Now you can just listen to it without having to get spooked. Yo. What's up? Thanks for waiting. I'm gonna do a couple squats. The necromancer is telling me that he's gonna do squats and it's spooking me. He has returned. Nice first message, Dwimmerlex. How you doing? Thanks again, Crazy Cherry, for the 43 months who said, I'm back for another one. Alright, I got water. I'm out of breath from doing like 20 squats rapidly. And I'm ready to go find the Shattered Crown. But first, we're gonna do something. Since we haven't cleared any of the Weeping Hollow, we're gonna turn the difficulty up. To expert. Because I feel like it's pretty comfortable where we're at. And I'd like to bump it. Go to Torment 30.
Leah spent all night alongside the blacksmith's wife, tending the wounded.
We're not gonna go that crazy.
Down to half rations. How are we supposed to fight if we're starving?
The rest of the town is down to quarter, including my wife. But you can quit if you want.
Corpse does go boom. Kaiba, when was the last time you played Diablo 3?
Don't tell anyone, but I've got some new items you really should see.
Okay, do you have dye?
No one round here appreciates the work I put into acquiring these fine wares.
Shut up.
It's not
Oh, it's not easy being a merchant. I just stand around all day. No one appreciates me.
Scavengers are ugly, pathetic creatures who survive off of carrion and corpses, too diseased to attract any other carnivores. I did once meet a raggedy fellow who claimed that he had trained one of the beasts to bring him large rats to eat. But I'm sure the story is utter nonsense.
Okay, this feels pretty good as far as how much. Yeah, that feels pretty good as far as the damage goes. Chat. Oh, this is tough because I have seen Corpse Explosion memed to death. Because it's so many people's favorite ability. I'm like, I'm starting to understand the appeal. It's really good. Corpse blows up. I think it's the fact that it doesn't, like, you can sort of use it as a trap. And the domino chain reaction of having a corpse explosion that creates more corpses.
That foe will die.
Ooh, is that a champion or an elite? Skull Crusher. It's a cycle, yeah. Okay. They are a little tankier because we just cranked the difficulty. Yeah, this is a whole pack. Let's bring them back over here. My problem is I need to generate essence. Okay, I gotta start generating essence. The stun is really nice. So right now not my bone spikes, my bone spear, it does more damage the more people it hits in a line. So like lining them up is best case scenario. There we go. Yeah, I'm already feeling the little difficulty spike there. Because that's just an elite pack all by themselves, right? Much less when they're in a group of, like a throng of enemies. What's up, Shadowlight? How's it going? I just installed my new GPU. Hey, congrats. Time to get to gaming. What's the first game you're going to play on it? It's fun to make body go boom. I wish I could actually, like, kill these nerds, though. There we go. Crisis is the first game you're gonna play on it. When was the last time, chat, you actually played Crisis? Number 1. And number 2, did we just get our first headpiece? Number 2, how loud is the game? Game too loud? Can I turn the action volume down? Never played Crisis. No one's played Crisis. This is such a sad battle. There we go. Very sad. About 6 months ago, I played all the Crisis games. I played Crisis when I was still in school, I think. I played Crisis back when it was new and considered the... Now it's a meme, but when it was the pinnacle of what a computer could achieve visually. And my computer couldn't really achieve it.
Some foul new disease has taken hold in this land, and the carrion bats are near the heart of it. Since returning to Tristram, I have seen their numbers surge. The evil forces that linger here give them strength, and I fear that the worst is yet to come.
Do not speak over or interrupt Mr. Kane. Last time I played Crisis was Crisis 2 multiplayer. I actually never got to play multiplayer Crisis. I feel like I missed out. Because it seems like with all the physics...
Rathma has blessed me.
It would have been super fun. I wish I could just turn down voices without turning down all voices. Just what my character has to say voices. Alright, what did we get? We got Corpse Lance. Target an enemy to summon projectiles from nearby corpses that cause 1750% of your weapon damage as physical to the target. This also is free. Okay, so this is single target damage, and Corpse Explosion is an AoE. It's free. It just takes a body sacrifice. I don't understand why you put free in quotes. We just need the literal body of a organic being. His thoughts are louder because he's thinking them in his head. That makes sense. What do we got now? No, we didn't find a headpiece. We just have the belt. We did find pants. First pair of pants. We still need boots, shoulders, head, and an offhand, as well as some rings, an amulet. You know, just like half of our entire loadout. No problem.
That is not possible.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. Like, I have to target an enemy, and then the bone spikes come...
I require a corpse.
I require a corpse. It seems like it's decent single target damage. But the lack of AoE is very noticeable.
I need a corpse.
Okay, chat, how do I mute the Necro? He's gonna keep complaining at me. There's gotta be an option here. I know it's voice volume. Just give the man a corpse. If I turn the voice volume down, then I'm gonna have to crank the overall volume up every time. Error speech used to be an option. It's called error speech. I don't see it in the menu. Is that a World of Warcraft thing? Maybe you think chat's got WoW? WoW brain? That would be a nice feature though. Hopefully it's in 4. Maybe it's under gameplay? I don't think so. It's weird that it's in WoW but not D3. It is a little weird, yeah. Okay, anyways. I remember, Crysis... Chat, what year did Crysis come out? I have very distinct memories of Crysis. Namely, my memories are... I remember building a computer while I was in college. I was putting a PC together.
The grave beckons.
And I was building the computer specifically because I was like, damn, Crysis is out. I'm gonna be playing Crysis on this thing. I'm gonna be playing The Witcher was like pretty new. 2008, yeah. So I was a sophomore in college, or like, if it was early 2008.
That foe will die. I'm afraid not.
The irony! What do you mean I'm afraid not?
I must have a corpse.
We're gonna have a problem here, chat. I'm gonna accidentally run into... I might die. Hold on. The Elite and Champion packs are kind of obnoxious for us on this difficulty.
I'm afraid not.
Okay, calm down.
I need a corpse.
I can just stun them, it's fine. Just stun them. Focus on the weenies first, then use the weenies' bodies to focus on Salazius the Fiend. There we go. I see the issue. You don't have enough bones. I don't have enough bones, I don't have enough essence, I don't have enough corpses. You were still excited for Game of Thrones in 2008. No, that wasn't until 2011. Game of Thrones Season 1 was 2011. I think we need to do a little bit of... There's a new belt. A little bit of tweaking. Bone Spear. Bone Spear is okay. The skeletal mages seem like they actually end up doing a bit more damage. And obviously, I think Corpse Explosion is feeling better than Corpse Lance right now as well. Let's try Skeletal Mage. Because it's nice to be able to summon a few of them and have a few friends. Rest in peace, old Game of Thrones. Rest in peace. But yeah, I remember building a PC in 2008 so that I could play all the cool new games that were coming out. Shrines. Much like Diablo 2, these shrines are exclusively good and only benefit us. Whereas in Diablo 1, they were sometimes changing our character in ways we couldn't quite predict. And when I finally finished building the computer, I played Crisis. And I remember the first area in the game is like this big, gorgeous beach. And the beach has like a whole bunch of NPCs that you can fight. It's got like vehicles, boats. You could jump into the turret of the boats. It was so cool. And I would just load into that first area and only play that. I don't think I ever did a single mission objective. I never played anything beyond that one area because I would just load into it like a tech demo and do the sandbox shenanigans, because the idea of there being sort of this open world that you could traverse at your own leisure in whatever way, tackle it in any way, was different each time I played it. I only played that like it was the entire game. I never did one single story mission in Crisis as a campaign. And I would use that to like show what my computer could do to my friends. Be like, yo, look at Crisis, this game's so cool. And I'd show the same first area and then never play it, anything else. Sometimes, early game especially, doing some of these optional dungeons can give us some pretty good shit. Let's see what we got. We've got a rare offhand, rare shield. So intelligence is our primary stat. We can open up the character details here. And we got all the little things that we're gonna wanna know over the course of the game. But intelligence for us is primary attribute for witch doctors, wizards, and necromancers. So it'll increase our damage scaling. So if we have 38, just add or take away a 0, and it'll increase that resistances by that much. And then it'll increase, like 38% plus damage is crazy in Diablo 2. In Diablo 3, that's like 38% damage. That's cute. This number is going to be in the like tens of thousands by the time we're done with the game. It gets crazy with the scaling. Oh, we found a nice stick replacement as well. Also, everything in Diablo is rated by damage per second, which is kind of interesting. Dragon Ball Z design, yeah. It is kind of like infinitely scaling Dragon Ball Z design. So we don't just look at the damage and attacks per second. We kind of like know the DPS because the game mathematically shows it to us. And they really tried to make it more accessible, I think, to new players, because they summarize your stats in 3 key ways, which are good to kind of give you a gauge of how much stronger you're becoming over the course of the game, but aren't absolute in terms of higher is not always better, because sometimes you'll have a specific legendary necklace or ring or something like that that you would get more damage or toughness for replacing, but the effect of the item is so good that you keep it anyways, even though it's like lower powered. So this is just a nice like snapshot of our characters scaling damage that we can deal per second based on our weapon, toughness, which is an aggregate of our max life, armor, dodge chance, and resistances, and also other damage reductions, and then recovery, which is a representation of how much life per hit and life per second you can get. There's a lot of self-healing in Diablo 3. Most of the characters that you can play, if not all of them, have some kind of ability or rune variant that they can use in order to restore some of their own life, and that's primarily because there's really only the one potion, and you never get more than one potion at a time.
I need essence.
So just a very different experience.
Will die.
Let's do corpse explosions, because we got another elite pack bearing down on us. The stun is super nice. And I'm actually quite liking the little ghosties as well, because I can do the stun, I can do the corpse explosion when they die, generate some essence, and then just mash out some more Skelly Mages and have a few of those going simultaneously, because they only last for 6 seconds, but they do 400% weapon damage as physical over 2 attacks. So, seems good. But it feels like more than 2. Oh, they do 2 attacks, but they're like, is it really 2 attacks, or are they just doing infinite ki blast from Dragon Ball? I don't know. I guess it just spreads the damage out over 6 seconds, but it doesn't really look like 2 distinct attacks per se. I was still playing Quake 4 and Age of Empires 3 back in 2008. Those are the old days. If you have less than 1 billion damage, you don't count. It's kind of true, though. So, at the end of each dungeon, we have a teleport to the entrance of the dungeon as well. It's a pretty new feature in Diablo 3. One of the things that's crazy, I mean, compared to 2, right? It was kind of wild to think about that Path of Exile came out, what, like 6 months after Diablo 3 released? And then the feud was born. Torchlight 2 was also contemporary with Diablo 3. And those were kind of like the main competitors. Path of Exile was like open beta. It didn't like come out per se. It was in open beta, I believe, like 6 months after D3. Took a bit to get a big following, but yeah. It was hailed as like a return. This is what Diablo fans really want, and that's where some of you still remain to this day, right? Some of you guys are still like, yep. They're damn right. Path of Exile doesn't have ragdoll physics, so is therefore automatically inferior. Many people are saying this. Anyway, Kaibo. I asked you a question, but I didn't look to see if you responded to it. I'm gonna go back and look now. I'm getting a mod audit. Kaibo said, I'm playing right now. My character has a little battle cruiser pet, Peepo Happy. Oh yeah, we have pets! Yeah, I didn't say you didn't respond. I was saying I asked you, but then I forgot to look for a response.
I need essence.
So that's my bad. I'm a Grim Dawn Last Epoch nerd. I think Last Epoch is one of the ones we haven't really talked about too much on here. But that one's been getting a lot of really positive press too. Yeah, pets actually do have some functionality for us, which is nice. Let's go ahead and, how do I do that customization? On PC. I know how to do it on console, ironically. My collection? Yeah. I have wings. Where hatred and terror tread, destruction is sure to follow. I have creepy tentacle wings. I have big dragon wings. I have scary Mephisto puppet wings. I have undead Drake wings. I have mercy! I will heal everyone, is famously what she says whenever she does her ult. So Necromancer will say that in his best mercy voice. We've got the tendrils. I don't think we want any of these. Here's my pets. We got Baby Mephisto. The littlest Lord of Hatred is still working on his technique, but soon the ankles of the Nephilim shall tremble. Last Epoch is what I'm playing now. It's okay, would like to see it in a few years, but I tend to go back now and then to it. Grim Dawn is amazing. Got some Grim Dawn fans in chat. As someone with far too many hours in Path of Exile, they've been losing a lot of goodwill from their player base due to how loot/enemy scaling works these days. Yeah, I think that, like, normally I remember Path of Exile when the seasons roll over, seeing just so much hype behind each new season, even on Twitch, with the people that I follow, and I feel like that's been dying off faster and faster with each new season. Like, the people that I follow who do Path of Exile new season only did it for a fraction of the time. This go round, it seems like it's losing steam. but it's hard to see from the outside in, I guess. I haven't played it. A half-formed blood golem. This is the one I use with my witch doctor because it seems relevant. The blood rose would be relevant as well. We've got Dominion's Revenge. Who called in the fleet? StarCraft 20th Anniversary 2018? Yeah, they're working on Path of Exile too. A lot of the PoE stuff hasn't been as drastic lately, and a lot of people are waiting on Path of Exile too. Understandable. Father Mercus. Okay, chat. I think because this is the Diablo 1, 2, and 3 playthrough, why don't we go with Baby Mephisto? I like that one. I don't need a pennant. I've already got the expansion, I think. I don't know if I have the deluxe version. Baby Mephisto? I am a necro after all, so I think that this makes sense. Somehow, Mephisto has returned. Is music is at 80%? Let's turn music up. I can't even hear it. I don't know if that's just because combat's loud.
I need essence.
Is this the sound mixing streamer? This is the sound mixing streamer who can never get this mix right. Like, I wish I could buff the music. Let's go effects down to 30, voice down to 80. I can't find the balance, chat. Technically, this isn't really my fault. That
The night embraces you.
That 3D Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
would take pride in this.
Turtles in Time effect was fantastic with the body just flying up to us. You have a new active... Who the hell are these guys? Command Skeletons? Active. Command your skeletal minions to attack a target and increase their damage by 50%. Passive. Raise skeletons from the ground every 2 seconds to a max of 7 skeletons. They deal 50% damage as physical per attack. Hell yeah. Could it be the ambience too loud? Should we just see what ambient does? I think ambient is like footsteps. Look, they're going ham! Now this is Necromancer gameplay. Yeah, that's like nature sounds. I can't even hear the difference, to be honest. Okay, you guys have to tell me what's too loud and what's too quiet when we play, because it's hard to find the right mix. Go, my minions! Oh, it like highlights them and they just start wailing on one dude. But then
your death nears.
Already? What? Very early. Even for Diablo 3, this is early. Diablo 3 is very generous with the loot, and that is super early, even for this. Well, there's only one legendary helm that you get at this point. Isn't there? I've got Leoric's Crown. Increase the effect of any gem socketed into this item by 85%. This effect does not apply to legendary gems. Monster kills grant +6 experience. And it has a socket, of course. Well, that's a great first one to get, because we don't even have one. And intelligence, vit, and life per hit is nice. Bow before your necromancer king. Find the cemetery of the Forsaken in the Weeping Hollow. Hold on, chat. We're still looking for a shattered crown. Huh. Gotta be a different crown. Probably no relation. This town is big enough for all of our crowns. Is this gonna be like a keys are in your back pocket type of situation when you start looking for them? Like I'm looking for the broken crown, but it's been on my head the entire time. Okay, so this goes on. That costs 50 essence to command the skeletons. I see. The Skelly Bros are game changers. Yeah, no, they are. We're starting to get the proper dose of Necromancer gameplay now. Is this where we're supposed to go? It is. I already love my Skelly Bros. We got ourselves a waypoint. So waypoints are back from Diablo 2. Though now they activate automatically, and the spacing of them is much more, I would say, predictable. You don't really have to look for them very frequently. This is just a much more linear game than Diablo 2. Like, Diablo 3 wants you to experience a story in a given order when you're playing the campaign, and there, until later on, are very few sort of giant open dungeons. There's a few of them that sort of have the look of an open dungeon, but not the way that Diablo 2 has dungeons randomly generating, where you can really kind of get lost and have to explore every nook and cranny looking for either a waypoint or the next floor down. All roads kind of segue toward where you're going in Diablo 3, so it's a much more straightforward experience, for better or worse. They wanted to go for, I think, more of a cinematic vibe, where you're constantly working towards the next story objective, with a lot more emphasis on characters and NPCs, tagging along with you, having things to say while you're walking around, giving a little bit of either backstory or filling the dead air. They're very talkative. But there's a lot of good lore, too.
When King Leoric came to court, he brought many nobles with him, and nobles, oddly enough, want noble crypts. So I showed up with my shovel, thinking to make easy profit by digging a few holes. Ha! There's no stopping their demands around here. Now, I eat, sleep, and breathe dirt, it seems.
What's that little skeletal critter mixed with the regular skeletons? That's my pet. They're just a cosmetic who can pick up gold for me. And then I also have skeletal mages that do attacks over 6 seconds that I have to summon with essence. Etal, random topic. Did you see the Lego Pac-Man thing? I did not, actually. I still need to get the Lego space that they just added. By the way, there's 3 defiled crypts here. We are looking for the Chancellor's Altar, and it could be behind any of these doors. So we're just gonna pick one and go. But no, I haven't seen the Pac-Man thing. I still want to get the space one, which I feel like I need to find a link for because it's really cool. These are on back order, but I don't have mine back ordered yet. It's like Lego art. Here, I'll show you. Oh, that's so tiny! That's the smallest picture imaginable. Hold on. Little baby picture. Let's try this one instead, shall we? An image for ants? Oh, that one's way big. Yeah, they just released this. These are like little space art pieces made with Lego that look like a sweet book cover, to be honest. So just a bunch of cool bricks, very minimalist design, and you can look up to see what each one represents, because it represents some real science shit. Yeah, they would look really cool as bookends. I completely agree. I'm definitely gonna get that one. I can't believe I already found Leoric's crown. That's funny.
The tragedies in these lands have left many restless spirits in their wake, and they demand retribution. These spirits will take out their vengeance on any unsuspecting individual who may pass, for they believe that the blood of the living will yet restore the lives that will rip away from them.
I was listening to that. Why do you always have to talk over Kane? These spirits will take out their vengeance on any unsuspecting individual, for they believe the blood of the living will yet restore the lives that were ripped away from them. Dude's crawling out of the like a Skyrim skeleton. This actually is a Skyrim dungeon, huh? Yo, I gotta say, chat, early impressions of the Necro are very high. Very positive, very quickly. Like, giving me my own Skelly army already that passively regenerates is pretty sweet. Being able to target a given enemy for a big essence dump. It's like a quarter of my essence to push them up. We got Corpse Explosion, which I keep forgetting to use. And I like the Skelly mages. I'm playing a Witch Doctor in my free time, but I don't mind the idea of doing 2 separate summon builds.
Consumes you.
Weakness! 2 summon builds is fine by me.
My insight grows.
Okay, level 10, big ding. We got passives now. All right. That is something that some of the classes in Diablo 2 have. But in Diablo 3, it's much more of a primary game feature. All right, do we have any corpses to explode? Kinda. There we go. Get that guy. We got some blues. Let me check my loot. Have we found anything cool? We got boots. Plus 6% move speed. Nimble boots of the bear. And we're still looking for our shoulders. And then we'll have everything except for neck and fingies. But yeah, picking up a nice early legendary is pretty sweet. When this first came out, I remember a lot of hate surrounding it, but it looks pretty sweet. At launch, there were a lot of problems. Yeah, I bounced off of it pretty early on. I made a wizard, and I guess I beat the game, but I don't remember. And then a couple years went by, and 2 years or less later was Loot 2.0 in anticipation of Reaper of Souls coming out, I think in 2014, which is crazy to think it was that long ago. And that was a huge overhaul, and since about that point, Diablo 3, I think, has just only gotten better and better with each update. And it's in a really good place right now. Like, it's in a nice place to pick up Diablo 4. Like, at this point, everyone's had enough time. I unfortunately didn't spend enough time doing all the fun stuff because they've added a ton of things to do in game now. Like, seasoned characters have the rites of passage or whatever to level up. You've got the Kanai's Cube for end game, the Greater Rifts, Challenge Rifts, Adventure Mode. There's a lot of things to do after getting to max level here. But it was rough at launch, yeah. Skellies are making it too easy. Time to up the difficulty. No, it's fine. Okay, I'm on expert right now. We will up it for sure, though. We'll probably finish in the Torment 4 range, Torment 5, maybe somewhere around there. All right, what did we just get? We got passives. So we have 2 passives to choose from. You will have 20 passives with Reaper of Souls total by level 70. That's the level cap with Reaper of Souls. I think it's 60 without. Reaper of Souls added new passives, a new passive slot, so you can have 4 passives, and a new ability for each class. That was like... In our case, I think it's Simulacrum. Create a simulacrum made of blood that will duplicate your secondary skills for 15 seconds. I don't know what that means, but it sounds badass. We also picked up a rune for Grimside. Let's try that. Enemies below 20% health have a 5% chance to be decapitated and insta-killed. Sure, why not? Okay. Lock that in. Wait. Oh, wait. That, I accidentally replaced my skellies. Come back, my skellies. I apologize. Oh, I didn't realize there was like a health meter up here for them. Okay, that's convenient, with a little counter to see how many skellies are left. Now, my first 2 passives are Fueled by Death. Consuming a corpse increases move speed by 3% for 5 seconds. This effect can stack up to 10 times. 30% faster move speed? Define consuming a corpse, as in like popping corpse explosion? Life from death. Consuming a corpse has a chance to spawn a health globe. Health globe's cool. That's what I mean, though. Like, there's a self-heal already for our Necro. Most of the classes can be pretty self-sufficient in Diablo 3, but that's not to say that there aren't support abilities and support builds, because there very much are. But they're much more self-sufficient than they are in Diablo 2. Which is interesting because I watched a developer interview about Diablo 3, which is a whole topic of conversation in and of itself. But they said that Diablo 3 is intended to be played first and foremost as a multiplayer game. And it's interesting to have a design philosophy that is very much focusing on the multiplayer experience first, but also have every character basically be able to solo the game if they want. Which I think is totally fine for reference. I think every character can solo Diablo 2. You'll just need a little bit more preparation. Yeah, anything that uses corpses. Okay, so if I just pop corpses, I gotta go fast. Yeah, I got 3 stacks of Fueled by Death. Defiled Crypt level 2. Yeah, let's head down. We found the exit. Multiplayer with chat? No.
I think the crown is nearby.
Absolutely not. Stay out. Oh shit. It's not the butcher, it's Mango Mall! Alright, Mango Mall. I'm gonna sick all my skeletons on you, and I expect them to murder you very quickly.
I need essence.
Thanks for trying, Mango Mall.
The unburied are formed from human corpses that were flung into mass graves without a proper burial. This hideous amalgamation of bodies decomposes together into one being, bound by some foul magic. For all my knowledge, I could only flee from it, and I would expect any other sensible person to do the same.
Sometimes I'll click on bestiary. Sometimes I'll look at the old bestiary. Ooh, rare pants. I literally just changed my pants. But I gotta change my pants again because I've been gaming too long. You understand how it is, chat. 14 intelligence, 16 vit, regenerate some life. Monster kills give us extra XP. Rares in Diablo 3 compared to rares in Diablo 2 is no comparison. Who's this? The Tomb Guardians. Rares in Diablo 3 are basically like blue magic items in Diablo 2. Alright, let's blow some corpses up.
Fine corpse.
You will make a fine corpse for me and my 10 stacks of super speed. The Chancellor's altar has been found.
No, I will not allow you to bring that monster Leoric back to this world.
Chancellor Aemon! That's Hadrig's father! Kill that guy, skeletons!
Essence.
With our powers combined. Bunch of skeletons killing a ghost, and then we blow up their body to assert dominance. Okay. Event complete. Town portal. We now have the ability to town portal. We may have always had the ability to town portal for all I know, but now we also have the ability.
I am returning.
You killed his wife, and now his grandfather? Again? Really like that the lore was reviewed. Never paid attention before. Yeah, it's actually just quite fun. There's a difference in something being fun and... Okay, Diablo lore is good in a fun way, not good in a, let's study this book as a class and write book reports on the author's intent. If that makes sense. Why is the town so cool with these skeletons? Oh, I thought you meant why the skeletons are making the town cooler, and I was getting ready to agree with you, Business Raven. But you meant like, why is the town okay with me having a bunch of armed, two-handed sword skeletons just running around the town? Okay. If they're not attacking anybody, it's kind of like seeing a bunch of bees swirl around the hive. Like, the bees aren't hurting anything. They're pollinating the flowers. Just because they have stingers doesn't mean that you have to go shoo them away and try and kill them. Otherwise, the hive might fight back, you know what I'm saying? So as long as the skellies are minding their own business, they're unthreatening and they're following me around. They don't want to mess with me because I'm supposed to, I said I was going to help them. It's under control.
You found the crown. Truth be told, I didn't think you'd make it back alive. Ah, it needs repair. Should be no problem.
Hadrig.
It's good to work again.
My crown's got crowns in it.
It was placed upon the Black King's head. I need something more than making spades to occupy my mind. I want my life to mean something.
Don't we all?
There is no higher calling than serving the balance. The priests of Rathma would welcome your aid.
We have the blacksmith. He has been unlocked. Behold, his fearsome forge. These are probably like scraps picked up from bodies on the battlefield. He's got a simple anvil, a few weapons salvaged. Ah, Hadrig. Tell me about poor Mira. Mira is his wife, who we had to help him kill because she was unfortunately infected and became one of the undead.
Back at your forge already?
Work needs doing. No one is going to do it for me.
You were quite upset about Mira.
I don't want to talk about my wife. Dead is dead and gone is gone. Do you want work done or not?
If I didn't blow up her corpse, I might be able to help you, Hadrig. I could reanimate her as a puppet skeleton who could hang out like a mascot for your new enterprise here. New hero shows up in town, comes back a few hours later wearing Leoric's crown. I made this. What would you... what would you do though? Be like, hey, you can't do that. It's like if you have Leoric's crown, then you're probably not somebody to mess around with. I feel like you just quietly avert your eyes. So one of the things that I think is the coolest part about the Necromancer as a character pack, and also just Diablo in general, is the character-specific dialogue for things, right? This is the first time that the hero, the protagonist of a Diablo game, has their own voice. So Diablo 2 had voice acting for all the NPCs you interact with, but not a voice for you. And a lot of work goes into making sure that every single character has subtly different dialogue. Sometimes it's largely the same, but they just rewrite the words, right? But sometimes it is very specific, especially in Act 5. They did a lot of very specific class, unique dialogue. And having to go through for just like adding one character class, give them male and female voice options, and have every single character that interacts with them, the Necromancer has to have a response voiced for all those characters. Like it's a lot of work just to put in one character class, not to mention of course all the abilities and the balance and whatnot, right? Because like I gotta have something to say to Deckard, yeah, and other languages, and having it like dubbed in other languages and stuff too. That's true.
I have retrieved the crown.
At last. With it, you can unlock the sealed door in the room where you rescued me and enter the royal crypts. When you find the Skeleton King, place the crown atop his head and destroy him.
There is no other way to reach the fallen star, it seems.
It's time to kill King Leoric. Again.
After King Leoric went mad, no one lived in these parts for a long time. Then adventurers were lured here by tales of riches to be found inside the old cathedral. New Tristram started when some traveling merchants decided to set down here to sell to the adventurers. It grew quickly. Lots of good farming in these parts. Well, before all of this started.
This was the final quest of the Diablo 3 demo. I think I vaguely remember. You just unlocked the memory.
East shall come a monarch whose rule begins in blood and ends in bone. In the light of a comet will he die a third and final death at the hands of true men.
Monka S.
Every scholar of demonic lore has heard of Deckard Cain. Thanks to you, I got to see him in the flesh.
Leah and Cain.
What can you tell me of Leah and Cain?
Not too much, I'm afraid. They came here almost a year ago. She split her time between looking after him and helping out the town. He spent his days in the old cathedral, looking for old texts from what I hear. They were inside when that thing hit. She's lucky to be alive.
He's gonna be pissed when he catches you wearing his crown. But actually, though, yeah, you're not wrong. I love that we just have baby Mephisto hanging out with us. Yeah, baby Mephisto is gonna... Okay, do you remember in Diablo 2 when we defeated Mephisto in the Durance of Hate and recovered his Soul Stone? And then we took the Soul Stone all the way to the Hellforge, defeated the Armorer, and destroyed the very essence of Mephisto himself. Okay, this is just Baby Groot, right? Baby Mephisto is the Baby Groot. He's currently growing back into Mephisto. He's just following us around while he does it. And he occasionally does a little song and dance.
Bless you for saving Deckard Cain. I don't know what Leah would do, what any of us would do if Cain were truly lost.
So this is how it ends? They dragged my cart from the road, but for what? I can't get it repaired.
Oh yeah,
Might
we
as
heard
well
that.
dig a hole and die in it.
We heard that. Rare bracers. Little extra armor. Is this better? Nah. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of some stuff. We have what, 17,000 in cash? I'm gonna go ahead and start accumulating. If you're playing on like a slightly higher difficulty, like we're on expert right now, typically you think, oh, we need to sell all of our gear, and that's usually the case. But in Diablo 3, if you are cranking the difficulty up over time, then what we actually want to do is start probably building up salvage, because there's a lot of crafting in Diablo 3. There's a lot of crafting in Diablo 2 with the Herodric Cube as well. There's just more recipes that you need to kind of look up in Diablo 2 to find that crafting. But we're here to salvage basically anything we can't use at this point. So I've already scanned over all this. So how do I mass salvage on PC, actually? So, do I have to upgrade him to be able to mass salvage? I don't know how to. I know how to mass salvage on Switch, but I might have to upgrade him. Okay, we'll just click on everything ourselves. But we just got a bunch of crafting mats, and crafting mats don't go into our regular inventory. They go into a specific crafting materials pack, which I believe was, I don't know what update this was added in, but it was a huge quality of life upgrade, and that way it doesn't take up precious inventory space, because there are a lot of crafting materials, most of which we're not even going to find in the campaign, because some of these are for bounties, which is adventure mode. Reusable parts come from crafting down white items, arcane dust from crafting down blue items, veiled crystals from crafting down yellow rare items, then Death's Breath, then that'll just kind of start appearing later in the game. Forgotten Souls from crafting down legendaries, and then how dare you speak the name Hellfire here in this video game. And then we have Leoric's Regret, Idol of Terror we're probably not going to see. And then the Greater Rift Keystones, which are also post-game content or adventure mode content. Why are you changing the difficulty over time? Because Diablo 3, that's how you're meant to play. You can't play one difficulty through the entire game. There are 16 levels of Torment plus the first 4 difficulty levels. There's like 20 total difficulty levels. And you're encouraged to raise the difficulty whenever you feel comfortable, because you get a lot of bonuses for doing so. So every time you raise the difficulty, you make the game harder, obviously, but you get proportionally more money, XP, and loot. And also, once you get to a certain difficulty, you unlock legendaries that can't spawn at level 70 beneath that difficulty. If you tried to play through a full campaign of Diablo 3 on mortal... if you try to play through a full campaign of Diablo 3 on normal difficulty today, after all the patches and balance changes that have come out, you would have the easiest ARPG ever, where you would literally defeat every boss with one click by the time you were at the end of the game, probably. So, you're supposed to, like, up the difficulty whenever you feel comfy, and you get better stuff as a result.
The news continues to worsen. How can you continue to wade into the fray with nary a thought for your own safety? It is madness.
This is what I have trained for.
The downside of that system is it's more difficult for new players, because if you're brand new to Diablo 3, it can be a bit overwhelming. Since the difficulty gives you more XP, you level up faster early on, and each time you level up, you do get a fairly significant amount of new abilities, so it can be a bit overwhelming if you're new, to be like, okay, I got 3 new things, and I just leveled up again, there's 3 more things, and you kind of have to start, stop the gameplay a lot in order to see what the new things you got are. I want to see the recap. Enjoy really cool turtles. Have a good night. Take it easy. All right, let's use the new Tristram Ray Point and go back so we can go to the Cathedral Garden now. So we had a new entrance from the top now that takes us directly to the ornate door. Open her up. Beating the game is really the beginning of the game, more or less. There's a very long end game that we won't have the opportunity to do, but we're here for the lore. And what's actually kind of fun is there is a decent amount of game lore that's available.
I have long waited for this
even after the game is over. Chaos! Blow them all to hell. Come back, my minions. There's a lot of shit on the screen for Necromancer, and I kind of love it so far. Like, it's feeling really, really kinetic and fun. I just like the combat of Diablo 3 in general. It feels really nice. Diablo 4, from the very brief amount of time I played it, also felt good, and it's going to take some more time for me to kind of compare it. But yeah, the action feels really, really nice. Ooh, who's this? Who is this? Let's blow him up.
You make a fine corpse.
Corpse explosion OP. It's not. That's not going to get old. Okay. Anyway, we're not going to miss anything that's like super integral or anything like that. Excuse me. I don't want to stand in the poison. Skellies, focus on that nerd. As long as he's not super distracted by me, I'm stuck. Alright, I summoned a bunch of mages. And then we can just use the corpses to blow up the rest.
Not enough essence.
Why are these guys tankier than the boss? His little minions are, they got more than he does as far as HP. It's actually insane how long it takes to fully min-max in D3. Yeah, there's a lot of mechanics. Like, you go all the way through the campaign, and you're like, oh, this is fun. I'm enjoying this. It's kind of... I would recommend all new players probably play the campaign. Oh shit, we got like wall traps to drop on people's heads. But yeah, I would recommend new players play through the campaign first.
Your death nears.
Because if you try and jump into just adventure mode exclusively, and you've got you got Kanai's Cube, which I don't even know if you can get that straight away. You've got Nephilim Rifts. You've got there's just a lot of stuff to learn very fast. You'll also get a concentrated amount of XP from doing Nephilim Rifts, which are basically hard to explain, chat. They're kind of just like challenge dungeons, I guess, that scale up in difficulty and give you unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else. Yeah, you can get the cube in Act 3 at any point. It can be, I would say, just for new players, it would be an overwhelming quantity of things to keep up with. Now, if you've played Path of Exile, then no problem. You're used to being overwhelmed. So, do what you want to do. Pretty sure a patch made it so you can skip the campaign. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that a patch made it you can just skip the campaign.
My name is Lachdanan, and I'm cursed.
Lachdanan!
Once the captain of King Leoric's army, I lived only to honor my land and my king. No man has a greater love for his king than I had for mine, even as I drove my blade through his dark and corrupted heart.
Dude, Lachdanan is from Diablo 1. We actually had the Lachdanan quest. That was the quest I did get, yeah. And we were able to free him from his curse. If memory serves, Lachdanan was one of King Leoric's knights or guard who refused to be corrupted by the demons. And was cursed for... Chat, what did... Help me fill in the gaps here. He was a captain of the guard, but he was specifically cursed by King Leoric for not helping Leoric. This is a lot of damage. We're just gonna go ahead and use the masterful Hushina of the Eel. I don't know how to pronounce that. But yeah, he was cursed by King Leoric, and now we get some audio. Very cool. Alright, anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, new player experience in Diablo? Yeah, it's definitely nothing to the scale of the number of different sort of in-game mechanisms that you would need to learn in, say, Path of Exile. But I think that the campaign is a nice introduction to the game.
Your death nears.
You have to turn the difficulty up, but it kind of eases you into it, and especially with the number of artisans that there are, figuring out what all the artisans do, all that good stuff. The D3 Gib physics are just so satisfying. Oh yeah, I completely agree. What do we get? Oh, we got a lot of new stuff. Siphon Blood. We got some blood magic. 15 essence each time damage is dealt. Siphon the blood from the targeted enemy, dealing 150% weapon damage as physical. Heals you for 2% of your total health while channeled. Okay. We've also got a new rune for Skeletal Mage. We've been summoning the little Skelly Mages with essence. And now Risen Mages leave a corpse behind when they die or expire. Ooh, free target for Corpse Explosion. But we also have Death Nova here. Unleash a Nova that deals 350% weapon damage as poison. Let's try that. Costs 20 essence. Which essence does slowly recover, I think. Very slowly, maybe? Because that costs 20. Why do I have 181? That's 163. I might have some resource cost reduction items. Where do you even see that? Yeah, 7.85% resource cost reduction. Never mind. Yo, what's up, Samoa? How's it going? I've been playing hard to start as a wizard witch, and I am having a blast so far. Nuking groups of zombies and seeing their limbs rain down from the sky. So satisfying. New player experience. It fun. Hey, that's awesome to hear. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Corpse Explosion has 5 more yards of radius, so it just hits more people? Okay. Let's go Skelly Mage with the Corpse Rune. That's the Blood Knight in Hell, that's right, yeah. The Blood Knight. Lockdannen. Okay, we have already found Cathedral level 2, so let's head on in. But yeah, I've seen a number of people give aid to the warrior. I've seen a number of people in chat.
Maintain your incantations. You will soon turn.
Who have been playing this for the first time. Don't let them finish chat.
Magic is weakening. I am free. Now, back to my mission.
I am free. Back to my mission.
Who are you? You will know soon enough. Help me find my gear. I will reward you well.
Find the warrior's stolen items.
I must slay the skeleton king.
Then our aims align.
Chat, isn't it nice that Corpse Explosion doesn't do friendly fire damage? How did we program Corpse Explosion as a necromancer to carefully and only hurt our enemies? Only affects flesh? Well, what about this guy? Also, I'm looking like a dork right now. I've got a one-handed magic spear and this shield. Necromancer with my crown, my shield. I'm ready for my LARPing session. My first time.
An interesting opponent.
First time LARP.
An interesting explosion target.
Cause yeah, getting the free corpse from the mages who are flying around. Okay. I just realized what they remind me of. Oh, some of you, this is going to be some reference that goes over your head. Chat, I want you to, I'm gonna zoom in on the next mages that I create. And you tell me that they don't look like Scott Pilgrim versus the World when he has the first Evil X fight with the guy who comes down and does the entire song and dance.
Mr. Pilgrim.
And then he has the fireball goth chicks who float in the air and hang on, I'll show you. Like that's the same animation. Are you a pirate? Yeah, the demon hipster chicks. Did you not get my email explaining the situation? What's up, Snide?
I need essence.
I require more mana.
Down this way. There are my weapons.
So we got our first little follower right now.
Do not let him
Oh.
be armed.
Warrior stolen items. Here you go, Bo. Take it. Oops.
I am Cormac, warrior of the Templar Order. If it is the Skeleton King you seek, then you will have to fight your way past John Dar. There is no reason we should hunt alone.
If you insist.
I don't think that a necromancer canonically would appreciate having a follower who isn't just a skeleton. Like, I can understand Cormac's position, just logically speaking, he would argue. There is technically a skeleton inside of me, which is fair. So, just the flesh adds an extra layer that I'm not sure the necromancer really wants to deal with, but it's hard to argue with that logic, I think. Find and kill John Da. Why is this flashing? Oh, because I've been picking up loot. It's going to be flashing a lot at this rate. Okay, come with me, my little army. Flesh golems have flesh too. Are you gonna be my little flesh golem? Chat, will you be my little flesh golem? Oh my god, yes!
Black magic bars our way, but the will of a Templar is stronger.
He just shattered all these, like, little obstacles.
You were a Templar, John Dar. How could you succumb to this coven?
The coven is my brotherhood now, Cormac. The powers we serve will soon rule this world!
Necromancer betrayer! You've betrayed our kind! Now perish.
Please forgive me. My vision was clouded by the coven's evil magic.
Betrayal can never be forgiven.
Oh, he did the killing blow too? Is there lore for the different classes? Yes, there is lore for the different classes.
Thank you for your aid. I will go with you on your hunt for the Skeleton King. But there is one condition. If we find the sacred tomes of my order,
They are mine. Do as you please. Such books do not interest me.
Then onwards we go to fight the Skeleton King.
I like your attitude, Templar. The Templar is a fierce melee warrior who wields a shield and one-handed melee weapons. I'm gonna have the Templar join us for this fight because he's found in this dungeon, and then we'll probably just do the rest solo so we don't have to manage 2 inventories.
May the battles never end.
But he fits the story of this one. But yeah, there's lore for the different classes that you kind of find as you play the game, because you'll get some backstory from different characters that kind of talk to you. Not the same kind of lore as, say, the warrior from Diablo 1, necessarily. Like, it's not that high level, but there are some special, unique dialogues depending on what character class you play and who you talk to. And also, all the side characters... All side characters that we come across also have...
in battle? Emotion weighs little on the priests of Rathma.
We are both blessed then. My faith armors me against fear.
But all the side characters have lore too, and we're going to be exploring that lore over this playthrough. So please, a reminder of no spoilers for main story events, character class events, side characters back in town events, any of those things that happen in Diablo 3 that are things that we're gonna find out by playing the game. What's up, Crumbs and Base? How's it going? We're about to fight the Skeleton King. Can you have multiple companions at once? I think you can just have one companion at a time. They do have their own page, which I don't know how to access on PC, actually. There we go. So he's got his own equipment that you can keep up with, and he gets 4 abilities, and you can choose best of 2 for each level skill. Yeah, the follower storylines and quest lines are really good, yeah. The followers have a lot of some of my favorite bits in Diablo 3, actually. But you can choose to have him like buff you with heals. You can have him intimidate and do a taunt for you, and they're basically representing the companions that you can have in Diablo 2, but just taking a much different form. In that they also, if they die, they resurrect automatically after a battle is over. And they have a lot more to say. They're very talkative. The amount of things that they had to say, especially around launch, was some big meme material. The skeletons are so bright. Yeah, I mean, they're flowing with necromancy and magic, and also skeletons are bone color, you know? Bone color is implicitly pretty bright. Italics, you know how you can run in D2? Is there any point to walking? Yeah. If you don't walk, like if you sprint in Diablo 2, all physical attacks have a guaranteed chance to hit, or it's 95% chance to hit, and that overwrites your shield's ability to block. So if you're playing Paladin and you want to block, you have to walk. For example.
It was Lazarus. Of that I am certain. He alone had the king's ear, and whispered dark and evil magics into it, instilling the notion of an imminent attack by Westmarch. Afraid to speak against the Archbishop, the councillors nodded their empty heads in agreement, and sent us off to die.
Lazarus was the bishop in Diablo 1. It was whispering evil magics in the king's ear. If you're playing a ranged character, like if you're in Diablo 2 and you're playing like a sorcerer or sorceress, sorry, if you're playing like a sorceress or an Amazon range or something like that, you still want to sprint because your defense doesn't really matter. Like, you need mobility, and you need to be able to reposition, and you need to be able to kite and get away from mobs. So sprinting is more important for those squishy ranged characters, or like if you're playing Necro, there's no reason to walk anywhere. Your defense isn't ever really going to be high enough to matter in terms of like face tanking any of your enemies. So it's mostly for the people who have like high armor or high defense builds where you need to block, or you need to have enough defense so you don't even get hit in the first place.
My essence is too low.
My essence. One day we'll have so much essence we won't even know what to do with it. Okay, that's kind of insane.
The night embraces you.
I just realized that my Grim Scythe is 12 essence per hit. So if I just walk in and do like 1 slash, they basically just die. Like, or they will die because my essence will refill. So I can just be right here in the middle of all these. Ow. Standing in the middle.
The night embraces you.
Necromancer. Chill, dude. He's gonna be embracing the night a lot throughout the course of the campaign. Maybe we'll never get the audio mix right. Hey, what's up, Mary Skipper? Good morning. You're just waking up? You're on that schedule? Wow. He just loves his job. I know, I can tell.
When we returned from our horrific defeat in Westmarch, my beloved king lost all pretense of sanity. He seethed with rage, spitting curses upon us as traitors. With great sorrow, I ran him through.
Oh no. Well, there you go. Lockdanon ran him through. The king's god. Betrayed his king. And put him down. I've decided to let my schedule drift forward until it's normal again. That's a tall order. Good luck. I hope it works. We're getting some cocks right now. We're getting some little bit of internet fluctuation. Is it good? Okay. Yeah, I think it's stable. It just dipped into the red for just a moment, but I think it's fine. False alarm?
I tried to count how many we've killed, but I've lost track.
There's a lot more to come after that. It was a brief 2-second pause. All right, do we need to test how behind everybody is? Okay, chat. When you hear this, drop a skeleton, please, in chat. And I'll tell you who the first one I see is. Mary Skipper's skeleton pleasing right now. Now you can tell where you're at, as far as delays.
My master would take pride in this.
We're already level 13? Command Golem? Hello? What do we have? We have a new Bone Spike rune, Bone Pillars. Instead, strike the target and up to 2 nearby enemies with large bone pillars for 180% weapon damage per second as poison. I'm down to try that. Let's switch to Bone Spikes. Okay, forget about... I know this is heresy. Forget about Corpse Explosion. Let's try Death Nova. I just want to try different abilities. I don't like Corpse Lance, though. I already know I don't like it. And then Command Golem. Fine, Corpse Lance. Skelly's dead. Golem, new best friend. Command the Golem to the targeted location where... Actually, how about we just do this? Forget about Corpse Lance. Let's customize. We'll have Skelly's on one, Golem on the other. Raise a flesh golem to fight for you. Deals 450% weapon damage as physical per attack. And you can target it to collapse into a pile of 5 corpses for a 45-second cooldown. Interesting. Oh my god. Huh. What does the collapse look like exactly? Go collapse over there. Oh, he specifically makes corpses for corpse explosion or bone spikes. Okay. Cannonball! Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. All right, let me blow my nose real quick, chat. This has been great so far. Well, we may not play a Necro in D4, and we may not have played a Necro in D2, but I think we're getting an authentic Necromancer Diablo experience now. So now I can just walk in the middle of these nerds and just do
Your
big
death nears.
AoE pulses. I want to see the bone spears. We're just not using corpses at all, huh? Oh, so yeah, it's just this big pokey spike that comes out of the ground. Interesting. It hits like 3 people at the same time. Generates 24 essence. Okay. And does some poison damage. Christmas tree attack. Chat, I gotta find more lore. How much damage does the golem himself do? 450% damage? 450% is always of our primary weapon. Oh, he doesn't do any damage when he lands. Oh, I see.
Do not fear the end.
Got a lot to say. I'm a very talkative necromancer boy. The Unburied. It says only like 20 mana, so I can just spam the hell out of this. Or 20 essence. Excuse me. I do feel like we need corpse explosion though. Hold on. Skeletons. You gotta go. Just for now. I'm addicted to lore. Yeah, I'm addicted to lore. Like, for example, I didn't know who Lacdanon was. Like, I just finished a Diablo 3 playthrough with Alice yesterday. I was playing as a witch doctor. And she was playing as a barbarian. And, like, we kind of just went through this. And doing it again, it's almost like I don't remember anything that happened. So when I see like, ooh, we got a story from Lacdanon, I may have found that the first time and been like, yeah, who Megalol? Coming back through, it's like, oh shit, I know that guy. I know who that is. I'm with you. Now, the real question is there going to be... Chat, take bets on whether or not there's actually a reason to go explore this corner or not. I'm definitely not going to do full clears of the Diablo dungeons. I'm making one exception here.
This world can abide you no longer.
Oh, it's a treasure goblin! I gotta kill that guy. Oh, he's in the middle of an elite pack. Jump on him. I'm dying. I'm dying. Is the treasure goblin dead? No, he's not dead. He's in the corner. He's in the room. He's running. Got him. I'm gonna drink a potion. I didn't let him get away. If I let my first treasure goblin get away, I would be very sad. I would actually be very sad, because I'd be embarrassed. I'd be mostly embarrassed. Loot acquired easy. We got some more rare bracers. We've got a coif of focus. So, nothing special, but we did get some good cash. We're up to over 20,000 right now, which is pennies in the long term. But at the moment, these are good bracers.
Criminals treated in your land?
There are no criminals among the priests of Rathma, though outsiders may see us in that light.
It grieves me to hear that.
Okay, we're gonna go... We're going back. Is this gonna... Oh, secret chest. Did I see italics? Oh, Falx. Different username. Of the eel. Wait, was it of the eel? Maybe I saw eel and italics at the same time. Perhaps. All right, buddy, jump on these guys. From the top rope. Oh, that was great. He like leapt from the second deck and just like body slammed into a bunch of corpses on the ground. All right, what do we got? Where's my corpse? Is he dead? So, Corpse Lance has a new rune. Each lance slows the target by 10% and reduces its damage up to 5 stacks. Okay. We have brand new move and new move slots, curses. So, number 3 hotkey is available now. Decrepify is 10 essence. A crippling curse reduces enemy movement speed by 75% and reduces damage of affected enemies by 30% for 30 seconds. So it's a slow and damage reduction. Okay, seems cool. Let's try it. Oh, it does like a nice big AoE too. Okay, I thought it was gonna be single target for a second. That's really nice. Damage reduction, move speed reduction, so we can catch them easier if they're trying to get away. So we can just go boop, boop. Easy. Feels good. Oh, this is a fun build. Oh, I forgot that I have a passive. When I explode bodies, I get like a move speed buff. Oh, that's excellent. Is my corpse dead? Yeah. No? Question mark. We got a big friend now. Yes, we got a nice big friend. Nice juicy corpse friend with big spikies on his back. All right, let's go kill a skeleton king dead. He's probably this way. I'm not sure how I feel about this little AoE.
Your death nears.
It seems okay. Oh, what up? Jump on those nerds.
A mighty adversary is before us.
Oh yeah, I forgot that we have our Templar buddy, huh? I gotta remember to slow them. Who's this? fiend, just a tiny little demon friend. Chat, one of the craziest things, we've been playing total gameplay hours, right? And this is including stopping to listen to all the NPCs, getting the juicy lore bits. We've only been playing for like maybe 2 to 3 hours total, right? Of actual like combat gameplay. And it's very different from Diablo 2, where in Diablo 2 we had like either fire arrow by this point, and then we got explosion arrow, like explosive arrow, yeah? And it was just that ability, basically, for the rest of our normal campaign.
You will make a fine corpse.
And it's a very different leveling experience. Like, I think even the people that have a bone to... This is not the way to go. I honestly thought that this was the way to go. Even the people that sort of maybe don't like the Diablo 3 art style, which, first of all, how does it feel to be wrong all the time and just wake up and look at these kind of dungeons and be like, nah, not feeling it. The combat is just very good and squishy, and they really like nailed the moment-to-moment just fighting groups of mobs. But it's a very different experience leveling up, and we're just still in the infancy of this campaign, and I've almost got a full hotbar of 6 abilities, right? And I'm already having to do combos. Like, I'm already having to be like, okay, I want my flesh golem to leap in, create corpses, we explode the corpses, we go in, we build essence, we spend it with Death Nova, we might be able to also decrepify them, put a little debuff, slow them down. Like, we've already got sort of a rotation developing, and it happens very quickly. Are dungeons procedural in D3? D3's dungeons are just generally much smaller than Diablo 2's, and they're much more linear, but they are still randomly generated. Like, there are set piece locations, right? But the actual dungeons like this one that we're in are puzzle pieced together. Oh, what up, everybody?
The night embraces you.
But yeah, they're like puzzle pieced, cobbled together randomly. I played Torchlight 2, never played D3 because on release hated the loot drops auction house thing. Yeah, the auction house. It's funny how many people that simple decision pushed away from Diablo 3 basically forever, right? We got some Tomb Guardians. All right, we gotta like slow these guys down. Oh, I can aim it. I thought it was like around me, but it's wherever my mouse is.
The grave beckons.
Are you gonna say your catchphrase every fight? He might. Chat's gonna have to pick their favorite one, and then you can say it alongside of him. This is not the right way to go either. It's gotta be this. What's up, Streetwater? Nights 1, baby. I haven't been keeping up with it. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, but thank you for the 43 months. I do appreciate the 43-month sub. And welcome back. I played but as far as playing Torchlight 2, I actually remember bouncing off of Diablo 3 and being like, Torchlight 2's better. And I didn't even have any nostalgia for the devs of Torchlight 2, being former Diablo 2 developers, right? Like, I didn't have that attachment to the developers' namesakes.
I do not understand how evil walks in the day. Should it not fear the light?
You possess only a limited understanding of these forces.
But the light is both a literal and figurative foe of evil.
Ah, what would I do without you, Korlik? I love those boots. You like my boots? With my red stockings coming up out of them? Oh, did you need a skill to master? I apologize. You can do taunt enemies.
A worthy choice.
And then Let's do regenerate some life per second for both of us, because why not? We're just using the Templar for this mission since we find him in this dungeon. Templar, Necromancer, Bromance. I'm a little late. What's up with the item crushing thing? Like when it says items crushed on screen. It's basically a thing they added for people to play through the game faster. Imagine playing through the game fast, first of all. But if you blow up enough random shit, you get a speed bonus. That helps you move through the areas quicker. For a limited amount of time. But yeah, Diablo 3 at launch, I was just like, meh. I love that this is the last place I checked. I was pretty meh at launch, and I was a Torchlight boy. I'm actually curious if I look on Steam how many hours I had in Torchlight. Also, let's get some cozier lighting in here. Oh, we already did. This is the cozy... Chad, let's get some cozier lighting in here. Let me see how many hours I had in Torchlight. Probably less than I remember. Yeah, less than I remember. I had like 90 hours in Torchlight. So ultimately, I ended up getting a lot more out of Diablo, but there's a reason for that. That's because I tried really hard to convince my friends that Torchlight 2 was good, and we didn't really play together for super long, so I kind of just like played a bit with some friends, and then people stopped playing, and then I was like, well, I'll get some characters to level cap at least. And I had a lot of fun playing the engineer. And then I came back to Diablo 3 with the Reaper of Souls expansion, and I think 2014. Loot 2.0 was just before that. And that's pretty much when Diablo 3 got back on the map and played it significantly more. See? Look how fast we go! I blew up 13 items! I'm super fast now! Hold on, more! Oh, I used up all my essence. Who the hell is this?
You dare to bring the warmth of life into my tomb?
Oh shit. Is that the Skeleton King?
We shall put you down, Hellspawn!
I wasn't ready for this. I was just going fast. Bonk. Alright, we got a room full of skeletons, which means a room full of corpses. I will simply corpse explosion the entire room. I wasn't done exploring in here, though. Because I saw a shiny sword. I just wanted to blow things up so I can go fast. Gotta run fast. Lore!
Keep your distance from him. This burden is mine to bear.
That's Lekdanen!
May death bring peace from your madness, Leoric.
Traitors! Even in death, the armies of Condorus will still obey their king, even if you will not.
This is how Leoric was betrayed by his own men after going mad. Ivory says leveled every class to 60. I recall one legendary dropping and it being absolute dog shit for my class. Yeah, I remember only playing like 1 or 2 classes to 60 in vanilla and getting like 1 legendary the entire game, and it was awful. And no one had any fun. And then we stopped playing. And now it's the complete opposite. We found our first legendary already. And got Leoric's crown. Which is a bit ironic, considering where we're going at the moment. I gotta start aiming at which corpses I want to blow up. I'm kind of just clicking it arbitrarily. Anyway, I saw a couple of the comments I wanted to read. Arathon said, I feel kind of bad I never got back to D3 to experience it then. Now I'm torn between getting D3 or starting fresh with D4. Honestly, I would start... It depends on money. I would say it depends on money situation. Like, if you've got the cash to blow and you want to try a new game experience, then D4 is a good jump on point. But if you want to save some bucks, or you're not really, like, sold on Diablo 4... Diablo 3 and 2 go on sale as a combo pack for $20. So you can get both of them combined for incredibly cheap. Because D2R goes on sale for $13.50, and you can just pay $6.50 extra and get the Primeval collection with both games. And it's literally thousands of hours of gameplay between the two of them. But otherwise, for me, I would do Diablo 4 just because I like being in on the ground floor of new things. Do those sales include expansions? Yes, it has all DLCs. You get Necromancer, you get Reaper of Souls, you get D2R. It's a pretty good deal.
I'm glad that fate has brought us together on this path.
Why is that?
You fight with both honor and ferocity. I know that a pure soul must burn within you.
So endearing, my companion.
We have just arrived in Tristram, and I must say, I'm a bit dismayed. This place is a backwater filled with serfs and an ancient broken-down monastery, hardly fit for the King of Condorus. I cannot fathom why Lazarus was so intent on this becoming our new seat of power.
I like his voice. Good voice. I cannot fathom why Lazarus was so intent on this becoming our new seat of power. King Leoric was talked into going to Tristram by Bishop Lazarus, who was communicating with the demons buried deep under Tristram's cathedral. That, of course, being the site of Diablo himself. Inside of a soul stone that was imprisoned by the Herodrim, which is also why Deckard Cain was in Tristram. It's all becoming clear. It actually is all becoming clear. I've enjoyed this lore run quite a lot of all the different games. We're not done yet. No, there's still a lot to go. But this class is off to a phenomenal start. Necro has been super fun. Chat, you ready to fight Skelly King? I think we got this. It's gonna be pretty easy. But first I want to check my new skills. We're gonna have so many new skills. Lots of passives, lots of runes, lots of abilities. We still have our final slot locked for actives. The fun never stops here. Contamination for Skelly mages. Raise a contaminated mage that channels an aura of decay for 100% weapon damage as poison. Okay, it's pretty cool. I'm down to try that again. Skeletons reduce their active cost to 25. That one's not so big a deal. I think what we're gonna do is do that one. Decrepify is... I want skeletons to fight the Skeleton King, because I think it'll be fun. And instead of Decrepify, I do want some support skills, but let's go all summons for this fight. I'm sorry, I accidentally pressed the button. Let me get rid of those. Let me clean those up off the ground for you so the janitor later has an easier time coming through and picking up after me. I do tend to leave a bit of a mess. All right, let's go.
You will never defeat me!
Jesus! He's in my mind!
You were defeated the moment you surrendered to madness.
I do like... Okay, on the one hand, I don't want to play through the whole game with companions because it's more micromanagement. and I'm gonna have an easy enough time. On the other, I do like that they have random bits of dialogue for different situations. So that's kind of fun. Yeah, the little poison pulses, you can see all them, the little skelly mages with doing their little poison AoE. Talking some smack. Chad, we're gonna beat this skeleton nerd in record time. And then we're gonna raise the difficulty. Touch. Fool of a took! You pulled out the bone! And now doom. Doom approaches. Oh yeah, I'm wearing a crown, you're wearing a crown. Who's got the real crown? All right, we gotta build some essence first. Ow. All right, let's get some corpses here. That was fewer corpses than I thought. How about some poison? Oh, he's summoning some ads. We got some friends. Is he killing the skellies? We have 7. I think we're good. All right, essence back to full. Give him some poison friends to think about. My little army is keeping him very preoccupied, which is nice. Sometimes he changes targets. We can make some more corpses. And then we should have a nice, tidy sum of them. Hell yeah. This is just a really fun rotation. All right, finish the job. Ha! 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 A legendary helm? Yo, we got another legendary helm. Whoa. How come Mom lets you have 2 Leoric's crowns? We're gonna have to get these, like, Antique Roadshow appraised to figure out which one's the real one. There's clearly some forgeries in circulation right now. Leoric had them mass-produced. Obviously, the new one is way better, like intelligence, vit, life per hit, more gold from monsters as a secondary effect. Yeah, it's just way better. Yeah, his crown was better, it's true. Oh, dude, we got our first shoulders. We've actually got everything. First ring, magic ring with some vitality. We just need one more ring, and stop standing in front, okay? The tall people need to go into the back for the photography sesh. We got the Mighty Ducks flying V right now as our formation for the skeletal warriors. I need to check and see if we got anything cool. I think it's just the shoulders. I do like our little shoulder pads. The new one is real. You were wearing a Burger King crown. Probably true. Empyrean Snag. A rare phylactery. Okay, phylacteries are specific to the Necro. So this is our class offhand. And it's just, we're getting rid of the ability to block so that we can have that nice intelligence damage upgrade. Intelligence for us is just damage. Vitality for us is just HP, so easy enough to keep up with what the stats do. The spear is a one-hander that's also just nice, rare. Gives us some extra health from vitality is good. All right. Generally nice upgrades. We're holding this pulsing, disgusting... This is just like a demon heart or something that we're just holding in our... We're not even holding it, it's hovering. We're using our powers to make it hover. It's even cooler. I went to Tristram and all I got was this awesome crown. No, the only legendary we have right now is a crown. That crater. Someone is in it. Oh yeah, I don't have the other ability. I keep thinking I have like the Nova Pulse. We found where the star fell.
This is unexpected. How did you come here?
I remember falling.
Who are you?
I am not your enemy. I think. Yes, I believe I have come with a warning. The darkness. The darkness is coming. I don't remember.
You must get to safety. Then we will find answers.
He said the title of the stream. Just like Cain said the title of the stream in the opening cutscene. Chat, I honestly can't believe that the Diablo developers would stoop so low as to rip off a Rings of Power plot point and have a falling star with a man at the end of it. Just narrative bankruptcy.
How should I trade?
I got a snack.
I believed it was a fallen star. But in truth, it was only a man. And of course, his memories have vanished. Perhaps Deckard Cain will know more.
Back to New Tristram. Deckard? Help us out here.
I found him in the crater.
No man could survive such a thing. Who are you? What are you?
A warrior, I think. I came bearing grave news, but I cannot remember.
Your message might be all that can save us from impending doom.
He came to do something, but can't remember what it was when he finally gets there. Maybe he's got ADHD like me.
Tell me everything you remember, stranger. Every detail.
Falling. Fire. A sword of great power. It was part of me. But it shattered into 3 pieces as I fell.
It is vital that we find those pieces. I believe the sword made whole will restore your memory.
The goatmen are rampaging through the fields. Could the sword have anything to do with that?
Of course, of course. Just as the dead rose around the stranger, the sword pieces drove the goatmen to madness.
It's possible. We'll have our answers once I retrieve the sword.
The goatmen! Alright, my posse that's hanging out back here while we're trying to have these conversations. Me and the boys rolling out. Deckard's gonna tell us about the Herodrim.
The Herodrim were powerful mages gathered together by the Archangel Tyrael to defeat the 3 prime evils, Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal. They devoted themselves fully to the destruction of the demon lords and left behind valuable tomes and teachings.
And you are connected to them, right?
My ancestor was the leader of the Herodrim, Jared Cain.
There's Jared again.
When the Herodrim died out, their tomes stayed in my family. I was thrilled by tales of the Herodrim as a little boy, but it wasn't until I returned to them as an adult that I realized they contained deeper truths.
And? Go on.
Tyrael is the angel of justice. He has been helping mankind for generations, though he is forbidden to do so in any direct manner. Long ago, the high heavens and the burning hells
You're getting quieter,
made a
Deckard.
pact as a result of the Sin War that they would not interfere in our world.
So Tyrael is bound to his word even though the demons have broken their pact.
The Angiris Council, the archangels that lead heaven, almost destroyed our world once to keep the demons from spreading their corruption upon it. If Tyrael were to act directly, it would alert the Council to the demons' activities here and imperil us all.
Yeah, the necromancer is like twice as loud as Deckard Cain is. Hello, stranger.
Do you remember anything else yet?
Only that there were surges of light and a kind of pain.
You seem unwell.
The emptiness gnaws at me. It is a constant frustration.
There is no need for that. I will return the sword soon.
Go to the fields of misery. A lovely place. Mira's letter to Hadrig. That's Hadrig's now deceased wife, who we had to help him kill because she became a monster.
My dearest Hadrig,
Jesus.
do not feel despair, my love. You did everything you could. Our time together meant more than words can say. But in the end, fate is a cruel mistress. Your strength is needed to end the horrors that beset this world. My final wish is that you find your path. Love always. Mira.
Yeah, she became a corpse explosion. It was very sad. Alright, let us salvage pretty much everything in our inventory, including the legendary itself. Free up that beautiful inventory space. Goodbye, original Leoric's crown. Thank you for your service. You do get a Forgotten Soul, though, and Forgotten Souls become very precious later in the game, or at least the end game. That's an original! That was a copy. That was the copy.
I hear you are going to the fields. It was a place of great beauty before the dirty Khazra fouled it with their presence. Kill some of them for me, will you?
I'm on it, Captain. Okay, let's do... Wait. Okay, yeah. Cemetery of the Forsaken leads us to the Fields of Misery. I want to check on our other side character, our other artisan. Yes, Miriam has some new things to tell us about. Hello, Miriam. The skeletons are here. Oh my god, bro. Move. Go, yeah, stand over there.
Do not question the path you are on. It will lead you through things that will try your very soul. But you'll always have me to talk to.
Talking is a waste of time.
You pretend you are a rock, but I know the softness you don't want anyone to see. Why else would you continue to come and talk to Miriam?
Because I need stuff enchanted. I don't know. Like, come on.
Did you see that?
Lay off. Okay. What? I'm trying to think of what build I actually want. Oh! I know what I want to do. Well, I don't know. The boss fight with the Skeleton King wasn't... I mean, we did fine, but it didn't go... It wasn't like, oh my god, look how fast he's getting melted. We'll probably turn the difficulty up before Act 1 is done, but we can continue on Expert for a little longer. I may want to change... Decrepify seems okay. I'm all right with this build. Seems good. Hi, Tal. What's up, Indy?
If there's a sword here, we will find
Oh,
it.
I still have you, Templar. How do I dismiss him? I don't want to have to deal with a companion for the rest of the game.
I need to go back.
Chat, this is actually a good opportunity to show you how town portaling works, because that's an entire thing. Right-click to talk to your follower.
The journey continues.
Okay, so we've dismissed him, so now he's here in town. Yeah, this is what I wanted to do, because I want to start his story. How did you become a Templar?
Were you born into the Templar Order?
My crown.
No. Our scripture says, as a farmer reaps his wheat, so must the Order harvest and purify the weeds.
And you do not take offense to that?
You speak out of kindness, but you do not understand. When they took me, they saved my life and my immortal soul.
So, our Templar friend is one of a few different companions we're going to come across in our travels, much like the mercenaries of Diablo 2. Except in Diablo 2, we hired them from the town and picked them from a roster. In Diablo 3, they're companions that have a lot more gear slots. You can customize their abilities, their loadouts, and you don't have to pay to revive them. So it's a bit different. And there's also quite a bit of lore with the companions in Diablo 3. Speaking of lore.
The large, sluggish beasts can thrive in any grassland or forest, provided there is enough water. Farmers will recognize these brutes as the savage cousins of the common pack beast, a tame breed that was likely domesticated nearly 2,000 years ago. One can hardly imagine the trouble that effort must have taken.
Diablo Immortal reference in my Diablo game? But we can't say immortal anymore? That word is banned because of chat's gonna start breaking out their checkbook, start getting their credit card number ready, paying to accelerate their XP for dailies. Okay, we got the Field of Misery waypoint quite easily. We're searching for the Khazra Den in the Fields of Misery, looking to return a sword to the stranger that he is missing now. But yeah, I totally got sidetracked. The companion kind of sidetracked me because I was like, oh, great opportunity to talk about teleporting. And then didn't do it at all. In Diablo 2, we had basically town portal scrolls. And town portal scrolls was a resource that we had to refill and put back in our inventory via a tome or put it on your potion bar or whatever, and you could click it and you could instantaneously pop up in a portal, head through the portal, go back to the safety of town. And that's something that we actually did take advantage of. This is just like a random side dungeon, I think, which I like to do some of, but if we do too many of them, we're literally never gonna finish. If it's a lore dungeon or lore related or a shorter one, we'll do them. Is Necromancer doing some kind of disco move when casting his spike? Hold on. Maybe?
Some time ago, I revealed that the Khazra, or goatmen, were originally humans until the Vigerai corrupted them. For many years, these creatures were simple and lethargic. These days have ended. Khazra attacks are widely reported, and the number of fatalities is higher than anything in my records.
Here's Scavenger's Den. All right, how about we do every other
He died recently.
dungeon?
Whatever killed him must be nearby.
That could be a good compromise. Anyway, You could basically instantaneously summon a town portal, go back to town, and hide. I had to use that to beat the game. Like, I had to take advantage of that to beat Diablo 2. When we were doing Bale's Waves, I had to port back out because my companion died, and I was so squishy, I was basically just going to insta-die. And in order to escape, buy myself some time, I would town portal out.
The night embraces you.
And then come back in when I was like restocked with potions or whatever else, right?
I can bring that down.
In Diablo 3, if you get in over your head, it's actually a lot more difficult. I have to press T, and I start returning to town, but I get interrupted by damage. Which, by the way, ow. All right, let's pick up some health globes here. I might actually... There's some corpse explosions. All right, get that guy. Good job. So now I have to, like, actually...
I need to go back.
Wave my hands around. He's got an interesting back-to-town animation. The bar has to fill, and then you go back to town. So it's an unlimited quantity of town portaling, which is very unlike 2. But it's not something that you can use to get the hell out of Dodge, like you could in Diablo 2. There's ways around that, and there's certain abilities that make it so that you can use it a little bit more aggressively. Somebody said, how do you have both... Who said that? How do you have both Golem and Skeletons? Pepper, if you're playing on PC, you can simply choose any ability from any tab that you want and put it on that slot. So if I want Command Golem to be a second primary ability for some reason, I can click that and lock it in. If you're playing on console, you need to go into the options and there's an option called Elective Mode. And if you turn on Elective Mode, you can mix and match any number of different abilities from any of the different sections of your skill list.
You will make a fine corpse.
Maybe there's a option on PC as well, and I just have been playing with this so long that I forgot. Yeah, there is an okay, you have to turn on elective mode on PC too, I guess. I think I've just had this on for so many years that I didn't think it was even an option on PC. But there you go. It's in the gameplay settings. Hopefully that helps. But that opens up a lot of mix and match customization. Alright, that was a super simple dungeon, just like a little champion pack, and or an elite or something. Or maybe it goes up this way. Oh, yeah, there's another one. Go ahead, jump on it! Give him the old belly flop.
Rathma has blessed me.
Okay. Devour skill has been unlocked. I think I can actually mix the effects slightly higher. What do we get? Consume corpses within 60 yards to restore 10 essence per corpse. So this is a huge builder. 10 essence per corpse, and you can consume the essence of your own flesh golem? What else do we get? Was it just the one ability? Oh, no, we got passives. Ooh, 2 new passives. Very spicy. Standalone. Increase armor by 100%, reduced by 10% for each active minion. So this is the anti-summon build. And then we have Bone Prison, which is much different than its Diablo 2 counterpart, right? Bone Spear... very different. Bone Spear, Bone Spikes, and Bone Spirit have a 30% chance to trap enemies in a bone prison for 3 seconds. So this is Bone Boy build. Chat, are we sure that consuming a corpse has a chance to spawn a health globe isn't just Devour, which says consume corpses. Corpse explosion doesn't say consume corpses. And it's weird that it would use a keyword to mean both. So, I don't know. I guess I could experiment and see.
Jump on in there. All must serve the cycle.
That was a massive corpse explosion stack. Who is still doing that in death? Who did that? Chat, did you do that? Smokers. Get on it.
No, my liege. Ah, an interesting opponent.
Alright, we're gonna need to turn voices down a little bit at this rate. Chat, how's the game audio overall? Is it generally too loud? It's juicy. It is juicy. Pool of Reflection. Ooh, that's an XP buff. I can't tell what's in your D3 and what's in my D3. It's fine for me. A resplendent chest. Get some rares. Let's see what we got. Wanderthorn. Nice, just damage, toughness, and recovery up for our boots. Some better rare pants. We got rare shoulders that I think is sort of a side grade, but it has 10% more toughness than the others, but looks almost identical. And then this sword is plus damage, but lose a little bit of vitality. I think that's respectable. All right, I got a sweet sword now. I'm playing X4 with you in the background. At times I think something terrible has happened to my ship. All right, we'll try this. Let's head back out. The resplendent chests are just like, excuse me, who the hell? Oh, he like ducked underground at the exact second that I did the corpse explosion. All right, is that better for the audio? How's that? Back to the entrance we go. Anyway, how's X4 going? We got people playing Diablo 3 in chat. We got people playing X4. I'm sure we got people playing other ARPGs. Chat is gaming right now.
That is not possible.
Oh, there's the goat.
Decay and rot.
I like to imagine that I just, ow, I have to give my, I'm about to use my ultimate ability. Decay and rot. And then do the chain of every single corpse explosion happening simultaneously.
My insight grows.
We're gaining so much XP. Not only on this difficulty, but when you fight champ packs and like elites, the levels go quickly. So we're constantly just going to be stopping and kind of looking at what different runes are. You pull in all health globes within 40 yards while siphoning? That's pretty sweet. New bone spear. Teeth. Launch razor sharp teeth that deal 300% weapon damage as physical to enemies in front of you. Let me try that. And then we also have Leech. Cost 10 essence, curse the area. Cursed enemies heal for 2%. They heal me. No, they heal anyone who attacks them. Okay. Cursed enemies heal the attacker for 2% of their total health when they are struck. Lasts for 30 seconds. So it's some like party heals. Self-heal, party heal, sustain. That's pretty cool. All right, what does the new bone spear look like? Oh wait, I accidentally replaced my primary ability because I'm good at this game. let's use... Let's go back to using the scythe with the execution and then replace Skeletal Mage with the new Bone Spear. Oh, it's like a shotgun. That looks pretty sweet. That has to be nuts healing and high torment. I feel like it would be, yeah. X4 is great. I appreciate the tempo. It keeps my interest. It's also a great game to watch other things on second monitor with. Because you're doing a lot of space trucking.
Do not fear the end.
Gotta go through the next jump gate. We'll get back into some X4 at some point soon, too. Well, soon in air quotes, but yeah. Just finished getting most of the way through with Necro in D2. Hey, nice. Yeah, I want to do like a Diablo 2 Necro at some point. The Amazon was really fun, though. I kind of did a little bit of that off-stream. And was just generally having a good time. It's funny, like, recency bias is such a big thing for me in ARPGs. Like, if Diablo 2 is the last game I played, I'd be like, oh, damn, Diablo 2 sounds fun. Let's play some Diablo 2 right now. If Diablo 3 is the last game I played, I'd be like, oh man, I love Diablo 3. Really in the mood to play Diablo 3 right now. If Diablo 1's the last Diablo I played, I was like, oh, that was fun. I should play another Diablo. I'm just kidding. Diablo Fun was... Diablo Fun. You heard it here first. They should just rename it. That's what I'm going to call it now. Diablo 1, more like Diablo Fun. That was the good kind of Freudian slip. Those were unironically some of my favorite streams, for sure, of the year. Like the challenge and the marathon of Diablo 1 was very rewarding, and it was just a cool gaming museum to go through. Diablo 1 Game of the Year. I'm actually haven't found Khazra's Den yet. However, it is not the kind of game that I think I'll ever need to play again. Maybe. Perhaps with some key exceptions. The Old Mill. I don't think this is where we want to go yet. We want to hang out in the Fields of Misery. Anybody got the pasta? How much misinformation did I spread in Diablo 1? But yeah, D4 will be the same way, I'm sure, where it's just like... Right now, I am incredibly satisfied with D3.
It's hard to tell what killed this creature.
It feels like I don't need to play anything else for a long time. And then Diablo 4 will come out and be like, D3? Never heard of it. Am I too flippant? Am I too easy to please? Or am I just a happy gamer? Am I just an excited, hype gamer? It is okay to enjoy things. It is okay to enjoy things. You are right. On my internet streamer, man? Impossible. That's not allowed. Okay, but seriously, where the heck? It's got to be somewhere in here. The Khazra Den. I'm not trying to full clear this region. I just genuinely can't find... Oh. This looks...
This will that glow.
This will that glow.
I must be near a piece of
the glow. This will that glow. Alright, jump on down in the middle of them, big boy.
Decay and rot.
Hey, do we do blood fireworks on Memorial Day in America, chat? Because I got plenty of corpse explosions for this holiday. We can have some barbecue. Go outside and my neighbors can show me that they have a subwoofer because for like, I was super grumpy today. Like I woke up on the wrong side of the bed 100% because I may or may not have woken up at 1 p.m. yesterday and then gone to sleep at maybe 4:30 a.m. yesterday.
A dark coven has formed in Tristram, and I fear that their superstitious violence may damn the whole region. I discovered very little during my eavesdropping, except that the word Magda was repeated several times in their chants. Oh well, now I journey to the safety of my home, where I may put these worries behind me.
And even though I went to bed at like 4:30 a.m., I was like, I gotta get up because I gotta start the stream early. We got a lot of Diablo to get through, and it's not even that it feels like a chore. I was like, damn, I'm really excited.
Kill him!
I'm really excited to start a new campaign with a new character class. And I set my alarm for like 45 minutes earlier than I normally would so I could wake up a bit earlier. And then my neighbors rolled up in their car and just ostensibly parked it outside and turned their car subwoofer up to the maximum possible volume. I'm not really sure why. And just were jamming to some sweet beats for like the better part of half an hour, like 30 minutes straight. And the entire house and the bedroom was just vibrating and shaking. And it's just like, bro, I don't want to start any shit. Like, I don't want to have to... I don't want to have a confrontation with my neighbor for no reason, dude. Like, I don't want to start any street drama, you know what I'm saying? So I tried to be patient, but it's like, god damn, it's been 30 minutes.
Magda will be here soon.
My patience is run out. So I finally just got up and was like, stupid pointless subwoofer. I'm gonna show them a subwoofer. I'll show you a subwoofer. We'll have a dance-off outside. I'll just go turn my movie speakers for my TV, my surround sound system up, and we'll have a duel.
It belongs to another.
Regardless,
Oh, Magda.
I have claimed it. I am Magda, and I lead this coven. The shard is mine.
Then you have made an enemy.
Very well. Let the games begin.
The bestial hellions are demons that can be summoned from the burning hells with the aid of foul sorcery. They are given to chasing down their foes and attacking them with savage fangs. This usually allows some spare time for their master.
The ancients may tread.
Deckard, you're talking... There's so much lore that there's lore on top of my lore. It's so many layers of lore. So we can summon the demons of hell with foul sorcery. Thank you, Deckard. Hey there! What's up, Emma? How's it going? If you point your sub at theirs, the destructive interference will make it quieter. Yeah, we have to find the resonance points, Kaibo. The glowing sword shard. I'll take it. Take the sword piece back to Cain and reforge the shard of Nossel. Anyway, I tried to get both lores and then I got 0 lores out of that, so it's okay. We were introduced to a new character, Magda, who we will learn some more about. All right, back we go.
I need to go back.
I hate when my lore mixes with my other lore on the plate.
I recovered a piece of the sword, but members of a coven are pursuing it as well.
Uncle Deckard, they sound like those dark cultists you told me about.
Very good, Leah. You have been paying attention. Stranger, does any of this jar your memory?
I have no memory of this coven, but I sense a far darker shadow guiding its hand.
Rathma has blessed me.
Rathma. Ooh, rune for flesh golem. We got dual scythes, new rune unlocked. Unstable compound, so like three runes. Let me see them. Golem we've just been using without a rune. They've been doing 450% of our weapon damage per attack, and they can collapse and create corpses, which is pretty sweet. Command the golem to the targeted location where it collapses into a pile of 8 corpses. So we get 3 extra corpses, which is just heightened explosion. Does he look different? He just makes more? Are those 8 corpses? I think that may have been. I think that was 8. Okay, we're using the scythe anyway. We're doing it with enemies below 20% health have a 5% chance to be decapitated. That one probably not using very often. Slash with 2 scythes, dealing 150% weapon damage as physical, and push enemies together. That sounds sweet. And then Death Nova has each cast increases the radius of your next Nova by 5 yards up to 2 times. Huh. So it's typically 25 yards. It can go up to 35 yards with this. Just very big. The mages were cool, but nothing wrong with a little Death Nova as well. And then we got Leech, which we saw. That was from the last level. Okay. So you go pew, 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 and then it's the biggest explosion that you can get. I don't remember Flesh Golem being this disgusting. That little tiny head sitting on top. Well, sitting here listening to you spread misinformation is just gross. Especially considering you've been wrong multiple times. Any information I gave was correcting your completely made-up information or answering someone's question. It's funny you get upset when someone makes you look foolish. Night. Good night, sir.
Magda's coven is a remnant of an ancient religion called the Triune that worshipped the primevals as gods.
The primevals are gone. Who do they serve now?
The last 2 evils, Asmodan and Belial, remain. And if either of them are behind this coven, then our troubles are only beginning.
Starting to introduce the covens and the cults, which is definitely a large plot point for Diablo going forward. They basically started to form in the wake of the influence of the demonic powers. The demons and the angels agreed to let humanity decide for themselves which way to go. But the demonic corruption started to spread in the form of these cults and covens that took root and have been amplified in recent years, especially in the absence of, like, the last 20... There's 20 years between Diablo 2 and 3, so that's one of the main things that's been taking root.
A most unusual sword fragment, isn't it?
Indeed. It feels familiar to me, though the rest is still unclear.
It looks like a weapon for a great warrior.
If that is what I am, and my strength has gone with my memory.
Such things have a way of returning to us in times of need.
All right, Leah. What do we do next?
They know where the next piece is. Their leaders said it fell where only ancients may tread.
That makes me think of the drowned temple near the festering woods. I remember you telling me about it, Uncle.
Exactly, Leah. The temple was home to the Nephilim. Leah, your knowledge could be invaluable. You must go and help our friend retrieve the sword piece.
The Nephilim were ancient humans with fantastic powers. Legend holds that they waged a terrible battle near the temple, and that their ghosts still war with one another.
The Nephilim. Okay. Nephilim is going to be a big part of this, too. We actually did get a little bit of Nephilim lore before we even started D3 today. Go to the drowned temple. I will indeed. I was going to say something, and then oh! I just appreciate that my skeletons are always keeping guard, you know? They're not content to just idle here. They turn around, they make sure that my 6 is safe, they're looking for the next target at a moment's notice. They're moving, they're repositioning, they're on high alert. They never put their sword down. I feel incredibly safe, nestled in their loving arms. Alright, back to the fields of misery to find the drowned temple and retrieve the rest of the broken blade.
I bet you and I aren't so different. I have great power within me too.
Ooh.
The only difference is
Cool.
I have no control over mine.
New ability?
You must learn to master it.
It's only happened a few times in my life, and only when I was in grave danger. Something rises up from deep within me and, well, I can't really explain it.
Gohan, is that you? You have great power latent within you, but it only manifests when you're in great danger? Not your golem. One brain cell. Focus on four. Yeah, but look at him. He's our golem. His one brain cell is working really hard because he needs to know that when we do this, when we go, hey, go over there.
These used to be so beautiful. Uncle Deckard told me stories
does it.
of them when I was a little girl.
He's really good at what he does, too. But yeah, this is a really nice change of pace. We went from Diablo 1, being a warrior, chasing everybody down, painstakingly through long hallways, as ranged peppers us with various magic abilities, to Diablo 2, dodging, kiting, and staying back, keeping our distance and blowing everybody up, and by the end of the game, freezing and blowing people up with piercing explosion frost arrows. And now, we get a nice summon build, so we're getting a really well-rounded Diablo experience.
Please help. They're going to kill my friend. Thieves are going to kill my friend if we don't do something. Help me break these bonds and see for yourself.
Who is this friend of yours?
She's just a farmer's daughter, Sasha, but she has a relic that the thieves are after.
Losing my patience, wench.
I'm sworn to secrecy.
Your name is Scoundrel. You guys just hang out for a second. I will be right back. I promise. Just right back, because I noticed that there was this bag on the ground. Did you drop something, Mr. Scoundrel? Thanks for the streams, Italics. Hey, have a good night, Armed Force.
After much searching, I have found a promising lead. A family near New Tristram has obtained a valuable relic, and poor fools that they are, they haven't the slightest idea what to do with it. I have some idea of what to do with their daughter, though. And through her, I'll get my prize.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to help you out now after hearing that.
Enough of this. Release Sasha and give her the relic.
You actually believe what this scoundrel tells you? Fine, you fools. We'll kill the both of you.
Do you see my undead army? Would you really mess with this?
This time.
He tried. Yeah, he tried. Okay, this scythe is really not that good for us, I don't think.
This isn't.
Oh, the ragdolls are so good.
Guild will find you.
Well, thanks for the drops, bud. That was a good ragdoll. Let me clean this up for you. I'm sorry. Your farm will be good as new.
Here's the relic, my love. I hid it like you asked. Father's grown suspicious of us, but that won't matter once we're married. It won't be long, right?
Of course, my dear. Soon we will settle down to a quiet life of tilling the fields and raising children. But first, I have to sell this relic. Alas, I must travel away with my friend here to do so.
What? You mean to accompany me?
Yes, yes! You look like you know a lot about markets. Now, lead the way!
I know so much about
Relic
markets.
is a fake! Gods, I should have known! You seem like you could use a helping hand, and I sure as hell don't want to stay around here.
Can we kill him? No, we can't. Sometimes we just need to stop and appreciate the different, like, aesthetic of Diablo 3. And what I'm interested in seeing is the marriage of Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. Like, from everything chat's told me, because I only have you to go on, I haven't really played 4 myself, the areas that you can explore...
Why would you open an inn?
The world is so dangerous. Everybody needs a quiet, safe place to rest and recover. A way station on their journeys.
The priests of Rathma are not always welcome in such places, though they would be of use to us.
We have much to say about Rathma. Anyway, Diablo 2 is stitched together with these large open spaces, right? Even from the moment you step out of the rogue camp in Act 1, you sort of have this large open place to roam and go end to end, looking in every corner. It'll take you quite a while if you wanted to explore each of the zones in their entirety. Diablo 3, by comparison, like, we just came from the Fields of Misery, which is medium-sized by comparison to those from maybe Diablo 2, right? It has a few optional dungeons, not a lot of points of interest, just sort of some open space with some monsters, and allows you to maybe choose to go in, get some extra treasure from some champion or elite packs guarding one of those optional dungeons. But then you're sort of on your way. And once we're back on our way, now look at our map, right? We go from this blob to a much more narrow pass. And Diablo 3 is sort of filled with those kind of areas where there's these very story-centric, narrow...
Don't we have important things to be doing?
Shut up, Leah! Okay, I was trying to be patient with you, but give me a break, okay? I'm just admiring the view. Don't we have important things to be doing? Shut up. Backseating NPC. I do enjoy the openness of Diablo 2 and being able to just like, ooh, what's this over here? And there isn't necessarily right direction. You're oftentimes struggling to figure out what the right direction is, up from down, left from right, because the maps are randomly generated and you might need to go southeast instead of northwest, and you have to figure that out. Diablo 3 is content to be like, here's your waypoint, you're going that way, go that way, right? We have like map indicators of where to go. So it's a very different vibe, but Diablo 3 has these like really nice looking vistas where there's some natural storytelling happening. We've got some broken bridges, some nice ruins, and there's these cool like points of interest, I would say, that have a different cinematic quality to them. And what I'm trying to say is I hope that Diablo 4
There you are.
has a in-between of both of those. Like, it sounds like Diablo 4 is, just from the Act 1 that you guys have played, open areas and just how much there is to explore is incredibly large. But from what I've seen from their little developer diaries and stuff, they seem to have a nice focus on having some naturalistic biome almost transitions where if there's a swamp here, the reason it's a swamp is because there's rivers and mountain flow coming down maybe from a mountain peak, and you can kind of naturally walk, say, from the mountain.
When this is over, I could open my own little
You
inn
mentioned that.
somewhere.
You can walk from the mountain and kind of follow the trail of rivers down into
Well,
the
if
creek,
you ever want
I
a
guess.
job, I will consider your credentials.
That kind of thing, where it flows naturally.
And you're betrothed?
Betrothed? Do I look like the marrying kind to you? By the way, my name is Lyndon.
Lyndon, the scoundrel, is a deadly trickster who wields two-handed ranged weapons. So this is another companion that you can take with you. Let's go back to town real quick and see what he has to say. Vanishes. Post-WoW, they certainly got stronger at world and quest design. Yeah, for sure.
I would hear of your sins if we are to continue fighting together.
I cannot tell you.
There can be no secrets in this alliance, Cormac.
You misunderstand me. We are literally unable to recall our pasts. The Inquisitors stripped my sins and the memory of them from me, leaving me pure.
I love all the companion storylines. They're quite good. Does D3 have guns and can I dual wield them? You can dual wield crossbows as a demon hunter. That's the closest you get.
Where are you from?
Kingsport, the city by the sea, home to the great merchant fleets and endless nets of reeking fish.
And your trade?
I am between jobs at the moment.
Dishonest jobs, I'd expect.
Nonsense. I am the most honest thief you will ever meet. Wanted, one relic, scarlet, roughly the size of a man's fist. It was stolen 2 months past during a deplorable theft from the Merchants Guild Bank. Those apprehended were not in possession of the item. The relic is greatly missed by its rightful owner, who offers a reward for its safe return.
It'd be cool if D4 got some sort of tinker or firearm class. It feels like every Diablo that they make, other than Immortal, advances time to some extent. I wouldn't be surprised to see them introduce some kind of class that has that kind of technology level. Like, it feels like they're just short of using, like, cannons or basic, like, firearms. I don't know if I want that necessarily. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up going that way. Yeah, let's upgrade some magic items. These are just generally better stats. Better recovery, I'll take it. Regen some life per second. 17% toughness for the vitality. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, let's clear the inventory. Thank you for all my crafting components. I wouldn't want anything past steampunk. Yeah, for sure. Space Diablo. No, definitely not Space Diablo. No, that's okay. But yeah, just some basic levels of technology.
This temple is not encouraging.
Well, well, well. Who is this?
You must be Alaric the Guardian. Uncle Deckard told me of your eternal watch over this cursed place. I thought it was a myth.
Are you Nephilim?
No. There have been no Nephilim for a millennium.
Yet another myth. You seek entrance to this temple, but only a Nephilim can enter. If you retrieve the keys from the outlying tombs and use them on the gates, we will see who and what you truly are. Follow me. I will raise the bridge that you may pass.
Go to the festering
Seek
woods.
2 tombs in the woods beyond. The warrior's rest and the crypt of the ancients. Within them reside the keys to our sacred temple.
Well, it certainly wouldn't be a Diablo game without some MacGuffins. We need 2 keys. Chat, you know what's weird? Diablo 2 is still so ingrained in my head on PC from the 3 streams that I keep thinking I should change to the old graphics so we can see what they originally look like. Yeah, we should change to the original pixel graphics so we can do some comparisons. It's actually sort of nice that this is just the way it is, because I obsessively wanted to look and see what every difference was.
Are these Alaric's people?
No. Their story was quite different.
Ghouls are stronger than
Ghouls?
most risen dead, but they gain their fortitude through horrific means, feasting upon human corpses. These creatures are least dangerous while eating, but do not disturb them, or it shall be your limbs between their teeth.
Thank you, Deckard. Chat, I gotta say, it's gonna be really nice also to just stream as a necromancer. The Amazon was really hard to walk and talk. But now I can just kind of walk into the middle of a group.
Uncle Deckard called these flying creatures death with wings.
Click corpse explosion sometimes. Maybe send my guy to like jump on some people and then blow all of them up, you know? And just kind of talk to you while my skelly boys handle every one of my mobs. We just go full summon build. What do you think? Sounds like it's time to increase the game difficulty. You want me to have to try? It's not that they're not healthy. They are healthy. Like, they're not dying. Okay, when it's time to increase the difficulty in Diablo is when everything dies instantly. Like, when you do one attack and they instant die. That's pretty much how you know. When things are still taking a while to kill... Maybe...
An interesting opponent.
Oh, wait, and let's fight the champs.
Them, my brothers!
The archers! I don't know what a return... I guess they're returned because... Ooh! We've got Arcane enchanted for the first time. We actually have to dodge? That ultra corpse explosion is dirty. So, different champion packs and elites can have different sort of effects. Chat, what is the technical term for the effects of a champion or elite?
I used to love traveling, seeing the world.
When the balance is lost, everything changes.
Yes, it's not
Affixes?
like it was.
Yeah. Affixes. They're gonna have a bunch of different affixes from Diablo 2, where it's not just like fire immune, ice immune, etc. You got, it's a lot more active in Diablo 3 because there's poison that can drop on the ground. There's molten to dodge an explosion after they die. There's arcane enchanted, which is just a spinning laser of death that can cause a Mission Impossible 1 situation. You've got ice that you can get frozen and possibly dominoed into tanking a lot of damage because you're just stuck there incapable of moving. Like, there's a lot more activity, I think, in the champion and elite fights as a result. Diablo 2s were just really, really strong.
This is amazing. It reminds me of being a child and searching for lost artifacts with Uncle Deckard.
And immune. Waller, arcane, frozen. Yeah, it gets rough. Certain combinations can be really damning. All right, let's jump on in.
I have long
It's time for chain reaction time.
this knowledge.
Hey, we got our extra last active skill slot. Hell yeah. OG Diablo 3 had some bullshit affix combos. Yeah, you're wrong. You're right. You're right. You are right. So, what is our final category? It is blood and bone. Bone armor. Cooldown 10 seconds. Rip the bones from nearby enemies, dealing 125% weapon damage as physical, and create armor that reduces damage taken by 3% per enemy hit, up to 10 stacks. Lasts for 60 seconds, so it's a minute of up to 30% bonus armor for us. Rip their skeletons out. That's pretty metal. This is like self-heal or heal your own friends. A crippling curse that reduces enemy units' move speed. We will turn the difficulty up soonish, though. Maybe after the next main quest is done. Oh yeah, there's still quite a lot of abilities to unlock, not to mention all the runes. All right, let me try this out. So it doesn't do anything unless there's people around. So we just want to be kind of in the group. I'm also not really happy with the dual scythe. I think we do bone spikes because it generates the most essence. Maybe with the stun. I like the stun. Okay, what else did...
Chaldeum.
Really?
It's such an open and beautiful city. It
Chaldeum?
thrives on trade and new ideas. There was always something new and exciting to hear or see.
Chaldeum, mod check. So what did we get? We got Skelly Archer. Raise a skeleton archer that deals 400% weapon damage as cold. Increases your attack speed by 3% for 5 seconds each time they deal damage. Oh, damn, that's really good. Let's try that instead of Death Nova. There's a new command skeleton rune, Frenzy. Commanded skeletons go into a frenzy, gaining 25% increased attack speed when they attack their target. Let's try it. That means we have to regenerate our skeletons again. They rise. One by one, they rise. Ooh. Hello? Okay, the Beacon of Light has been recovered. Now we need the Beacon of Honor from Warrior's Rest. Alright, let's give the new ability a try. Oh, dude, we look sick!
All must serve the cycle.
Oh, okay. I assume we can use two-handed swords. Get that legendary drop.
We were so sure we could beat whatever traps the ancients had laid for tomb robbers. But the dead bodies of my friends testify to the folly of our arrogance. I will be dead soon as well. Our greed was our downfall.
My greed was not my downfall, because I was like, we could just leave this. We don't need to go down there. And I was like, I'll go down there and check anyways. Bam. Legendary, level 18. Let's see what it is. The Schweihender. Also, I'm just admiring the bone armor. That's incredibly sick looking. I love when abilities actually have like a visual impact on the character. 69.7 damage? Incredible amount of intelligence, just 82 intelligence right now. Is basically a 33% increase. 260 life per hit's great. Attack speed up. Bonus monster kill XP. Whew. Just really, really tasty. We are gonna lose the ability to use an offhand, but got kind of a cool stance. I like how I put it on my back to cast, though. I love this animation. Chat, what Fortnite dance is that? All right, let's go. I'll take the -2s. It's worth it. Let's get out of here. Let's go get the Beacon of Honor from Warrior's Rest. Enjoy our new glowing sword. You could never have ever found this in vanilla Diablo 3. Ever. You would never have gotten this drop. They had the game in a very unfun state. They came back and changed Loot 2.0. Loot 2.0 did this interesting thing where there's they added smart loot, which is very different from the Diablo formula. Smart loot basically has a high chance for drops to be targeted for your class. Got the skeleton archers now. Ooh, they actually follow us around.
I can bring that down.
And whenever they get hits, I get faster attack speed. There's a lot of actually still misinformation out there about what smart loot actually does and doesn't do, I think. But it's definitely a completely different style of drops from Diablo 2. Like Diablo 2, you could play on one character and that just be your main character. And you could use that character to basically find loot for any other class in the game. You could acquire it, you could... Ooh, this is... I didn't know I was looking for this, but I am looking for this. The Festering Woods Waypoint. Misinformation? Is he spreading misinformation right now? Why am I stuck on this wall? But frequently what that means in Diablo 2 is that when you're playing, more often than not, you're going to be finding loot that isn't for your class, necessarily.
Alaric says that our people can survive the coming battle, but I saw the truth in his eyes. Why did he order me to guard the beacon of honor? Those shambling things are slaughtering my people in the forest above, and there's nothing I can do to stop it.
Edric was sent to his death. So smart loot is the inverse of that. I believe it's something like 85% of the loot that you come across.
This world can abide you no longer.
Is specifically for your character and will have stats that are relevant to your character. I'm curious what chat thinks is their preference. I'm curious to read after the memes die down what which of the two types of systems you prefer and why. Please keep it 3 paragraphs or less, 600 words or less. Thank you for your essay. Appreciate it. This will be on the test, yeah, etc., whatever. But no, I actually am genuinely curious. What's up, Bassoon? Says 40 months of asking about a Stardew Valley stream. I don't know what else to type at this point. That's fine. You know, I'm just gonna keep telling you that you can go watch Ambiguous Amphibian instead.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, no, you don't.
The grave beckons.
I got over getting loot that I can't use during Classic WoW. Targeted loot works better for me. Got a couple of opinions. I can see both arguments. Like, I can see preferring 2 or 3. 3 is you're gonna have more concentrated doses of interesting drops for the character that you're actively playing, right? Diablo 2, because you're gonna find more total loot for different classes. When you do find something that you need, it's very exciting because the dopamine's more delayed between finding those hits. And second of all, it might be fun to convince yourself to try another class. Like, for example, the reason I've tried the bow Amazon is because on my regular game, I happen to have started to find some pretty good uniques for bow Amazon. So it's like, oh, cool, I can hook my other character up with some of this stuff. A bit torn, purely random can work well for stash sharing. Tarok says, I like D2 slot machine loot. I accept that means it mostly won't be for me. I get the salvage here, but then why not all other loot and a bit more of it? I don't understand your second sentence. BT says, I like D2's loot, but in 2023 I don't want to have to trade to get to endgame. For example, one of the best body armors in D2 gives any class teleport. Yeah, that's like trading for runes to get Enigma. Yeah. For best in slot gear. Oh yeah, that you can just salvage loot for mats. But you still can't craft anything in the game. You still have to find stuff or get it from Kadala or something. I like random loot so I can trade with friends, says Kaibo. I like non-targeted, harder to obtain loot, makes it more gratifying. There's no class-specific loot in Path of Exile, but the game played with making some items smart by making their modifications good. I think 85-15 is a good ratio. I prefer loot weighted toward the class you're playing. Playing the character should be rewarded for that character. People shouldn't feel as though they are being pressured to play an alt. I think D2 style would be okay if the drop rate in general was much higher. Uniques are so rare. Yeah, there's a lot of just extremely rare stuff that you might literally need to run Andariel or Mephisto 1,000 times to get. The main thing I didn't like about targeted loot in this one was that it meant if you were using a companion with a different primary stat than your class, you basically couldn't find loot for them. That makes sense. That feels like a relic of original Diablo 3 versus Loot 2.0, making those sweeping loot changes, and the companion system not being updated accordingly to match it, maybe? The first legendary I got when D3 launched was a set helm for Barbarian. I was playing a wizard. And at launch D3, that may have been one of only 2 legendaries you got in your entire campaign. So, yeah, that was pretty frustrating. Loot scarcity makes a good drop feel so good. I love it. I think Diablo 3 does different things with it, where it's not shy to give you a legendary or a set piece, but because a few different factors exist under the hood, like ancient pieces, there's a system whereby you have ancient legendaries and ancient set pieces, and then primal, right? Is primal the rarest one? Where you can basically get super versions of each legendary and set piece, so you have something to work toward. Even if you have got legendaries, or even if you have got a set, you haven't completed it until you've gotten like the primal versions of those items, which are very much better statistically. And then besides that, you still have to get the good rolls. So you might get 3 copies of a legendary helm, but one of them's got some pretty shit mods on it, or affixes. And you can only reroll one of them at the enchant table, right? I think even 50% of the loot being your class would be plenty. Sitting here watching you getting class-specific loot is just gross, especially considering you've gotten legendaries multiple times. Any loot I used to get had nothing to do with my character and completely made up loot tables. It's funny that I get random loot when your loot makes me foolish. D4 has good loot scarcity, but when you do get a drop, it's going to be actually for you and not for some other class. When you combine that with specific modifiers for different builds, it might not even be for the build you're working on or prefer to play. Interesting. But yeah, that was the big complaint in D3, was they said loot isn't frequent enough. So they upped the ante and increased the drop rate for legendaries and everything else, but now legendaries are account bound, which is the pendulum swinging in the complete other direction from auction house for real money, where you could find a legendary and then sell it to people for literal money, to, well, we'll give you a shit ton of legendaries, but you got to keep them to yourself. Which is interesting. All right, let's put the beacons on. I was just curious to hear chat's point of view on all that stuff. Seems like there's a healthy mix of both.
The temple is open. Enter and defeat the guardians within. Although they are my brothers, they will seek your death when you enter.
Well, I'm gonna have to kill your brothers then, it sounds like. Alaric.
Look at this architecture. This predates the Sin War.
This predates the Sin War? We need to learn about the Sin War. Okay. Chat, after we complete the Broken Blade, we're going difficulty up. Ooh, they're purple skeletons now.
Rise, my brothers.
And they have 50% increased attack speed. What is this again? Bone armor? Oh, yeah. I'll get a little bone armor. Oh, yeah, we have skeleton archers, too. To increase my attack speed. This build feels good. It feels complex. And we still haven't even got all 4 passives.
Your strength rivals that of our greatest champions. What now do you think you are? You may enter our most sacred place.
25% attack speed bonus. Lore?
The world stone has been changed. Our children are born weak and suffer short lives. The demon Nereza promised to restore their power, but instead turned them into misshapen creatures and sent them to war against us. We may die, but not before she is sent back to the burning hells.
Secure the glowing sword shard. I'm on it.
The noble hero fought his way here just to die.
You are again mistaken.
Magda.
And who is this you bring with you? Adria's daughter? She has
D-face.
power within her. No matter. Your mother will soon share your fate, little one. The shard is mine.
I'm trying to listen
Fill
to...
this temple with their blood.
Wait, they're already dead?
Did she mean my mother will share my fate? Could my mother be alive after all these years?
D-face.
She has every reason to deceive us. Do not listen.
This fight was too easy. She's toying.
It was too
We
easy.
must get back to Uncle Deckard right away.
You're not wrong. Okay. Ooh, we're level 20 already? Chat, we only got 50 more levels to go to level cap. What do we got? Commander of the Risen Dead. The essence cost of command skeletons and the cooldown of command golem are reduced by 30%. Increase the attack speed of Bone Spikes, Siphon Blood, and Grim Scythe. Currently using consuming a corpse increases your move speed by 3%. Yeah, we already know that that works. I don't know why I was questioning it earlier. Increase armor by... no. Bone Spear, Bone Spikes, and Bone Spirit. Let's just do it. We're using the Skellies and the Golem. Let's get Commander of the Risen Dead. Reduce... I can tell Skellies to attack one target and they get 50% bonus attack speed. Increase damage by 50% and attack speed by 25% while they attack. Yeah, that seems good. And then it'll let us do... Command Golem has a 45-second cooldown, and that'll go down by 30%. Did I unlock anything else? Or is it the two passives and the passive slot? Okay. Get the glowing shard. Return the glowing sword shard to New Tristram. I'm on my way.
Returning to town.
I have returned. Deckard? Tell me of the World Stone.
The World Stone was an ancient artifact of immense power.
From
It was
Diablo 2.
used not only to create our world, but also to control mankind. The original humans were known as the Nephilim, and their power was such that it was feared they would tip the balance in the eternal conflict between the high heavens and the burning hells. So the World Stone was tuned to lessen our powers, turning mankind into what we are today. But now that it has been destroyed, it is conceivable that the powers of the Nephilim will reappear.
Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore because the World Stone's been destroyed. Good job. We did it.
Tyrael was forced to destroy the World Stone when Baal, the Lord of Destruction, corrupted it in his attempt to control all of mankind.
Indeed. A priest of Rathma was among the heroes who fought him, though the ruin from the World Stone's destruction was terrible.
It obliterated Mount Ariat, the mountain that housed it, leaving only a smoking crater in its place. And nothing has been heard from Tyrael since.
So chat, in Diablo 2, just 2 short days ago. Wow, it feels like it was 20 years of history has just flown by in the course of 2 short days. When we went to fight Baal, and Tyrael destroyed the World Stone, it created a giant chain reaction. The reaction wasn't just because particle effects look cool, it actually blew up a giant chunk of the mountain. And that giant chunk of the mountain
Tyrael was...
Indeed. A priest of Rathma was among the heroes who fought him. Though
Chat, who is the
ruin from
priest of
Whirlstone's
Rathma?
destruction was terrible.
That fought
It
Baal.
obliterated Mount Ariat, the mountain that housed it, leaving only a smoking crater in its place. And nothing has been heard from Tyrael since.
Oh, it's just the necromancer. Oh, so the D2 necromancer is the... I got it.
I heard Leah grew up traveling with you. Was it not dangerous having a child on your journeys?
Not as dangerous as you might think. There was a calm about the world then. Most people paid no mind to an old man and young girl, weaponless and penniless, crossing their lands.
Stay a while and listen. Listen to all Decker King conversations from Act 1.
The second piece is
Got
safe.
so much knowledge.
But I do not know where the last one has fallen.
I remember a glow streaking towards a fishing village.
That must be Wortham.
Ah, brilliant, dear Leah. Have the ferryman take you there.
The Doom. Okay. We're going to Wortham, but we have to take the ferry. Stranger, tell me of this coven.
Why is this coven after your sword?
I cannot say, but there is something about them, a darkness that is known to me.
Strange.
The coven may be part of a greater evil. Perhaps I intended to fight it.
You'll need your sword for that.
I like the necromancer's voice actor a lot. Word got eaten by demons in Diablo 2 once Tristram got attacked. Man, Word didn't make it. The rest of the town of Tristram didn't make it either. Only Deckard was saved from Tristram. So sad. We did manage to save Wirt's leg, though, so that counts.
Tell me of your father.
My father was a diplomat. We had a manor in Chaldeum with servants, terraces, all of that. Everything changed when the trouble started. Somehow, rumors spread that my grandfather was responsible for the king's madness. My father's work fell apart. No one would speak to him. He kept believing it would blow over, though.
But it was not to be.
No. I'd rather not talk about it now, if you don't mind. I've work to see to.
So, Hadrig's father was the Chancellor who's dead at the beginning of Diablo 1, I think, right? Did I get that right? Have we discovered the link between Wirt's leg and the demonic bovines? That's an important piece of lore. His grandfather was that person. Okay.
How can you waste so much time pursuing women?
Waste? Time is scarcely better spent.
No. You still lack companionship even now.
I've only found one worth keeping, but she slipped away from me.
Bro, you're single.
What happened?
I'd rather talk about the ones I caught and didn't want.
Bro, how come you're single right now? What are you, some kind of loser? Just, yeah, just like harassing this guy.
The living dead? The Skeleton King? The Khazra? I would not have thought it possible. You have given us all hope. My men, the people of this town, we all owe you a debt of gratitude.
I am unaccustomed to such praise, but there is much left for me to do.
Nothing that you can't handle, I'm certain.
Thanks, Captain Runford. You seem like a nice guy. All right, let's equip the new boots. Ooh, we got our first gem as well. Inserted into a weapon, it is +9 damage. In a helmet, +10 experience. 1% at level 70. What? Chat, I'm gonna put this in my big crown. Ding! Why not? +10 experience. And then we have some follower items that we'll never use because we're not gonna use any more followers. So that won't be an issue. Give me my crafting materials. Paragon levels after 70, I think. Ah. Wait, a ruby. In your crown. That goes on your head. And it's red. Like Diablo's soulstone, right in your forehead. Oh my god.
I've dug up. Death may be upon us all soon, but I shall.
Yeah, the helmet, or the crown also increases the effect of any gem by 75%. So that's like a 17 to 18% bonus XP. Where are we going without the follower? Just because it's, first of all, less necessary in Diablo 3. Diablo 2, it's, I think, an integral part of the gameplay. In 3, it's sort of just like a thing that's in the game. It's far more interesting to talk to them when we come back to town and just kind of hear their side stories as dudes come along with us. But it's a lot more micromanagement in 3 because they have more slots. And if, like chat pointed out, if you pick a guy like the Templar who needs strength items and you're playing as a intelligence statted person like I am, where we need intel, not strength, we'll never get strength drops. We'll always get intelligence drops, so it's really difficult to gear your follower because the follower system was there for like Diablo 1.0, and when they did Loot 2.0, they updated a bunch of things, and the follower system, it's just, you just don't need them to play. Like, you can very much just solo all the content without them, and it goes fine. Can you remove gems in D3? Yeah, but not yet. We do have the ability to, yeah. What happens if you die in this game? Well, you don't seem worried about stashing cash or anything. That's a whole conversation. I will answer that question as soon as I come back. I'm gonna take a BRB because it's been 3.5 hours. Let's just say it's way more casual in this than in Diablo 2. I'm gonna take a BRB, I'm gonna take a dog outside, and we're gonna power through some more gaming. We're gonna do some late night, hopefully not yup time, but maybe yup time gaming. And I'll be back in just a few minutes, okay? I'm gonna go stretch, get a little snack, get some water, take the doggo out, give him a snack, and I'll be back to continue our trek through Act 1. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Hope you guys have been having an awesome night and enjoying the journey through Diablo 3 with our Necro. Admire our little skellies while I'm gone, and listen to this. Hey. What's up? Okay. Let me do a couple of quick stretches. And then I think we're ready to up the difficulty, actually. Chat, guess what? Guess what I got? If you can guess what snack I have, I will gift you a sub. I'll give you a hint, because I don't think you'll get it. It is not store-bought. And it is prepared by Alice. And it is... Ooh! We got it! Dwimmerlex said brownies. It is indeed a brownie. I knew someone would get it. That was not much of a hint either. Alright, there you go. Enjoy your sub. Following since 5 hours ago, now you don't even have to watch ads. Have fun. I already took a bite out of it. There you go. Chunky. It's very good. Very chocolatey. It's like soft on the inside, a little crispy on the outside. Got some nuts on it. Like a chocolate. It's like chocolate stuffed. You see like the chocolate at the bottom, like a layer of chocolate inside. I don't mean that, I know it's chocolate cake, but I mean like, you know what I mean. I love brownies. That's gonna give me the pep in my step that I need to beat Act 1. All right.
I should not tarry long.
Necromancer got impatient and turned off the music. I mean, look at those boots. We are styling right now. Okay. We need to talk to the ferryman and go to Wortham, but first, let's up the difficulty. We're going from expert to master, which goes from 100% extra gold and XP bonuses to 200%. But the monsters also get that much more difficult.
Wife,
Don't think I don't see you on.
Who am I supposed to talk to? I thought we... Oh. I think we already did
Uncle
these.
Deckard and I traveled all over the world. I feel fortunate that Uncle Deckard raised me the way he did.
The Drowned Temple was once known as the Sarsium Emporis.
Yeah, we did these, I
It was
think.
the most sacred of their temples, a site where legend claims angels would come to impart their wisdom to the Nephilim.
The second piece is safe, but I do not know where the last one has fallen.
Okay, looking for the final
remember
piece
a
of the sword.
glow streaking towards a fishing village.
That must be Wortham.
Ah, brilliant, dear Leah. Have the ferryman take you there.
Okay. And we're off. Miriam? What do you have to say?
Vile things transpire even as we speak. I see a town in flames, and an old friend paying the ultimate price to reveal the truth.
I already know this.
Oh, do you have the sight as well?
You will say no more, will you?
Wait a second.
I was thinking...
Am I cheating? Do I have the
Don't hurt
sight?
yourself. I was thinking that we should try to recruit more soldiers. What happens if we get attacked again?
We just spent a week fighting off hundreds of walking corpses outside our impenetrable gates. We're the hardest bastards within 100 miles. Who's going to attack us?
We're the hardest bastards. Villager?
I don't like what's going on around here. Too many new faces. The dead rising from their graves were no picnic, but at least they kept the strangers away.
The Diablo 3 soundtrack's really good. I think that they did use the composer from D2 and D1 for part of it. I have to look. Yeah, it was like Matt. Is it Ullman or Ullman? Was for Diablo 2. Oh, he helped with And the Heavens Shall Tremble, but then Russell Brower and others. Alright, he just helped with like one song. Never mind. I take it back. This guy literally saying he'd rather deal with zombies than meet new people. Mary Skipper, that's just me ordering food delivery and having the instructions say leave it at the door. I would rather the zombies rage from the dead than have to talk to that person.
I seek passage to Wortham.
I will take you, but beware. Smoke rises from the village.
Alright, welcome to Wortham. The ferryman took us. And things are already not looking good.
They're destroying the town. Get out while you can.
We've been warned. I love Baby Mephisto is helping us gather gold.
Death to those who defy.
Alright, let's see how the new difficulty is, shall we? We got our Skelly archers in the back. We got our melee Skellies in the front. We've got our giant flesh golem.
As long as they're fighting,
It seems like it's going fine.
we have a chance.
And the Skellies give me, like, crazy attack speed when they hit, too. I think they buff me. Okay, so, there was a question posed in chat that
Please, my family's hiding in the chapel with the rest of the townsfolk. We must get to them.
I'm working on it.
Run off! You'll get yourself killed!
Okay, after the story beat. Remind me, chat, to talk about why I'm not scared of dying in Diablo 3. They are doing a lot more damage now.
Fools! You cannot keep the sword from me!
This is bad.
My servants will burn this town to ashes!
Okay, so the health globes are healing us. There's also these yellow globes. And what those do is they give us Nephilim glory, which allows us to basically do double damage, I think. You also do like electric attacks. Health and power globes will magnify the intensity of this effect and extend the duration. What's up, Urzel Mordreg? You seem a little Oop, shit.
There's something coming.
Don't get hit by that. Oh my god.
This creature will die.
It's corpse time. That is always fun. Corpse Explosion's still strong on Master difficulty, it turns out.
I'm afraid not.
Don't mind me. Townspeople, trying to clean up your town right now. What is it with Diablo and chapels and things? Like, here's the priest.
There is only one thing I would ask of you. I seek a sword fragment. Have you seen it?
We found it days ago. I wish we'd never brought it here. Come, I left Virgil to guard it. We will be glad to be rid of it.
Like...
I'm going back to Tristram to check on Uncle Deckard.
Okay, you do that, Leah. See you later. The game starts with a star crashing through the cathedral in Tristram. Now we got this town's chapel burning down. I think someone's trying to send a message. Alright, we need to go into the cellar. We're looking for the final sword piece. And they said they brought it here and everything started to go to hell. In the literal sense. So I'm happy to take it off their hands.
Magda.
While you were on your hero's errand here, I captured all 3 sword pieces and your friends.
I will put an end to this.
While you were out running your fool's errand, I kidnapped everyone in town and took all the sword pieces. Power Rangers villain-ass looking butterfly armor. This could have been a Zoom meeting. Magda. Isn't Heaven and Hell the entire setting of Diablo? Well, the setting of Diablo is Sanctuary, which is where the humans and the mortals live. So Sanctuary is the name of basically the world. And it was created by angels and demons sort of combined. Like that's where Inarius and Lilith kind of come in to things. And it was supposed to be kind of hidden away. Like, my understanding is Sanctuary was supposed to be just that, a reprieve from the eternal war of Heaven and Hell. And after they created it, they realized, oh shit, we just had a lot of these offspring called Nephilim, and they're hella powerful. And they're getting a little scary with how powerful they are. So the World Stone kind of made up the core of Sanctuary, and that's where Mount Ariat was protecting originally, and the barbarians there charged with its protection. And as it was destroyed at the end of Diablo 2, and their Heritage Mountain site destroyed along with it, they've got a whole issue now. And then more importantly, the demons and the angels have tweaked the power of the World Stone over the years to subside the Nephilim's power and basically make us into stinky regular mortals. So, long story short, this isn't like heaven or hell, it's like Sanctuary. What do soul stones even do? Soul stones were originally, my understanding is, taken from shards of the World Stone in small little pieces. And because they shared some of the World Stone's power, they were basically powerful enough to trap demons inside of it, and they were going to be used to turn the tide, because like even though this was supposed to be neutral ground when it was created, Sanctuary was of course influenced by both sides, and the angel Tyrael intervened when he kind of wasn't supposed to and created them, giving them to the Haradrim to make Pokeballs for demons, yeah, and then they could store those demons once captured way down where they'd never be found, and sort of just remove those chess pieces from the playing field. But anyway, chat, orange juice and brownies, that is a classic, iconic duo, if I do say so myself. Enter Kane's house in New Tristram. You know your Diablo. We've been watching the lore videos before each game, Union, and that's why we've been playing them this week, or last week. Now it's week 2 of Diablo week. So we played all through D1, played all through D2, and we've been watching some lore videos as well. So I've been studying up. I've been polishing up because I'm ready to soak in Diablo 4. Everybody else who's playing and streaming D4 is going to be like, I'm racing to hardcore. I'm going to be the first one to level cap. I'm going to be the first rogue to get to max level 100. I'm going to be like, hi, I'm level 6, and I'm listening to the audio books inside of the game. What's that, a note? Oh, I'd like to read that too. What, a side quest? What does this character have to say? He's got 4 dialogue options, and I want to hear every single one of them. I'm going to be that guy. So I don't know if I'm going to be the only guy like that on content creation side of things, but I'll be here. My friends!
It's your choice, Kane. Either use your Herodric arts to repair the sword, or your dear Leah dies a horrible death.
All this pain, this destruction. What is the sword to you?
To me, nothing. To my master, Belial, everything. Your rage is overwhelming, girl. You win this round, but if the sword cannot be mine, I'll claim the one it's bound to. In the end, the blade shall be mine.
Uncle, you can't die.
Nothing can stop that now. But there is one last thing I must do. The sword must be made whole. Just as I suspected, the sword is of the high heavens. The stranger is an angel. Heed the journal. The truth lies within.
Uncle Deckard!
And now, you have seen the most controversial part of Diablo 3. This is by far the most probably reviled aspect of the Diablo 3 storyline. Who will identify my items for free now?
If only I could control this power, I could have saved him.
I do not know. There were others who were responsible.
Magda and her master Belial. The journal speaks of an angel falling from the heavens as the shadow rises from the abyss. The stranger is the key to all of this.
So it seems. I will search for him.
When my power erupted, I saw into Magda's mind for an instant. She's fled to the highlands. You can reach them through the caves above Wortham. You have to know, she'll be waiting for you.
I am prepared for that.
Deckard Cain, my beloved. Do not corpse explosion Cain. We stayed for a while. We listened. Chat, to those of you who haven't played Diablo 3, I'm gonna save you a lot of time and a lot of speculation. Just want to rip the band-aid off. Deckard Cain is actually dead, and they don't randomly bring him back later in the campaign to be Gandalf the White. I don't know what's gonna happen in Diablo 4. if they're just gonna leave him there, or if there's gonna be some reference or something else. But in Diablo 3, he is actually dead, and that's what killed him. Personally, I think that my own thoughts about it were, I didn't care. I didn't give a shit when I played this in 2012. I was just like, I don't know who this guy is. I just met him 5 minutes ago, and now he's dead. He was just like a sidekick character to me because I didn't know who it was. Now that I've played Diablo 1 and 2, it actually makes me upset. Now I understand. Now I feel what other nerds felt when this happened. To me, it's not the fact that he died. I think that if they had killed him in Diablo 3, that's fine. He's already just old as dirt anyways. It's just that there was this kind of weird... Like, Magda is probably the worst villain in the Diablo franchise. And I don't feel like that's controversial. She's kind of just like the shittiest villain. So I think Deckard dying to this lesser demon person, yeah, is kind of, that's the issue. The issue wasn't that he died, it was just how he died. I think if he had given up his life in some other section later in the game, it would have been more climactic, made more sense, and also given your character more attachment, because your character, like, holds Deckard Cain's death personally, even though we've, like, this necromancer's only known him for a little bit. But it doesn't even have to necessarily be like a heroic death. It just needs to be more climactic and not in the first act of the game, I would say. And that probably would have made it a little easier pill to swallow.
This damned power I have. Uncle Deckard said it came from my mother. He tried to teach me how to control it using his Herodric training, but it never really helped. He never gave up on me, though. He was a great man.
Okay, so Deckard is dead. Long live Deckard. We can talk about it more while we're killing demons. Enter the caverns of Erene above Wortham. But first, let's talk to our new friends. Giant monster, can you just move? Thank you.
Why would your order alter your memory?
Our initiation blinds us to our sinful pasts, so that we might clearly see the future and prepare for the final battle.
How?
I was chained to a wall and beaten. By the third day, I was mad from pain and hunger. And that is when the whipping began. I was told I relived all of my transgressions. Everything that brought me tainted joy. The whip took away that joy. Then the sin, leaving me pure.
That was torture, not ascendance. Meditation and study would have sufficed.
Don't you understand? The Templar Order is trying to protect humanity from extinction. What is my pain against that goal?
What indeed? Scoundrel?
You fight well for a thief.
My brother taught me when we were younger. He thought the crossbow was the best weapon for me since it would give me time to run away if I botched things too badly.
Where is he now?
Oh, he's still in Kingsport. I expect he'll be there a good long time.
A little chat's fixated on my flesh golem. Understandable, really. I can't blame you. He is a unit. Alright, I am 1 XP away. Yeah, we're less than 1,000 XP away from leveling up. So, let's salvage these. And then off we go to Wortham Chapel Cellars. He's cute in a weird way. I'm surprised that chat hasn't named him yet. Oh, I'm sure they will. I still can't believe I already got a legendary sword. 69 damage, too. Okay. So, this gate was locked a moment ago. But now, we have the power of targeted anger. We need to take revenge. We need to avenge Deckard. I, for one, am glad that Deckard Cain is dead. But only because it was, I was getting stressed out that chat was gonna spoil it. Not okay, let me, just because I didn't want to have to deal with the anxiety of chat possibly making weird, like,
power has grown.
References to, like, oh, you were Deckard, the last thing you say, winky face, like.
Spiderlings alone may seem unthreatening, but their presence should be a warning for travelers. For wherever there are spiderlings, there will be matriarchs, and the fully grown arachnids are extremely protective of their young. The spiderlings themselves possess strong appetites, allowing them to do considerable harm to a cornered adventurer.
Okay, we're getting close. All these glowy blue crystalline formations are always around. The bits that fell at the beginning. Boo this man! What, me? Yeah. It is super sudden. It's just very sudden. It's very sudden and not in a cool rug pull kind of way. There, like, just to summarize, like, I almost have to imagine that there was some extracurricular reason that we never learned, like, maybe the voice actor was just really old and didn't want to do that much, so they were just like, killed him quickly. Because that's the only thing I can come up with. It's very random. It's just like, you're getting a piece of the sword, the last piece. Magda appears and says, haha, you fool. I collected all the swords, kidnapped your friends, while you were walking this way, you dum-dum, and then you go back and then he dies. And it was just sort of like a, oh, okay. You didn't, there was no build-up, there wasn't like time for any sort of anticipation or tension. It was just very much like, I have captured everyone while you were looking, and now I will kill him. I feel like they just had him in the game for fan service, but couldn't think of anything for him to do. There's actually, I have more to say about this later in the story, but I think I know the reason why Deckard is not there, and it's because there are other characters that the existence of Deckard would nullify as plot points. That's all I'm gonna, I don't want to spoil anything. If you think about the plot points of Diablo 3 on paper, 75% of them don't happen because Deckard would exist. So, I'm assuming that that was the main reason why. A crazed hermit.
My queen sings to me. Her music echoes from beyond.
Okay, goodbye. I think that they were just playing a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, and Deckard's player just rolled like a nat 1 and failed the wisdom check or something. And the dungeon master was like, I don't want to do this, but that was the worst roll I've ever seen. Oh, we got spiders now.
This creature will die.
I'll take some bone armor, please. And then a little corpse explosion.
The grave beckons.
Chad, I didn't look and see what I leveled up, but I didn't look at it at all. So let's check that out. What did I get? Corpse Lance has brittle touch. Enemies become brittle, increasing their chance to be crit by 5% for 5 seconds each time they are hit with Corpse Lance. Okay, so crit build. Decrepify has dizzying curse. If you cursed enemies have an extra 10% chance to be stunned when hit. Ooh, that's kind of good. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think it was just those two. I do like the stuns. Let's change bone armor for Decrepify, because if I curse them, they're cursed for 30 seconds. It reduces their damage by 30%, their speed by 75%, and with this rune, they have a 10% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds upon us hitting them, and we have a lot of people hitting a lot of things. All right, let's go. Search for the chamber of Queen Erene. Jerk said, I don't understand not liking the look of this game. It still looks great. I agree. Like, the worst thing about Diablo 3 is probably the in-engine cutscenes. That's the only thing that I will also agree aged like milk. The actual moment-to-moment movement, the gameplay, the visual design of the levels, the creature design. There's the stuns. Go skeletons. Oh, I can just keep sending them. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Like I can actually just micromanage them. I prefer the new D2R style myself. You mean the style they came up with 10 years later when technology advanced and hardware could keep up with it? That was a good one too. I mean, D2R looks fantastic, but it was also a decade later, right?
That is not possible.
We joked earlier that this is another ARPG that came out in 2012, I think. This is Sacred 2, which, yeah, released October, that released October 2008, okay? So that's 2008, not 2012. But the point is like, within 4 years, we went from that to this. And we weren't able to do, like, good, realistic-looking graphics for games like this. The closest that you came to the dark broodingness that Diablo 2 fans wanted was probably Path of Exile, and Path of Exile certainly was not a pretty game in 2012 when it was in open beta, and it's not a very pretty game now. At the time, before release, it seemed like they were influenced by WoW as far as art or cutscenes go. I'm sure that there was some influence there. The thing about World of Warcraft is, even 10 years later, vanilla WoW still looks great. So I don't think that the method, like the idea behind being inspired by WoW is wrong. It's different, it's a different style of game than Diablo, but the notion of let's make a game that has an art style that will hold up, I think, is reasonable. But yeah, we'll talk in circles about the Diablo 2 art style, or the Diablo 3 art style, because that's just one of the main things that still comes up to this day, which I think is funny. Because, like, half of you guys are going to be playing Diablo 4 on low graphics settings anyways. And not because you have shitty computers or something, but just because you want the most frames per second possible.
Rathma has blessed me.
You may have shitty computers too. Possibly. I don't know. They level up. Damn, we're leveling up real fast. We're leveling up. We got revive. Target an area, reviving up to 10 corpses within 20 yards for 15 seconds. So I assume this is the antithesis of corpse explosion. Army of the Dead. Raise a massive skeletal army to pummel the targeted location, dealing 12,000% weapon damage as physical. That's an insane amount of percents. 12,000. Yeah, but it's on a 2-minute cooldown. And then we have a new curse, Frailty, the last curse we get. A crippling curse that kills enemies with less than 15% health. That one's too difficult for us to keep up. And then Bone Armor got a rune. Increase the damage dealt to 145% weapon damage. Huh. Okay, we're starting to get some more mix and match options that seem neat. I really want to try... Let's wait a bit. Keep this build, and I want to try the revive. The main thing about Diablo 3 is it runs like a dream. Like, on Switch, even, the frame rate is rock solid, no matter how big the groups I've gotten are, like in every version of it. Adventure mode, Nephilim Rifts. That's sort of the other thing, like I'm really curious how performance scales in Diablo 4. Like, I'm sure that there's data on that now, after the open betas. Most games before 2015 did. Well, that's one of the other things about, like, I saw someone in chat say something like, Battlefield 3 aged really well, and that was hyper-realistic. Which, first of all, is a really strange comparison to make. I feel like Battlefield 3 compared to Diablo 3.
This will be a challenge.
Will it be a challenge with Corpse Explosion? It's a really strange comparison to make. But Battlefield 3 did not... It kind of ran like shit. On my computer, at least. And I don't think Battlefield 3 looks that good. But yeah, it's weird to compare a first-person shooter to, like, a game where hundreds of enemies appear on screen at the same time and all of them are taking damage in a massive co-op game with random rolls. There's a lot going on under the hood of ARPGs compared to kill 100 enemies to earn a bonus chest. Okay. 100 enemies is kind of a lot, but Corpse Explosion, anyone? Let's see. How much time do I got? I've only killed 16 enemies. There's not enough of them on screen. Just Corpse Explosion to victory. Oh, damn. It's working.
You will make a fine corpse.
I did it. All right, easy. Time. We still got time.
My master would take pride in this.
Easy double bonus chest. Corpse Explosion is crazy because whenever it gets a kill, it creates another corpse, which gets another kill, which creates another corpse, which gets another kill, which creates another corpse. I just did increase the difficulty, Donnie Dorito. This is master difficulty now. I'll take my rare. We just went up by 100%. Ooh. Nice bracers, good armor. Plus intelligence for the damage. Keep some of these. Nice belt. Just a good rare belt. More gold for monsters. We're getting some gems. And we're approaching our first 100,000 bucks. But anyway, I think most of all, this art style was very much just in circa 2012. World of Warcraft or not, it's not the only game to have more stylized. I think that devs are getting more creative with how they spun their assets up. Because I'm actually curious, like, what other games came out in 2012? Borderlands 2 came out in 2012. Darksiders was very stylized. Darksiders 2 was out then. Journey came out in 2012. Had a Persona game come out in 2012. Guild Wars 2 was huge and kind of has a similarly colorful artistic interpretation on their characters and not very realistic. Those are some pretty big ones. So, it was very, very in 2012, I guess. Yeah, and stylized does generally hold up better over time. And at the time, there were rumors that Diablo 3 was going to be the last Diablo.
Accepted me. Come close and feel her loving embrace.
Ugh.
It's not going to end well.
He turned into spiders. But then it made money. Yeah, I mean, Diablo 3 was one of the fastest selling games of all time ever. And that's why it's funny to me that the art style, sort of deriding the art style, is the one criticism that's still held against it. Because it seems like it's a very... I feel like if that were the main reason people didn't like it, there would have been way fewer sales. Because it was very obvious what the game... You knew what the game looked like before getting it, I guess. I think that the gameplay was the main reason people had problems with it, and then that was paved over and sort of fixed by 2014. So since that was fixed, it's hard to point back to, I think, at this point, because it's been rendered moot somewhat.
Please, help me. It's horrible. She sucks the innards from her victims. Oh, no. No, it's too late. I hear her. The Spider Queen is coming.
It's
Spider Queen.
Boss time, chat.
She's here! Corpse explosion!
Do a little decrepify as well, and we can probably keep her stun locked. Where are you going? Get some Skelly Archer friends to boost our attack speed. She's sending some little spider ads to us, and now she's back. Get the skeletons to go ham on attack speed. Get some archers. Get Decrepify, keep her stunned. Decrepify is crazy. So with the rune, if she's cursed, she has a 10% chance on hit to be stunned. So since I have a whole army of skeletons hitting her, that 10% chance is just getting triggered every single time. Look at her, stun locked. Plus bonus attack speed. Easy. Wow, this build seems powerful.
Rumor holds that Archbishop Lazarus loosed a silent terror in the caves near Leoric's Manor before he died. He labored for weeks over a group of unusually large spiders, and many of his servants quietly disappeared during this time. The largest creature led the others into the caves. None who have ventured there have returned.
It's like I can still hear his voice. I'm super curious about how well D4 will sell. Since the hype and marketing seems so much lower, though, maybe I'm wrong. Blizzard is tarnished, but still popular brand. I think that they've been marketing the hell out of it. Maybe that's just in my circles to spy. It seems like Blizzard is marketing Diablo 4 more than any game in recent memory that I've seen. Since, like, Cyberpunk. Like, I've seen, just anecdotally, as much advertising for D4 with live-action commercials, animated commercials, character trailers just popping up around my feeds, and people streaming and stuff as this, or as Cyberpunk. That's the last one that really stands out to me. I think that this is gonna be a really good seller. I know that's easy to say. Chat, when is the review embargo lift for D4? People want another good Diablo. Yeah, I think the reason it's going to sell very well is because right now is the best time to release a brand new game. That's like a huge, big, like, always online multiplayer experience with 5 big regions to explore. You got all these classes. Like, right now, there really isn't another big game that fills that AAA, like, sell your soul to a game for a couple months and then come up for air every so often. Like, nothing else is filling that spot right now. It's been a pretty tame summer aside from indies. Like, we're just starting summer, obviously, but I just mean it's been a pretty tame 2023, besides a few fun indie games. And Zelda. Yeah, Zelda's huge. Zelda is obviously big, but I think that that's a different market. Not that there's not crossover, but I don't feel like Zelda is Diablo competition. What's your favorite game of 2023 so far? I really like that detective game, Shadows of Doubt. I don't know if that's my game of the year. Chat, what was my game of the year? I'm gonna be honest, my brain's a little fried right now from all the the demon and zombie killing. Chat, what was my favorite game? My favorite new game? I've had a lot of really fun streams though. What's up, Splat? They're definitely marking D4. They sent me an offer to only cover it for like 2 weeks on YouTube. Define, they sent me an offer to only cover it for like 2 weeks on YouTube. As in like... I'm not asking you to say what the offer was. I'm just saying they were trying to get like just coverage of Diablo 4. Oh, they wanted to lock my channel down on only D4 content. Really? Wow. I don't think I've even heard of that. That's crazy. I've never even heard of a setup like that before. No other videos, just Diablo 4. Okay, that was the insinuation I got. I'm not trying to start drama or shit, so you don't have to... I don't want to be on the front page of Reddit tomorrow, Splattercat.
Can we please leave this horrible
From hearsay.
place?
We need to get these facts straight. I'm just messing with you. But yeah, that does sound crazy. Anyway, chat, this is a great opportunity to shout out our good friend Splattercat's channel. He's streaming on Twitch, he's making YouTube videos, and we have it on good authority that once Diablo 4 releases, he will be exclusively streaming and creating video content on Diablo 4 for the first 2 weeks of its release. So I for one, am anxious to find some strategy guides and a little bit of help choosing my class. Thanks, bro, for taking that one for the team. Davey Wavy says, totally agree, nothing is filling that gap. I'm a casual gamer and I can't wait for Diablo 4. It's been a long time since I had something gaming-wise to rush home for. I think that's a great way to put it, yeah. It's gonna fill that gap of the thing that you can be like, I'm gonna buy this game and play the hell out of it for like a month or two in my free time where I can look forward to coming home from work, school, whatever, and I know that there is something there for me waiting for me to log in or play with my friends. Like, there's not a lot of online co-op experiences right now outside of MMOs and Destiny-like MMOs. So whenever a new one of those comes around, if it's good, it's gonna stick because people, we're always looking for shit to play in co-op or multiplayer, and There's not a lot. Even outside of that genre, there's not a lot of like shooters that come out anymore. There's not a lot of I'm gonna say Rocket League-esque games, and I don't mean sports ball games. I mean like games that sort of come out of nowhere and make you go, huh, what's this? Oh, sweet, a new multiplayer experience. In that, those types of games I feel like don't release anymore, it almost feels like. This has been the slowest year I've seen in a really long time. Hell yeah. I completely agree, Splat. Oh, look who it is. Wait, Karina?
It was terrible being
This is a
stuck
different
like
person.
that. Thank the gods you came along. What are you doing out here?
I'm looking for a man who was taken prisoner by the Coven.
The Coven? I saw them dragging someone into Leoric's manor house. Perhaps it was the man you seek. You might have a small bit of trouble reaching there, though. I'm not proud of this, but I stole the staff of a powerful Khazra shaman. The Khazra went mad and chased me to the caves. You can find the staff in my cart in the highlands. If you take it to the Khazra barricade, perhaps they will let you pass.
This is not the artisan from camp. This is a different person. Leoric, never heard of him. By the way, have you seen my crown? But yeah, Splat, as far as the slowest year in gaming, there's a reason why I'm doing a full-ass playthrough of Diablo right now. In anticipation of Diablo 4. Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3. It's not because I'm bored, it's just that there's so little competing for my attention. My ADHD hyperfocus has been able to completely absorb itself into a genre and franchise that I, before now, have not had any interest in streaming or bringing to the forefront, so.
The wither moth is a curious phenomenon. It is tremendously large for an insect, and somehow its size allows it to expel a charging force when attacked. For this reason, few have survived to study it in great detail.
I need essence.
Including many notable academics. In fact, please do not inquire further upon this subject.
Alright, we got Highlands Crossing, and we're trying to find the Khazra staff. There is no end to angry Khazra in these parts. At least I am acquiring a certain skill at killing them all. But every delay means the cultist and the angel can move further beyond my reach. I must be quick. We have to rescue the angel. We have the sword now. That was the last thing Deckard did before Blizzard killed him. I need essence. Anyway, as far as the success of Diablo 4, chat, I'm gonna make a prediction, okay?
Long ago, 5 clans of the Umbaru tribe left the Teganze and ventured north. After their transformation into Khazra, only a few elders were still able to use magic, and they passed it down to their cleverest children. These are the Khazra shaman, and they rank among the most dangerous of their race.
No. No, lol. Siphon Blood has enemies are also slowed while you siphon their blood. Death Nova has, in addition, so runes, if you join late, runes are in addition to the base power. So we have a base power, and then we have the modifier for it. So, it's FYI. Death Nova also heals you for 1% of your health per target hit and reduces damage dealt. So it does less damage, but it self-heals. We have a new ability for Devour. We'll look at that in a second. Golem has Ice Golem. Command the Golem to launch an icy blast at the targeted location, freezing enemies for 3 seconds and increasing their chance to be crit by 10% for 10 seconds. So it's like crowd control, cold damage. Army of the Dead is new. Oh, we saw that, but we just haven't used it. Transmittable. Enemies that die while cursed will spread the curse. Cursed enemies heal the attacker for 2% of their total health when struck. Interesting. And then Frailty is a crippling curse that kills enemies with less than 15 health. We saw that on the last level, but I just didn't click it to clear it. What slot does Devour have to be? Just any other slot? Okay. Increase the max life by 2% for 2 seconds for each corpse devoured. Consume corpses within 60 yards to restore 10 essence. Increase max life. Why would I want to increase max life by 2% for 2 seconds? Maybe I'll understand that one better later. I hope Diablo 4 sucks. I hate video games. Understandable. All right, my prediction, chat. I think the review embargo lifts tomorrow. I'm gonna predict 9 out of 10 average. Hopium. I'm honestly just gonna predict it. I think that its actual Metacritic is gonna be like 87. Did you get a review code for D4? No, hell no. Blizzard doesn't know I exist. I also am not part of the support a streamer mount thing they have going on. Because they were getting the list of potential candidates apparently from data that predates me starting Diablo 1. So I haven't been a Blizzard boy for long enough for them to notice me, senpai. So I think that the Metacritic average will be like an 87. I'm gonna say 87. I think outlets like IGN and like Polygon and like GameSpot,
I need essence,
are going to give it like a 9 or 10 out of 10. Like a 9 or 10, depending. Clip it.
Bring that down.
Clip it and ship it, chat. All right, let's curse these nerds. Oops. There we go. Jump on them. Corpse explosion them. Corpse explosion those ones. Get the skellies over here. Curse them again. Build some essence. Throw up some archers. Curse them one more time. There we go. Nice. Yeah, this actually, master difficulty feels pretty good right now, I think. Is this the streamer that spreads misinformation? There's a lot going on. Yeah, well, that's also because I would say Necromancer's probably not the first.
I need essence.
This is not probably a good starter class to play if you're like brand new to Diablo 3, because there's just a lot. There's actually a good amount of different mechanics at play. We got the corpses we need to aim at. There's a lot of people following you around on screen. You need to know when to activate your passive pets. You got curses and debuffs. You got builders and spenders. Cave of the Moon Clan. I want to do Cave of the Moon Clan, but I also need to find the Khazra staff. I might be growing senile, but didn't some people criticize the D3 Necro? I think people just really, really, really like the D2 Necro, and so nothing can really ever live up to their love for that. But I think it was generally praised.
I need essence.
I need essence. Give me the essence.
That corpse nuke is really good. Keep him stun locked, boys. There we go. I think it had generally just good reviews. The reason why people panned it a little bit at launch is because the Necromancer was originally going to be part of an expansion like Reaper of Souls was, but they canceled the expansion and just released the Necromancer as a character pack for $15. So what people generally criticized was that $15 for one class seemed expensive. which is probably true. It's a good, astute point. So I think that everyone generally agreed it was very fun. It was just pricey. Now, of course, it comes bundled, so you don't have to worry about that. Now it's just the bundle. Pretty much almost any form you're going to buy Diablo 3 in is probably going to come with that DLC. Oh, I forgot to ever answer that one person in chat who asked me about the dying. Hold on. ADHD's a hell of a drug. All right. Kazra staff. We found it. Approach the barricade. Oh, what up? Is that person still there? What's up, Eric Base? How's it going? Let's dogpile on those nerds. God, I love that.
My insight grows.
Chat, we're level 25 already. We're for sure hitting level cap before Act 5 at this rate. Yep, still wondering why you don't fear death. Okay, so in Diablo 2, when you die, you drop your money, you drop your armor. If you have money in your personal stash, you also have to pay a death tax for being stupid and bad enough to die in Diablo 2. In Diablo 3, if you die... Okay, so let me back that up again. In Diablo 2, not only did all those things happen, but you respawn back in town because you were bad enough to die. And if you didn't create a town portal beforehand to give you a place to come back to your body, you are stupid and bad, and now you need to walk there while naked, or you need to turn your game off, abandon the money that you had, start a new game where your corpse will return to town, and then you'll be able to get the items that were on it, so you don't lose your gear or your loot, you will just lose the money that you had. Yeah, you also lose XP on harder difficulties. In Diablo 3, someone was like, fuck all that shit. When you die, you lose 10% of your weapons and armor's durability, and then you respawn on your corpse after like 5 or 6 seconds. Damn, another sword? It's probably gonna be another Zweihander. Holy shit, we're getting another one.
Not enough essence.
But yeah, there's actually quite a bit to talk about though. So you don't lose all your money, you don't drop all your money, you don't drop all your items or gear, you don't have to pay the death tax from your savings. You just lose 10% durability. But here's the thing, right? In Diablo 2, once you realize how it works, it's a non-issue, right? Now that you know the way that death works, you simply don't leave money inside of your personal stash, so there's no death tax. You put it in your shared stash to get around it, right? You don't have to worry about losing your gear because you simply leave the game and reopen another game and your corpse ports back to town. So there's really no penalty for that because you aren't punished. So then the worst thing that actually happens when you die in Diablo 2 is you need to go back in and pick up any money you dropped, which again, if you've just been putting money in your stash, is a non-issue anyways. And then you just have to get back to your corpse so you can maybe continue a fight in progress. So that's about the worst thing that can happen is you just need to jump back through a town portal that you already opened, load. So you need to load back into town, you need to load back in through the portal, and then you need to load back in if you put the portal outside of a boss's spot, and then you go in. So it's 3 loading screens. That's really the only penalty to dying in Diablo 2 is you have to do like 2 to 3 loading screens. When you think about it distilled. So Diablo 3 just like, instead of the loading screens, what if they just turned into a ghost form and then respawned? So I honestly like don't hate that. And then there's this secondary mechanic where if you're playing in multiplayer, if both players die, you have to go back to a checkpoint. So one player has to stay alive for the respawn on corpse thing to exist during boss fights.
My essence is too low.
So you can't respawn infinitely during boss fights. And it's not infinite either. You can do it like, I don't know, chat, what is it, 3 times? You can do it like 3 times, and then you have to go back to a checkpoint. That's my understanding. D4 kind of splits the difference. Yeah, what's the death penalty in D4? Out of curiosity. I always thought it was funny when my demon hunter died and ragdolled around. Yeah, it's just a little kick in the teeth. Who the hell? We've been ambushed! They're trying to take the staff! Blow them to hell, I guess. Find Leoric's Manor Courtyard. We kind of did a little zigzaggy path up through the Southern Highlands. There's a lot of optional dungeons that we're running past because there's just a lot more optional dungeons in Diablo 3, it feels like. They're generally smaller than the dungeons in Diablo 2, but it feels like there's a lot more of them in Diablo 3, quantity-wise. So if I stop to do all of those, first of all, there's rarely any lore in them, and second of all, we'll never finish this game. So I'm not rushing through, clearly, but I'm also gonna pick and choose what side content we do.
I'm afraid not.
If it jumps out at us, then sometimes we'll go for it. But I think we'll get a lot of XP and loot just by doing what we're doing here. Oh, I need to see the legendary. It looks like my legendary. Yeah, that's a Zweihander. Okay, it's just significantly better than the one that I have right now. 60% more damage. Reduce the cooldown of all skills by 5%. Number does go up. That takes us from 344 aggregate damage to 551. Very nice. So what's great about this, for D3 anyway, since all of our skills are based on damage, like our skeletal minions will do 50% of my weapon damage as physical per attack. So anytime our weapon gets stronger, all of our abilities get stronger too, because Diablo 3 somewhat controversially, it was at least controversial to like the Diablo 2 dev team, scaled the abilities with weapon damage instead of with the other stats. Or just from putting points into them on the skill tree like in Diablo 2, for example. Let's get a few chain reactions going through here. Now. But yeah, hopefully that answers the question of why I'm not really afraid of death here. That being said, it's very easy to get in over your head and be like, I'm gonna up the difficulty. All right, I'm gonna up the difficulty again. I'm gonna up the difficulty again. And then next thing you know, you're just getting...
My insight grows.
Did I just level up twice? Whew. How did I have that much XP? Did I just do 2 dings? How did I get a full bar of XP? What? In the same fight? Do 2 dings? Ding ding? Okay. Let's look at our abilities here. New Bone Spike. Frost Spike. Leave a frost patch that reduces the move speed of enemies by 60% for 2 seconds. Turns to cold damage. So movement speed. Bone Spear has crystallization. Each enemy hit has their attack speed reduced by 20%, and your attack speed is increased by 3% for 3 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. So if you can line up a Bone Spear, you can get up to 10 hits, and that'll give you 30% faster attack speed. Let's see what it looks like. It looks cool. I like how he just kind of like shoves the spear out. Looks pretty sweet. Okay, what else did we get? We haven't even tried revive. Is it time to change up the build and try something different? I think it is. Target an area, reviving up to 10 corpses within 20 yards for 15 seconds. Damage taken is reduced by 1% for each revived minion, so it helps us mitigate damage. Army of the Dead is a 2-minute cooldown. Raise a massive skeletal army to pummel the targeted location, dealing 12,000% weapon damage as physical in a 15-yard radius. Skeletal hands raised from the ground, damaging enemies within 15 yards for 14,000% damage as poison lasts 5 seconds. So it's 2,000% more damage, but it's only every 2 minutes, like an ult. Increase the potency of the movement speed reduction to 100%. So you slow enemies by 100% speed. Does that mean they can't move? They're just not stunned. Decays to normal potency over 5 seconds. So you temporarily halt them in place. And then frailty is cursed enemies take 15% increased damage from your minions. Minion build? Okay. And then last we have Bone Spirit. This one's new. Launch a Bone Spirit that'll seek enemies. Deals 4,000% weapon damage as physical on impact. You gain a charge every 15 seconds and can store 3. Recharge time is reduced by 1 second for each corpse you consume. Okay. Okay. Let's see. It's time for a new build. Let's switch things up. This is my favorite part of Diablo 3 is... Oh, and we have passives? Increase the duration of your skeletal mage and revive minions by 25%. Yeah, let's do a revive build. Poison abilities also slow enemies and reduce their attack speed. Huh. Alright, let's do a new build. So, what do I want for sure? I think what I want for sure is skeletal mages that leave a corpse behind when they expire. Okay. That's my secondary. Instead of corpse explosion, we want revive. Target an area that revives up to 10 corpses and reduce my damage taken for each revived minion. For reanimation, we can make the skeletons cheaper to activate, I guess, because mages are like 40 essence, which is really expensive. So honestly, like, even having the... We don't even really need to use this actively very often, but we'll make it cheaper. And then the golem... Man, it's hard to have all the abilities I like, huh? The golem creates corpses, but I really want the massive army. Maybe instead of decrepify? So there's 2 abilities I really want. I want Army of the Dead for the huge... I just want to see what it looks like. And then Frailty is the one that increases minion damage. So I want that one too. I can't have both. The minion damage one's probably the better build for us. But then I want to see the Bone Spirit. You gain a charge every 15 seconds and can store up to 3. Maybe we just do we just ditch skeletal mages? Analysis paralysis sets in at this point. It can, yeah, because we need a builder. If we don't have a builder, then we don't have... There is a world in which we get rid of the builder and the spender, because these are free, and just do minions. We can never activate command skellies. Huh. What if we just got rid of the builder and the spender and changed them? We can do that. We can get creative. People arrive. What happened? What's up, Slight Inconvenience? We just got like a bunch of level ups and we're trying to make a new build and change things up. Let's do left click be the curse. Cursed enemies take 15% increased damage from minions and automatically kills minions or enemies with less than 15% health. We'll change our secondary to something else that's free. Make a Bone Spirit. Launch the Bone Spirit. Will seek enemies. Deal 4,000% weapon damage on physical impact. Has 3 charges. Recharge time is reduced for each corpse you consume by 1 second. Okay, building charges now. That's what that little radar ping is down there. And then Decrepify. We don't necessarily need anymore, do we? So let's try the big nasty one that I wanted to do, Army of the Dead. We're just gonna have a lot of reanimation abilities right now, I guess, with the super skeletal poison hands. Let's see, do these cost essence? Frailty costs 10 essence. Yeah, and command skeleton. We don't have to actively command skeletons. How can I generate essence passively? Just a little amount. I probably don't have a passive that does that yet. Max essence. While using a scythe, gain 2% essence per life and life per kill. Curses cost less essence and last forever. Survive death. Life regen. There might be a way to just passively gain a little bit. Well, I don't have to do the curse. I could do something else. But yeah, they do cost. We could do bone armor, just go survivability. Where I don't do any active attacks. Siphon Blood is fun. Yeah, Siphon Blood seems okay too. Rip bones from nearby enemies, dealing 125% weapon damage as physical. Create an armor that reduces damage by 3% per enemy hit up to 10 stacks. That's 30%. And increase the damage dealt. I'm getting one shot by people at Torment 4. Kaibo, time to become a necromancer. Okay, so left click is just bone armor, which we need people for. Right click is bone spirit. I'm sorry? That looks sweet. That's metal as hell. Command skeletons. This does cost 20. We don't have to use that. Just don't click it. 120-second cooldown. Necromancers in the bone zone. That looks a lot like Grasp of the Dead from the Witch Doctor, actually. That's just an incredible damage dealer on a 2-minute cooldown. And then revive. Okay, so I need to aim revive. Revive will revive up to 10 corpses for 15 seconds. Let's try the new build. Wait, I didn't change the passives at all. Consuming a corpse increases your move speed. We can change that. Yeah, let's increase the duration of Skeletal Mage. We don't use Skeletal Mage. Revive minions, though, by 25%. Maybe we should be using the Mage. And then we don't need the essence cost reduction. Are we using Bone Spirit? We are using Bone Spirit. Has a 30% chance to trap enemies. Increase armor by 100%. No. Consuming a corpse has a chance to spawn a health glove. That's just unnecessary. Well, I guess there's nothing wrong with Fueled by Death. No essence generator? I know, we're just trying to get weird with it. Trying to get weird. Let's see. Okay, so we need to consume corpses. I can't even do damage. Like, I can't do damage myself, which is funny. There's bone armor. Damn, it turns red too. Okay, so I need to be trying to revive. Oh, those are my little friends. So what I can do is like maybe jump in and then revive to initiate. Make a bone armor.
I must wait.
Oh yeah. And I can keep just like picking up enemies and then making my giant army. And they only last for like a few seconds. But behold my minions. That's really cool. I like the idea of actively raising people from the dead to come fight for you instead of just blowing them up necessarily.
That needs to recharge.
Go forth, my minions. So every time I resurrect somebody, the cooldown for Bone Spirit goes down. This is not a good boss build. Like, I don't think it's going to be good at fighting bosses. But that was a nice test and showcase. Army of the Dead, though, yeah. I'm enjoying that a lot.
That needs to recharge.
Can you guys kill that thing? No? Okay. We'll just go. We have found Leoric's Manor Courtyard. There is, like, I do have one complaint about the PC build of this game. I have music max and I can't hear it. Like, I can faintly hear the dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, like of Tristram. But it's super quiet. Listen. It's back there. But barely.
Mistress, it is my pleasure to report that I have broken the prisoners from Wortham. Words have flowed from their mouths like blood from a wound. Our summoners can retrieve the weapon at your command, and the enemy shall be none the wiser.
Your sound channels aren't maxed out. You might want to do that. What? This? That's odd. The music's loud for me. Chat, is the Tristram music loud for you? I can't hear it at all. Like, can you hear music right now? I meant in my game, not your stream. Huh.
That needs to recharge.
Yeah, I would like to, I might troubleshoot it and see if I can look up if anybody else is having a similar issue.
That needs to recharge.
I'm working on it. I'm just trying to figure out what's what here, buddy. So we can only have up to 10 followers right now, yeah? Oh, Army of the Dead. I forgot that I had that ability. And then I just bring them with me. And send them on their way. All the while protecting myself with, bone armor. It's great. Well, this is probably not the kind of build that is very efficient. But it is very much like a mix between active and inactives where my minions are doing all the work for me. I simply walk around and raise more from the dead as necessary. This is as close to the Diablo 2 Necromancer as I can get. Less sound channels means less possible sounds at once. Now you have up to 128 instead of 64. I don't think it impacted the music, but it was worth trying. Yeah, it's worth trying. Worth scoping out. Unfortunately, that's just really high single target damage, and that's about it. Oh, we got an elite pack, champ pack here. I'm raising all sorts of dudes from the dead. It basically two-shots any champion, though. I do be dying a little bit standing in the poison. Yeah, I think that the corpse explosion was definitely faster. It was definitely faster. I'll give you that. I wonder if it's a session bug. Things can get wonky sometimes. Maybe.
Give it more time.
How do I get into chat? I can't. My build doesn't do any direct damage, so I can't break open the iron gate. Okay, let's change things around. Hey, I can make my skeletons go attack it, but then I lose essence. That's diminishing returns. All right, let's try Bone Boys. Let's try Bone Boys. Each enemy hit has their attack speed reduced and your attack speed increased up to 10 times. Let's do... Wait. Primary, we're gonna do Bone Spikes. With the stun, I like the stun. Secondary, Bone Spear with cold and attack speed. And then what was the passive that has Bone Prison, Bone Spear, Bone Spikes, and Bone Spirit. Okay, so we'll do Bone Spirit on number 1. Recharge time is reduced by 1 second for each corpse you consume. Okay, let's change that to number 2 then. Where'd it go? Bone Spirit. Change Revive back to... Corpse Explosion just actually does so much damage. 1000% weapon damage or just getting essence. I mean, it just does so much damage. I don't know what else there is to say about it. Okay, and then for the other one, increase the attack speed of Bone Spikes by 15%. Skeletal Mage and Revive. Poison slows enemies. Okay, I like the essence cost of Command Skeleton and the cooldown of Command Golem are reduced. Let's try this. Now, I can break the gate open! I'm so strong! And here, our hero's journey ended. Okay, so now we're Bone Boys. We have a chance, a 30% chance to imprison them in a bone cage when we hit them with one of these abilities for 3 seconds to trap them in the bone cage. And we get the beauty of Corpse Explosion too. But yeah, we're still really early on. And yeah, like you said, just calling luck, there are some combos that only become apparent once you have more options, the rest of the passives, and maybe even some certain legendaries or set pieces and stuff, that it's just fun to kind of experiment with the different abilities now, because there's really no wrong answer, right? I'm dead. There we go. All right, this isn't your mama's Diablo 2, where I made it through the entire D2 campaign without dying. Confirmed Diablo 3's harder. D3 confirmed more challenging. Those just do a shit ton of damage. They've got Mortar, which I now know to respect. Mortar is OP. Mortar is OP, Kaibo. I'm almost dead again, dude. Almost killed me second time. Diablo 3 is for casuals! Yeah, we were getting some big chunks. It's time to learn that Q is the health potion. We only get 1 potion every 30 seconds. It ain't much. But it'll have to do. Alright, in we go. What difficulty? We're at Master right now. I think we're 1 shy of Torment 1. But we found Leoric's mana. We're trailing the coven.
I have trained well.
That's just so strong right now. Maybe corpse explosion gets less powerful over time, but it just feels incredible right now.
The Dark Berserkers are considered weaker demons, but their strength is still far greater than that of any human. I have found dark spells within the cathedral, written in Archbishop Lazarus's own hand, explaining how to summon them. I pray that no other copies exist, so that this terrible knowledge will be lost forever.
There is a new piece to the game. A girl named Leah. My spies tell me she is the child of the witch Adria, who is hiding in the deserts of Chaldeum. Bring this news to the Master at once.
Okay, it's weird of you to leave your journal just sitting around, but whatever. You just wanted someone to read it, so you had someone to talk to and share your innermost thoughts with. It's a cry for help, reaching out to try to form a friend.
A fetid, pallid malaise has fallen over the manor we now call home. Young Albrecht seems to be enjoying himself in our new home, however. Perhaps I am simply suffering from an imbalance of humors brought on by the recent change of climate.
That voice just sounds so familiar to me.
A fetid, pallid malaise has...
A fetid, pallid malaise. I can't quite get there.
A fetid, pallid malaise has fallen over the manor we now call home.
We now call home. Young Albrecht seems to be enjoying himself in our new home, however. Perhaps I am simply suffering from an imbalance of humors brought on by the recent change of climate. That's all I got. Okay. I like his voice a lot, though.
He's unstoppable! No mortal could slaughter our brethren with such ease.
Then die well. Lord Belial will reward your sacrifice.
Die well, cultists! I'm here.
He is here.
Yeah, I'm here. I said that.
Your arrogance knows no bounds.
Delay him while
I love my
prepare
little
his
dance.
demise in the depths
Chad, look at the
below.
dance. Reach for the ceiling.
Shut up.
Are you talking to me? That was really good beat. Da 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 da. A wounded man. What happened here, sir?
They did horrible things to us.
Peace will come soon.
Hang on. Did Simcopter make this NPC? Is that Shimp?
The man with the golden eyes. I saw Magda take him into Leoric's old torture chambers below us.
I see.
Enter the halls of agony. Were those his last words? Poor guy. There's the Shimp. Same guy. It is the same guy. What's up, Swagnamite? How's it going? Late night chat. Late night chat is online? Damn, how has it been? We're approaching the 9-hour mark already. And I'm planning on streaming all week because we should be playing D3 today, tomorrow, and the next day. And then gearing up because it's D4 time on Thursday. Don't give that guy a healing potion. Just leave him for dead. He had one last message to get out. It worked. I heard him. I'm gonna set things right. We got our work cut out for us tomorrow, though. Like, today, my plan is just finish Act 1. Tomorrow, we just go as far as we can.
The cultists were performing a strange ritual when I saw them today. One of their number stood soundlessly, while others thrust long spikes deep into his spine.
Ow, ow, ow.
He did not perish. And I believe that he may have even been darkly empowered from the implantation. Though such terrible magic is foreign to me.
Est me.
Est me? What? Est me. If you end up with extra time, will you touch the season stuff at all? The season stuff is super fun, actually. Like, I really enjoy it. I think I can just show you what it is from here. How do you see your season quests and whatnot? I'm not sure. Top right corner? I've been playing on Switch. Well, I mean, I see it's seasonal. Oh, chapter 1. Okay, I don't want to click on too many of these because they're spoilers, but yeah, the way that the seasons work, you get beautiful butterfly wings, but actually, it's just a bunch of objectives. I'm curious to see how Diablo 4 seasons are and if they're similar to this or just more detailed, because I imagine they'll want to have more things to do than the Diablo 3 season, since it's kind of a game-as-a-service type of video game, and Diablo 3 was not really billed as a game-as-a-service type thing, but you have like all these chapters. And if you're playing a seasoned character, if you complete the chapters, especially chapter 2, 3, and 4, I think, you'll basically complete a set. So you'll get a set by completing the objectives in the chapter. And I don't know, chat, are the season set rewards, are they exclusive to the season, or do they have some that just rotate through different sets? And you'll just get one complete set by doing all the objectives. And it can take a little while. Like especially if you're new to the game, it'll give you some nice stepped objectives to work towards. So if you're like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do in endgame, the season objectives are fantastic for being like, hey, try this. Hey, try that. And it like leads you to the content in a really natural way. And there's quite a lot to do, because once you're done with the set through chapter 4, this is stuff for like I already did all the other stuff really fast, and these are the things that are going to take a while. And then when you get all the way through chapter like Guardian or whatever, you get like a unique pet or something like that. Like there's a flying dragon or something. They did some new ones occasionally, but now it just rotates. Yeah. So there were some set or some seasonal sets, and now it rotates through different ones. But I think seasons are a great idea. Because the thing with Diablo 3 sets is Diablo 3 sets are very powerful and often build defining. However, the odds of you getting the perfect set, like you're gonna want the ancient version of the set, and then the primal ancient whatever version of the set.
An interesting opponent.
People who are gonna try and kill me and destroy me. Alright, that was a nice bit of damage, though. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, it's funny that, like, these elites are actually kind of a pain in the ass. I gotta watch where I'm standing. I'm just looking at health bars through the door. But the point is that just giving you a set doesn't mean you hit the I win button. You can't just, oh, I beat a season, therefore I beat Diablo 3. That's just, like, the start. Because having the stats actually be good enough to take you to the true end game will take a while. Getting the right rolls, like having a legendary or a set piece that has more than one stat that you wish that you could enchant. You can only enchant one. This is a nice little alley for Bone Spear.
Is too low.
We're looking for Halls of Agony level 2. Yeah, primals have perfect stat numbers. But I really don't think we're gonna have time, Mario and Nintendo. I think I'll be lucky to yup time my way into a full basic campaign. But I do really like the end game of Diablo 3. Adventure mode is really fun. I think bounties are cool. Terror zones in Diablo 2 are also pretty fun. Alright guys, you guys gotta watch out here. It is loud as hell. Oh, we can like shut that? Oh, nice. All right, get me out of here. That was close. All right, we're shutting the trap spikes to lock these nerds in. The only thing I don't like about D3 in-game is the sets. They made them so overpowered that you need to use sets. Yeah, but what if you just replace the word sets with runes? The only thing I don't like about D2 in-game is the runes. They made the runes so overpowered that you need to use runes. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different type of item. It's okay if you don't like it, but both Diablos have that same problem. And I don't think it's the problem, necessarily. Because the point of each game is different. Diablo 2 has a maximum difficulty. You have Hell at players 8. That's the best, that's the highest difficulty that you can do, right? Then your next option is run Ubers. I mean, terror zones, I guess, now with D2R. You can do Hell at players 8. That's as high as it gets. And Diablo 3 at its highest difficulty is harder. As in, the enemies do more damage to you, they chunk you for more damage, they have higher health pools. So the sets doing, yeah, tier 150 greater rifts will just dwarf Hell players 8 on D2. So the reason that the sets are so powerful is because the game has such a high difficulty scale. Like, if you play through on one of the lower difficulties, then yeah, it's insane that some of these items are so overpowered, but they're only overpowered for their difficulty level. They're not overpowered for the actual in-game content. Now, whether you think the in-game content is fun or not is a different thing, right? Sets are no longer build-defining in D4, now it's aspects and uniques mainly. Yeah, that's what I've seen. They've kind of, like, I don't mind that they toned it down. I don't think that those same type of sets should be in Diablo 4, because I'd like to see something different or a different take on it. But I also don't think that the Diablo 2 system would work in Diablo 3. I don't think the Diablo 3 system would work in Diablo 2. They're just games that were made from the ground up with different goals for how the game should be played once you're done with either getting to level cap in Diablo 3's case or getting through the highest difficulty on D2. Because once you get up to players 8 Hell on D2 and you're pretty comfy there, your only objective is either do Ubers or pull the slot machine until you get your grails. Which is also fun. It's just different. And Diablo 3 wanted to do a, let's see how high you can turn the difficulty up. What are you capable of handling? How hot are you willing to make your game? How spicy are you willing to make it to see how high you can get up the chain, up the ladder? And it's okay to have personal preferences there. Hey, we found level 2. I like the variability that the D4 changes brings. It kind of feels like reusable rune words, class-specific rune words, that is. Yeah, I'm really interested. Like, I am super excited after injecting D1, D2, and D3 directly into my veins.
Your death nears.
Your death. To see how all the systems are tweaked, changed, removed, added, improved, worsened. Hopefully not worsened. In 4, like it's just gonna be super fun to go from all of these and be like, okay, what are we dealing with here? I'm really looking forward to it. Good job, friends.
There is no room.
Oh, I'm full. This is a perfect doorway to shoot bone spears through. Because I think it does more damage the more people it goes through.
That is not possible.
I'm surprised you can't turn error messages off. All right, we actually need to go back.
I need to go back.
Hang on, I love this animation. I'm pulling the puppet strings now. Do you have to buy the base game? For what part, Tao Noel? What's up, Professor Bones? Hi, Smilk. I feel like the versatility of D3 is what managed to get me interested personally. The skill changing, the set changing, difficulty changing, season gimmicks, etc. Oh, yeah. Diablo 3 is amazing for ADHD brain. Like, I had a great time going through Diablo 2 and working my way up to a Fist of the Heavens Paladin build, because it was a really fun challenge, being like, can I make a build that can beat hell? Can I get through? And do it in co-op too, like for a first-time player. That was super fun. And Diablo 3 is like, you want to change your build? Here, I got you, fam. Set. Time to change your whole build. All right, legendary. Time to put your build around this for now. Like, just swapping from one thing to the next was like, damn, I get to see all these cool abilities. I get to try all of them out. I get to keep changing. And I think I started to get more bored of Diablo 3 once I was like, okay, I think this is the best set that I can have for this character. Starting to lose interest in like, I'm not the kind of person that would grind for primals or something like that. I just want to have a build that's good enough to get to like the upper torments. I think my Crusader can handle like Torment 12, Torment 13 if I'm really careful, and I never got past that. I thought I had the game, but it's called the Starter Edition because I don't. They had a demo of Diablo 3 way back when. You might have had that. You do have to have the base game for Diablo 3. If you don't. But it does go on sale for very cheap, so just keep your eyes out for a sale. They sell a bundle of D3 and Diablo 2 Resurrected for 13 to 20 bucks. It's probably not on sale right now, because they don't want you to buy it just before Diablo 4 comes out. This is a good ring. 50 vitality, 89 life per second, life per hit. Looking good. We also have an amulet with 69 intelligence. Nice. Plug that in. Chat, I miss the Switch's inventory now. Switch inventory is actually way easier to look at all of this stuff. Believe it or not. I'm not getting rid of Leoric's crown yet, okay? I'm keeping my crown for a little while longer. Boots! More vitality and life gen per second. Alright, let's salvage the rest. Good night. Entire inventory. I got an idea. We got 116,000. So, in Diablo 3, there's this system whereby your artisans, like your blacksmith who salvages things, can craft various bits of kit. If you've got an old piece of armor while you're leveling that sucks and needs to be replaced, he's got kind of a paltry little forge area now, so we need to help him out. We're going to train him by basically paying for him to rank up. This increases the max level of items he can craft to 20. And also, my favorite part is, it actually visually improves his little workshop space each time you upgrade these. So I do really enjoy watching the difference here as we steadily invest in our blacksmith's future. So he goes up to 25 for another 6K. The reason why these are so easy to blast past right now is because back in the olden days when loot was harder to find, you probably needed to use the blacksmith to craft you a few more things to keep up because loot was just so scarce at launch. Oh, he's got a nice covered wagon, getting some metal chains. He's got a proper rack for his weapons and shields. And then we'll give him one more. Grand Master. Yeah, that looks pretty sweet. So we need to start leveling him up a little bit at a time. More salvaging, please. Oops. Okay, so we have the old Zweihander, which we're just going to salvage and get a Forgotten Soul out of. Now we're going to hit up the stash. We can buy tabs for 100 grand. That's also very different from the Switch, which is funny. Let's go ahead and start a little gym stash here. The Switch is so different in terms of how all this works. It's kind of funny to see the difference now. How are my friends doing? Templar?
You have placed too much trust in your order, Cormac.
I do not understand.
Without memory, you cannot know if their treatment was just. I suspect it was not. Everything they said may be no more than lies.
I've had similar thoughts. But does that mean everything I've done is for naught? Everything.
I love these side characters. Scoundrel?
How did you become a thief?
Well, that's a long and terrible story that you wouldn't want to hear.
I doubt that. Greed is a simple emotion.
Basically.
You should set more reasonable goals for your acquisitions.
Oh, there was nothing reasonable about her.
Her, you say? The one who got away? Talix, I would like to see a system that allows players to create sets. Let's say you take rare items and you have to do a dungeon or collect certain consumables that need to be sacrificed to add set stats. You can't make sets, but in the game Diablo 3, when you get Kanai's Cube, after the campaign is already over, you have a thing where you can extract legendary abilities from weapons or armor and then use them as independent legendary powers. And then, yeah, I think that's sort of what they're shooting for in D4 with aspects, minus the set creation per se, but with the customization of the individual runeword-esque power-ups from what I can see. I'm playing a Barbarian right now, but it won't let me change the difficulty, so I think I'm on a starter version. Yeah, I don't know what this... Chat, what is the Diablo 3 starter version? What is that? Is that just the demo? Like a trial? Is that the one that goes up to the Skeleton King? Probably. But yeah, Diablo 3 is not free to play. It's free to play once you buy it. Oh, what up? We found the waypoint. Halls of Agony level 2. So right now, we unfortunately witnessed the death of Deckard Cain at the hands of Magda. It was very sad.
My essence
for
is
reasons
too low.
both in this story and for meta knowledge and for having to discuss the design decisions that went into that. But now we're trying to get revenge, hopefully kill Magda and free the stranger. The last thing that Deckard did before he died was reforge the sword, which had fallen along with the stranger via the star into multiple fragments. And with his dying breaths, Deckard was able to use Herodrum stealth magic that no one knew he had to reforge the sword. Which has given us the notion that the stranger is no mere man.
Has blessed me. I'm afraid not.
He is apparently an angel.
You will make a fine corpse.
Where are all these nerds coming from? All right, you guys. Do I have to, like, click something to... Okay, I'm just gonna leave. Bye. And they just keep coming. How many level ups have we had? I'm gonna stand over here for a second. Chat, we're level 30 already? Jesus. We're getting so much XP. It's like plus 200% on master difficulty or something. New bone spear. Instead of piercing, now detonate on the first enemy hit, dealing 500% weapon damage as physical to all enemies within 15 yards. A little explosion. I quite like that, actually. Chat, I had no rune set for the bone spear because I'm really good at this game. Oops, hold on. Stun enemies. Bone spear. We gotta... what is this? Devour? Additionally, consumes your minions for 10 essence per minion killed. Oh, this is like a eat your own minions build. For generating essence. Cursed enemies explode for 100% weapon damage on death. Interesting. Bone armor. Enemies hit are also stunned for 2 seconds. Bone armor's damage is turned to poison. Blood rush is new. Shed your mortal flesh and reappear up to 50 yards away for 5% health. So you have to use blood to teleport. That sounds pretty badass. And then I must have leveled up twice and just haven't looked until now. Consume all essence to summon a powerful minion. The minion's damage is increased by 3% for every point of essence consumed. Okay, that sounds like I understand. Consume all of your things to generate essence and then use all your essence to dump it into a super singularity monster. All right, I didn't mean to change that. I do want to try that, but not today. I think we stick to the build for a little bit. Because I'm seeing a pretty sweet build manifesting from that. That's another thing about D3 that's funny. A lot of characters have the same abilities, just slightly tweaked. Hold on. Are you telling me that my Amazon using explosive arrow that does fire damage and a small AoE around its impact target is just like the sorceress's fireball, except it does a little bit of physical damage in addition to the fire damage? Unbelievable and unacceptable, and I am uninstalling Diablo 2. Wait, we're talking about 3. Oh, okay. My bad. Cut his mic. Are you saying that all abilities deal damage to demons? And they might use a combination of fire, ice, poison, electric, arcane, or physical damage? What? For God's sake, stop letting him cook! Wow, that felt good. Every FPS is the same. You just click on heads. Why do we cook bacon and bake cookies? What? Don't come in here with that. Jump in the middle, blow him up.
Fear the end.
Ban that guy. I agree.
I'm trapped in here, in the Iron Maiden.
Who? A stranger in need. Hold on. Is this the stranger? I'm supposed to help the stranger, and now I found the stranger. Trapped in an Iron Maiden. What are we doing here? What's all this blood? Oh shit. What up? Get in there! Go, skeletons! You waiting for my invitation? I'm supporting you with bones. All right, you guys take care of the zombies. I need to listen to the journal. It's very important.
13th day of Lunasad, 1263, Yano Kyrgyzstani. The jailers burned runes into my flesh. They say all the torture and dark magic will turn us into demonic slaves for King Leoric. What foolish lies. 17th day of Lunasad. Oh, pain is terrible. I can't think. I'm so hungry. 20th day of Lunasad. Master, I hunger. Master, feed me.
They burned the runes into my flesh, and it's definitely not going to convert me. I love the fact that he's writing this down. He's not writing it down. The necromancer has the sight and can pick up the essence of the man's soul, which he can see a snapshot of his life, and then he writes it down in a journal, transcribing it perfectly to remember it for later. Okay? So get it right. Ow! Why is that so loud?
I was gonna die in there.
Jesus! We need to just take it down like a number of notches.
I heard rumors of vast treasure to be found down here. A damn fool that I am, I believed them. Don't know why I thought it might be inside an Iron Maiden. All I could think of while I was trapped in that horrible darkness was that no one would ever know what had happened to me.
You're welcome, guy. I saved that guy. If it's not too much to ask, what's a TLDR of the story leading up to D4? That's kind of a big question. Because I feel like, okay, that's like sort of asking like TLDR, what happened in Kingdom Hearts before Kingdom Hearts 3? But no, okay, I'm gonna try. The short version is you play as a guy in Diablo 1 who kills Diablo, but inadvertently becomes Diablo in Diablo 2. And then as a different character, the group of heroes in Diablo 2 stops both Diablo and the rest of the primevals, Mephisto and Baal. The World Stone is corrupted by Baal, who is the last boss of the game and the last primeval you fight. Unfortunately, it has to be destroyed by an archangel called Tyrael. It's kind of the lifeblood of this world known as Sanctuary, and 20 years have passed since that event, and we're here in Diablo 3. That's like the shortest version I can come up with that unfortunately skips. Yeah, the short answer is watch the beginning of the stream, because we actually did do a fairly robust backstory on the Diablo lore leading up through Diablo 1. Diablo 2 is a bit harder to summarize. But basically you fight a bunch of the primevals. I would recommend... I don't know how to get... I'll find a summary of D2 and we'll watch it at some point, maybe tomorrow, to start the stream. I just didn't have time to... I thought that I had the video, but I had the wrong video. It was still really good though. Like, there was a lot of backstory, even pre-D2, that was super nice that I didn't know about, that were from the books. Sounds like we won in Diablo 2. Diablo 3 shouldn't even exist. Well, at the beginning of Diablo 3, Deckard's like, the prophecies don't add up, and he's trying to, like, interpret this, effectively, scripture of the Herodrim, which is the secret organization tasked of mages who have been hunting the demons throughout their existence. And a big-ass star, aka a meteor, crashes through the Tristram Cathedral and buries Deckard down inside of a hole. So it shouldn't have happened, but he was just reading a book. He was just hanging out reading his Kindle, and then BAM! Meteor comes down and blows the whole chapel up. And then bad things kept happening, and demons started to show up in different places, and next thing you know, we're up and trying to find an imprisoned angel. who is the apparent character who fell, the stranger who fell from the sky. But Deckard survived. He survived that and then got killed by a C-tier side villain. He's canonically dead in Diablo 3 at this stage. That happened in this stream.
Do not fear the end.
It was very sad. I hate it when meteors land on my head. I really like this whole area. Highlands Passage is a super nice looking area. I like the rain. It's very brooding. Got the waterfalls. These like stone bridges. This is a great video for a quick lore summary for anyone curious. This includes Diablo Immortal lore. No spoilers, Skullgar. You can't spoil Diablo Immortal. How freaking dare you? The problem with a lot of the lore videos is they use footage from the games they're not talking about, is what I've noticed. The Cursed Hold. Talk to Queen Asilla.
I am Asilla, once queen to our beloved Leoric. My servants and I were consumed by his madness. Now I give you my blessing, champion, to release my people from their eternal torment.
Okay, the video that Skullgar linked has all the spoilers for Diablo 3 as well, because it's the entire Diablo timeline, all the way up through Diablo 4. So, this video also uses Diablo 4 trailer footage. Yeah, so you actually did post spoilers in chat. How freaking dare you? How freaking dare you? Chat, what did, banned for real? Toughness, regenerate 160 life per second. Attack speed increase, looks good. Ooh. 87 armor. Good vitality. Life regen. Do we have a new... Ooh, we do have a new vibe. Look at that. Fits the crown. Alright, these are all side grades. Yeah, these are all side grades. Chat, what the hell did that NPC say? On the Switch, there's like a recap of every event that just happened, including NPCs and dialogue and stuff. I guess that's just in the chat. Hold on. I don't know. Chat, what did the headless person say? Put the prisoners to rest. Okay.
Freedom after so long. Freedom.
What? Who dared?
Who said that?
This creature will die.
We got a champ pack here. Corpse explosion to start. Throw the little... What is this called? Bone spirits. The bone spirits hit like a truck.
Rathma has blessed me.
Is there another champ pack, or did it just make the noise for no reason? Astral projection. Dark reaping is my new ability. Where is this? Oh, here we go. All right, put that prisoner to rest. Who's this? This place is kind of spicy just because it seems like there's an elite around every corner. And I've got my entire pack of skeletons. And they're not really putting much of a dent in here. All right, we've freed 3 of 6 prisoners. I'll look at my abilities afterward.
Thank the gods.
Thank the gods.
My gods.
My hero.
Deal with him harshly.
Who said that? Okay, if you just don't break down some of the doors, then the bad guys won't fight you. But my minions just break down the doors because they can. They have no restraint at all. I mean, to be fair, they are just sort of resurrected from the dead. They're cobbled together necromancer pets, so I imagine they're just not the brightest. So I'm just gonna drag them along with me, because to clear this entire dungeon would take a very long time. So we're just gonna fight who we need to fight.
My insight grows.
How are we getting so much XP though? Like, actually? Are we just gaming right now? Just level up twice? Make number go up. Chat, for context, in 3 Diablo 2 streams, we were low level 30. Okay, we were like level 32, 33. I am presently level 32 right now in one stream. Just from an XP point of view,
Fine corpse.
we've already like tripled. This is a really densely packed area.
Thank you, champion. My servants are now free, but the curse over this place remains. Seek the warden at the dungeon center and end his evil forever.
Okay, so there's a curse over this place. There's a warden in the middle. You also grabbed an XP boost earlier. That makes sense. I think the Paragon system was a genius idea. Paragon system seems really insignificant at first, and then you just kind of it keeps going, and you're like, oh, this is actually making a difference now. I'm curious how the new board is gonna feel. Where is he?
Am I alone here?
Where is he?
Must I use myself? So please, face me.
Oh, there he is.
The
warden. Head jailer. Skeletons, get that guy. Jump on him. Corpse explosions. Shoot him with the spirit bones. Easy peasy. I feel like a badass right now. A squishy badass, but a badass. Nonetheless. Ooh, we have a new passive. Increase your max essence by 40 so you can spam more. While using a scythe, gain 2%. None of these actually fit my build very well. Consuming a corpse is a chance to spawn a health globe. We do be consuming a lot of corpses. I want to look at the rest of the abilities, but I also don't want to change my build right now. Midas is awake? Oh no, Midas. It's almost yup time. Oh, the Chamber of Suffering is down there. Midas, it's almost yup time.
The night embraces you.
He knows when it is. He's just hungry. I'm hungry too, but we're almost done actually. The end of Diablo 2 created a huge plot hole. The end of Diablo 2 created a massive plot hole. The plot hole is Worldstone sized. And Ariat crater sized. Just massive hole. Super big explosion in the plot. You're level 30 something out of 99 in D2, where you're currently level 32 out of 70 plus 50 million Paragon levels. Yeah, but the Paragon levels are not, they're cool, but they're not the same as like Diablo 2 or 3 character levels. Search for the Chamber of Suffering. I feel like I'm not. Am I not already there? This is not the Chamber of Suffering. Tyrael should have just jammed the World Stone into his forehead.
I'm afraid not. Your death nears.
Oh, that's a big group. Oh my god. There's too many dudes.
I understand so
I just gained 3 levels in like 5 minutes? It feels like it's going faster the higher the level I get. Are we gaming right now? Exponential growth, is it? Alright, we need to stop and actually look at our abilities. Before they stop being new. And then they fade away, and then I'm like, what the hell can my character do? Oh my god. My plan is, okay, very simple. I am a simple man. If you're wondering what the ability progression is, I just use Bone Spirit to do an incredible 4,000% weapon damage that kills at least one person on impact almost every time. That creates a corpse. I then explode the corpse with Corpse Explosion, and that generates more corpses for more corpse explosions, which are also free for some reason. Flesh Golem, when I'm lacking corpses, can just dive wherever I want him to create a bunch of corpses to Corpse Explode. And then occasionally, rarely, there's a boss or a big elite that I need to command the skeletons to focus on. Other than that, we just do Bone Spears and do an extra bit of 500% physical damage. That's what the current build is right now. If you're curious. All right, what have we got? I'm just curious what the new moves are. We got Grim Scythe with Curse Scythe. Enemies hit by the scythe have a 15% chance to be inflicted with a random curse. Turns to poison. Corpse Explosion now has shrapnel. Corpses now explode away from you, hitting targets in a cone. This damage turns into poison. I don't feel like that's better. Revive is when you revive a corpse, enemies within 20 yards run in fear for 3 seconds. Little crowd control with the poison build. Command Skeleton says Dark Mending. Skeletal minions will heal you 0.5% of your total health per hit while being commanded. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Decrepify has Opportunist. Gain a 3% move speed increase for every enemy cursed, up to 30%. Just gotta go fast. Combine that with the passive and we could be Newman through levels. Leech is a curse that heals the attacker. Each cursed enemy increases your life regen by 16 per second, up to 20 enemies. A lot of life steal, staying alive. Chat, can I be a tank in this form? Bone Spirit's got. Ooh, we have a rune for Bone Spirit. Oh, excellent. I want to do that now. Damage is increased by 15% for each enemy that Bone Spirit passes through while seeking its target. I didn't even know you could do that. Okay, that sounds really... because I can just aim beyond them. Okay, but if it's only 4,000% weapon damage, is it 15% of 4,000% increased weapon damage? Nasuken, what are you talking about? What did I say? I don't know. Alright, so if I like want to kill somebody with Bone Spirit, but I want it to go through a bunch of people, I aim. Oh, it creates like a little bonds like this. I see. And then the damage gets even larger.
Do not fear the end.
Something about... Oh, I asked if you could tank. I got you. But yes, once bone armor is up. Which makes sense. As powerful as I am, I still feel super squishy right now. Like, just a few elite affixes will basically kill me. Alright, where the hell is the Chamber of Suffering?
Do not fear the end.
Is my guy extra talkative?
Foe will die.
Or just a normal amount? There we go, get a little chain reaction. Boom. He just enjoys talking to his minions. He's got a lot to say. Is that a treasure goblin? I hear him.
There he is.
You little bastard. How am I supposed to kill you? I have to wait until you stop in a corner. And then just unload. I can't stun him either.
I'm afraid not.
Chat, I need to... Oh, get that guy. Get that guy. The skeletons can help with that. What act is this? This is Act 1. We just started today, and we did a bunch of lore recap. I found it! The treasure goblin led me to the Chamber of Suffering.
Leah must be back in Tristram crying over the old man's corpse. She'll soon have another one to cry over. Yours. Meet the Butcher.
It's him! We may not have gotten to fight him in Diablo 1, but he's back in Diablo 3.
Fresh meat.
And we don't exactly have a bunch of corpses to explode, so I'm curious. We're gonna have to rely on the skeletons to surround him. All right, Skellies, you go first. I don't have any essence. Skellies. Oh, okay, easy, bro. Oh, I bone caged him. He's in a giant bone cage. Easy. All right, go get that guy. What's he doing? What's he doing? I gotta learn his patterns. Oh, he's charging. I'm gonna keep the bone guys frenzied. Let's get away. Don't need to drink the healing well yet. Maybe lead him over here and get the corpse explosions. Easy does it. Okay, let him charge into the wall.
That is not possible.
Got him in the bone cage. Ow. Give him some space. There we go. Oh! We're good, we're good. Skeletons, charge. I'm gonna stay out of the fire. I don't like fighting him when he's at the bottom of the screen. I can't see him very well. Ow. Alright, the bone skeleton thing is like the best we can do. Oh shit. It's fire. Fire floor to dodge. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let him crash into the wall. You're doing good. Stay back. There's more of the is there an enrage timer?
I need essence.
He's almost dead! Just finish it! Yeah, alright. Legendary helm that is maybe not Leoric's crown? Perhaps? Let us see.
There is
GG
no
chat.
room.
What do you mean there's no room? You're gonna have to make room. Honestly, the difficulty feels just right now for the bosses. Like, that wasn't... It wasn't overly difficult, and it wasn't easy either. I was actually having to, like, not get hit by the chain. Watch out for all the fire on the ground. I think Butcher's a fun boss fight. New lore button. Where does the lore button go if you don't click it?
The truth about the Butcher Demon was more startling than I ever anticipated. Evidently, there are many of them within the burning hells, though they used to be solely under Diablo's command. The Butchers are stitched together from the parts of other demons to combine their strengths, then given life through wicked magic.
Well... There's more of them? Dude! We're never gonna get rid of Leoric's crown because there's 3 of them. This is the 3rd Leoric's crown today. Whenever a gem drops, a gem of the type socketed into your helmet also drops. It's a broken crown, not a Leoric's crown. It's a totally different crown. Completely different crown. Has a socket. Significantly more life per hit, vitality, and intelligence for us. So that's an easy switch. We need to save this crown and not get rid of it. We also have some sweet Serpent Greave pants. Small upgrade for us. Ring seems like a side grade. Why are the tooltips taking so long to appear? Never mind. I'm dumb. Side grade. Alright, so pretty good helmet. We go through crowns like iPhones. Find the stranger. Compared to your other blue ring. Yeah, it's more toughness, I guess. Okay. I'll take it. We found him! Finally! He's here! But they're zapping him with their magic powers. Okay, I may have killed him with corpse explosion. Little bro jumped off of this platform all the way over the gate, and then we exploded the stranger.
I'm overburdened.
Bro, that's fine. Just
I am dying.
someone help
your sword.
I'm sorry, I almost killed you. He has it!
I remember now.
It's him!
I was an archangel of the high heavens. I was the embodiment of justice. I am Tyrael.
That voice. Yeah, I love that VA. That like, Tyrael's voice actor is incredible.
You have restored my mind, friend. And now, I remember the warning I came to deliver. Belial and Asmodan, the last lords of hell, are unleashing a tide of darkness that will drown this world. Already, Belial's shadow has fallen upon Chaldeum.
The priests of Rathma feared this would come to pass.
We must move quickly. Let us return to Tristram and make ready.
Woo! We did it. Honestly, the Butcher fight is very fun and still holds up. I'm anxious to see his Diablo 4 iteration. And with that, chat, We have finished Act 1. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start from here tomorrow, because it is yup time now, and we're approaching the 10-hour mark, and I'd like to go eat some food and feed the dog. Okay, we at least got Act 1 done. Good. Tomorrow we're gonna have to make some good headway by not spending 2 hours at the beginning of stream doing a bunch of lore recaps. We could spend a little bit of time on some lore recap, but not as... The first stream of each new game is always the slowest to get rolling, but now we're rolling. I think the character seems incredibly strong. We're already level 34. We got some new moves to check out. Corpse Lance has a 20% chance to ricochet. Army of the Dead can also knock all affected enemies toward the center. Our dash increases armor by 100% for 2 seconds after casting. We'll look at possibly tweaking the build just to do something different, because I think that's Diablo's strength, but the corpse explosion seems damn strong. So I don't know how I'm going to replace it yet, but we might tinker with some things at the beginning of stream tomorrow. And we got some blacksmith to talk to. We got some scoundrel. We got some Tyrael, maybe some mystic. Level 70 in 2 hours. Go. Honestly, getting to level 70 is fine, because then we get to start getting the sweet legendaries and set pieces that we couldn't get because we didn't advance that far in Diablo 2. So we're sort of just like fast-tracking our way toward... We'll definitely hit level 70 fairly early on, I think. And that's because we're turning the difficulty up as we want. So we'll get to see some pretty sweet combos. Yeah, getting to max level fast is just good. It's just good. Either way, GG. A lot of fun. We're going to pick up there at probably 2 to 3 p.m. Pacific tomorrow, just like today. I'll try and start as early as possible so we can get as much gaming goodness in. We've only got 2 full days left to finish Diablo 3, and we'll watch the cutscene transition for the first act also at the beginning of stream tomorrow when we get started. So we'll take our quest, finish it, and then we'll be heading on our way out of New Tristram now. So, fantastic. Had a lot of fun, really enjoying Necro, and looking forward to seeing what some different builds we have available to us as we level up. But time's ticking. Thanks for stream. Hey, thanks, Hateable Vermin. Night-Night, Jefter, Ori, Skullgar, Mr. Doctor, Tarek, Godly Burrito. Thanks for tagging along on this adventure with me. I know it's late. VOD watchers are crying everywhere. There's my boy. That's my Crusader. Undrick, the only non-italics on this list. It's so funny. The only non-etal. I still think that Torment might be a little much for us at the moment. I'm just going to be too squishy. And I think that that fight was like just the right amount of difficulty. So, I'm happy with where things are at right now. This isn't a hardcore playthrough. All right, we did die once, which is more than we died in all of Diablo 2, isn't it? That's crazy. Can't believe this is the harder game. Confirmed. Well played, everybody. Come back for the Tuesday non-holiday special Diablo 3 continuation. Have a good rest of your morning, night, wherever you are. And I will see you guys next time. Let's go on an end-of-stream raid. I'm going to send you off on an adventure. Go say what's up to Arch, who's playing Traveler's Rest right now, and we'll love to see you. Give him a warm good morning. Thank you, bye. Polaris, have a good one. You didn't get killed by Duriel? Yeah, I played Boazon, self-found loot on normal difficulty, and we didn't die. So, had a good game. Duriel didn't manage to kill me. I kited him. I was too fast, too quick. But either way, more Diablo 3. Come back at 2 p.m. Pacific in a little over 12 hours, like 14 hours. 14 hours from now, we'll start again. And hopefully we'll finish up Diablo 3 by Wednesday night. And then getting ready for Diablo 4 stream on Thursday when Early Access releases. We'll probably be starting that stream at like an hour before Early Access starts. If not more, because I have a couple ideas for some things that we can do while we wait. because I'm anticipating there being a server queue. So I hope to be proven wrong, but I'm going to go ahead and set my expectations to getting ready to stream the queue like everybody else will. So we'll see how that goes. But it'll be fun. It'll be fun anyways. Get in on that first day hype. All right, go give Arch some love. Good night, everybody. And I'll see ya for the next one tomorrow. I'm out.